Good morning and welcome back to Cheltenham for what is a far cooler day 2 than it was yesterday, and I think the relief is palpable all around the ground, and with Ian Randall especially here, who's very pleased that it seems to have dropped about 10, maybe even 12, 13 degrees overnight. So
I would say it certainly feels 10 degrees cold. I remember I got in the car this morning. I didn't look at the temperature gauge, but it was palpably much more comfortable on the drive over than it was yesterday. And as one of the written scribes actually said to me this morning, although Hampshire 203 for 2 at the start of the second day, they could, in his opinion, they could bat to an hour from the close because it's a long day today, and they would still leave themselves 2 days of 104 overs to bowl Gloucestershire out twice on this pitch. So although we're kind of thinking that yes, there is almost a race for them in terms of bonus points, in terms of the actual match position, there is actually a lot of time still left.
Yeah, there certainly is. That's just a quick reminder that we've got elongated days due to the curtailed day yesterday due to the heat, in the interests of the safety of spectators, players, umpires and even commentators. So we're expecting that the morning session will be 11 to 1:15. The afternoon session would then be 1:55 to 4:10. And then 4:30 to 6:45 should be the evening session. So we're on for 104 overs, and Hampshire are going to resume on 203 for 2. Felix Organ's just 7 away from what would be a hard-fought 100, and in that heat yesterday, fair play to him. And James Vince will be on 6, and Gloucestershire have got the new ball in just 8 overs, and they'll be looking to make inroads into the Hampshire middle order. We've got Vince, and then we've got Liam Dawson should come in, and Ben Brown
very handy at 6,
and Aaron Donald, who's he was a child prodigy at Glamorgan. He hasn't really kicked on, so he hasn't really kicked on, but he's should be a wonderful proposition to watch, shouldn't he?
He's had a lot of injury trouble at Hampshire since he signed, but back in the Red Bull setup this season. Interesting members forum over on the Sanford Road side of the ground for the last half an hour or so.
I thought Steve Snell spoke very well, actually.
Yeah, so members, representatives from both the on-field and off-field side of the club were there. And for people who understand in the north of Gloucestershire the real feeling for this festival, it was interesting to hear David Jones, who's the chair of the club, talk about the financial importance of Cheltenham. And Will Brown has always been one to say he wants to bat really hard to keep the festival at the time it's been normally played, and with the volume of fixtures that it's previously had. And I still sense from what they were saying that they would still bat hard, even if the structure, as unknown as it is for next year, is changed, and he's actually sort of kind of against them. They still want to keep this festival over a lengthy period. This was nothing to me that they said today that suggested that it would go, for example, down to just one championship match, because the infrastructure wouldn't be worthwhile, would it, at that level?
No, there are costs when out-ground cricket. The costs of moving the whole sort of club lock, stock and barrel 40 miles up the road here. So anyway, Ian's going to start us off with Zafar Gahar from the College Lawn End.
Yeah, so we have 8 overs here until the second new ball is due, so quite possible that Zafar will have 4 overs from, maybe more, from this College Lawn End. It is grey overhead. There is the chance today of an occasional interruption for a shower, but we don't believe that they're going to be very heavy, and the ground is so dry that it's just a question of really letting it soak in. I'd be surprised if they did much more than drag the rope round afterwards. The important thing, of course, is to have the match pitch covered as quickly as possible. So 203 for 2. Organ has 93, but he's not on strike at the moment, and James Vince will take strike of the first ball of this second day. And Zafar Hart in from the college lawn end, and Vince firmly plants that front foot forward. But to go back to the conversation that Dave Bartlett was having yesterday, nothing like the force that you would have for a front foot of a bowler. Actually, the actual physics of that, quite surprising. Here is Zafar in again, and Vince drawn forward just pushes that out onto the onside. Zafar 0 for 44 in 17 overs yesterday, so once again tidy, but it's first day pitch obviously, and that's just nudged towards Ollie Price, who's at short leg. There's just a one slip in, and Price with the lid and the lightweight pads in at short leg. Vince is very still when the bowler delivers the ball, and then he's used his feet there.
Whoa.
And he's clipped, well, more than clipped, Zafar Gahar into that sand-coloured marquee at long on for 6.
Intent this morning.
First over of the morning, and just the 4th delivery is dispatched into that marquee. We didn't see a single 6 yesterday, and somebody in amongst all those guests has got to throw the ball back, and Graham Van Buren's going to return it now to his bowler. But we saw a little bit of that from Nick Gubbins yesterday when Zafar was bowling from the other end. Didn't quite expect that first over from Vince. There goes back, and chops that away. That'll be 4 more. It's gone past Ryan Higgins, who's the only slip, and it's gone racing away down towards the chapel end of the ground. That third man for 4. That was it's that old thing. If you're going to play a forceful shot, even if it doesn't come off the middle, if it goes fast enough, the slip just isn't going to get it.
If you're going to flash hard.
Yeah, that was certainly the situation there. Zafar always spins himself a catch at the start of his run. And again, all that might just have been the arm ball. It went on at no great height, and Vince playing it off the back foot out on the offside. So 10 off the first over, all of them to the Hampshire captain, and 213 for 2. So as Dan said, 104 overs in the day. The only tea is always a movable feast, as our late friend Nico Craven always said. Unclear whether tea would be at 4:10, but if they do bowl the overs at the right rate, it will be. And the only shortened session is the one after tea. But what we don't know, of course, is when that would start, bearing in mind the over rates. But
is that how you say his name, Nico? Because there was a blog about him and his fanzines that came out in the early 70s,
right,
about Gloucestershire, and they were always.
He was a self-publisher.
Yes.
Of written material. He was I think he came from what it was then called, and he would tell you it was called in those days, Cumberland.
Yes,
that was where he was from, but he was a big lover of Cheltenham, and he used to write from memory, he would write a book about his cricket year. It wasn't a diary, but it was about matches he'd been to or places he'd been to, and he'd publish it in the autumn every year.
Yeah, wonderful blog called Rain Stop Play Inspection at 3. It's the Gloucestershire blog. Here's Josh Shaw up the hill, and Felix Organ defends his first ball of the day. It's a wonderful blog, and all Gloucestershire fans should have a read of it, because it's all about the county. It's written by a guy called Tom, who's in Bristol. Well, he's on his holidays, I believe, up in Scotland at the moment, so he's missing.
Why is he on his holidays here?
Well, you ask him when you see him back in Bristol. You can ask him, mate. But he's a good guy, and he's a very good writer. Here's Josh Shaw up the hill. Organ gets up onto his toes, defends that. We've had an email from Ruth Charville, who is sitting just to the right of our tent. And she's written us some poetry, Ian. She's written us some poetry.
And it's clever.
With a load of county cricketers' names thrown into the mix. So I'm going to put the emphasis on the names as I read it. And I'll read a stanza between the balls. Here's Shaw. That's defended. And it goes, I've been on escapades before with cricketers' names. I thought I'd do another one from the greatest of games. I plan to cook a varied mix and wait on you at table. I'll hunt for the best recipes as well as I am able. First pour a beer, a decent pint, a porter if you wish. Then be my guest and make your choice to have a balanced dish. Josh Shaw comes in and that's... Ooh, he goes pulling there and that goes down the leg side. And Bracey just collects it. A lovely curry fits the bill. Perhaps you'd like roast lamb. The pollock is a tasty meal. Or maybe tongue or ham. There's salt and pepper, add to taste. Though sadly there's no mustard. And then a chocolate brownie have. And drizzle it with custard. We did well when the critics came. We're sure we are the best. The price is right. The menu's good. I see that you are impressed. That's just a dot ball there by the man in that stanza, Josh Shaw. For entertainment afterwards, you'll hear a young Scot sing. He'll take the mic, and when he's done, another treat will bring. The Hammond organ will be played by a goodman so gay. What a delight! Your ears won't hurt. No pain will dent your day. Our code of conduct set in stone. No swindles here, just laughter. With green credentials at the helm, you folks are well looked after. That's just another dot ball. Ruth, thank you so much for your lovely poetry. And you can drop us a line over the day to commentators at glossccc.co.uk. You'll see it up there in the top right-hand corner of your screen. And yeah, I think it's... we look forward to your comments, we look forward to your input, and Ian Randall looks forward to your really difficult questions.
Yeah, so it's a good effort by Ruth there. I mean, I don't know how many names there are in there. There's got to be...
Oh, let's have a look. Hold
at
on.
least 2 dozen, I would suggest.
You do this over and I'll count them up.
You'll count them. So Zaffar's only rolled the 1 over, and with Vince attacking, Ryan Higgins is going to come straight on from the college lawn end. I think Ben Feasy announcing his arrival into the attack made him just check his run for a moment there. Start off on the wrong foot. Here he is, first time today. Oh, and Vince tries to probably say a square cut. It was a forceful shot, trying to get it past Ollie Price at backward point, or between gully and backward point, but he got quite badly in the wrong position there.
We've got 42 cricketers' names into that poem. Wonderful, wonderful effort, Ruth.
Higgins in. This time squeezed out by the tall figure of Vince down to Shaw at fine leg. Shaw only bowled 9 overs yesterday, so he's one of the lighter used bowlers. Higgins at 16, the most worked of the quicker bowlers. So Dent's gone in at slip, Harris in the gully. Organ on 93 pulls that into the leg side at mid-wicket. It's a run round for Zaffar on the boundary in front of the Sanford Road stand, and they will just pick up 1. I had a conversation with somebody last night who was at the ground yesterday, and just felt that there were and you know, some people would not have been. I don't think he was at Cheltenham last year, so I'll come back to that in a moment. Here's Higgins in, and Vince plays that with the front foot well forward, but played it very late. Almost got in position to go off the front foot and then went off the back in the end, just pushed it out into the offside. So there was no festival in 2020. He wasn't here last year, and he said it was noticeable that the stand on the far side is just a little bit smaller than normal. Say normal, so the historical normal. Here is Higgins in again, and again Vince plays just a little push defensively out on the offside, and that some of the club marquees that were again pre-2019 would have been here aren't here either. So the Cheltenham Kings Club, which was a traditional club that used to be here, and the new club, both of whom had marquees here, along with the Old Patesians, who are here this year. Higgins in again, and played quietly up to the tall figure of Chappell at mid-on, end of the over, and he said that that's probably just, in a sense, down to pure economics, because there is only one white ball game here, and it's not a T20, so the crowd would probably not be 4,500 or nudging 5.
Yeah.
And the fact that those clubs may no longer be able to commercially afford the pitch, their share.
Yeah.
Of the commercial space.
Who are the Old Patesians? Are they a local cricket club?
So they are a sports club in Cheltenham. They have rugby teams. They have cricket teams. I think they have a squash team as well. It relates to the Pates Grammar School.
Okay. Here's Josh Shaw up the hill, and gives Felix Organ some chin music, which he ducks under.
But it is a sports club in the widest sense.
Okay, I'm a Down Hathley man when I'm in this neck of the woods.
Yes, I gather.
they're my team in Cheltenham.
No, but the Pates Grammar School and the Old Patesians are obviously for the main connection with the school in that sense.
Here's Josh Shaw steaming into the crease, and Organ plays that back to him.
I mean, just think about overhead conditions. A new ball here, then there's got to be the chance it might do a bit in the air. It's certainly muggy enough.
Yeah, Cleve Hill's looking a little bit misty there in the distance, isn't it? So, good morning if you're listening in from Hampshire as well. Good morning, and hopefully, well, you've had a good day yesterday. You'll be pleased with your efforts from yesterday. So. Here's Josh Shaw. And Surrey lost a wicket at the end of the day yesterday against Essex, so that will have made Hampshire fans smile. There's a glimmer of hope there that Essex can go and get a result.
That I just made that sort of floaty point. Tactically, you've got to feel that the only question today, if the wicket plays as well as it did on day one, is how long do Hampshire want to bat? That's the thing, isn't it?
Yeah. Shaw in, and that's booming drives. It doesn't get timed there by Organ, and just dribbles out to.
In theory, there are 104 overs in the day. Would they want to give themselves more than an hour at the end? A lot may. Some of this may depend, I suppose, if there are. Or there is the odd interruption for a shower, how much time is lost, if any?
Yeah.
We obviously hope there is none at all.
Shaw into Organ, who defends that.
James Healy came up with a very good headline on the piece last night. Was it Furnace-like Festival? Doesn't get Organ out of tune or something. It was something along those lines. But he was the dominant batter yesterday.
There's more Organ puns yesterday, weren't there? Than you know the names of hairdressers shops. Like a cut above the rest, and Snips. Josh Shaw here, a cut above the usual pun.
Yeah.
Oh, and that was a no ball from Shaw. So 2 to the total, 2-1-7 for 2-0. But yeah, there was all those puns about Hammond and organs and all sorts. And
what we didn't have yesterday was Zach Chappell bowling from the Chapel end at any point.
No, that
may happen. Well, and again, it comes back to, does he have any preference? And maybe that he has looked at the two.
Sure, in, clipped pleasantly, but that is to the aforementioned Chappell. That completes the over. 2-1-8 for 2. Morgan moves on to... Oh, sorry, that was... Morgan moves on to 95. Vince is on 17. And, it was much to my chagrin that Zach Chappell didn't bowl from the Chapel end. Or as we called him yesterday for a while, Zach Chappell, after a misprint on his shirt that came back from the printers for his first game here on loan from Nottinghamshire. That was a game against Somerset, I think, wasn't it?
The game that really moved on yesterday was at Edgbaston, where Kenton Warwickshire had a wicket-laden day. Higgins in for the first time today to Felix Organ. Just defended out on the offside. All sorts of has been a lot of debate over the years about the operation of the scoreboard here at Cheltenham, which used to be one of those ones that clubs have, where the numbers flip over halfway down. So the number is made up of 2 tin plates. Here is Higgins in and Organ defends, and if a run is scored, there's a pulley, and you pull the number and it flips over. Well, that's obviously some while ago, and that scoreboard used to be run by volunteers who went to the college, to Cheltenham College, so the sixth form pupils would run it. So there was always a sort of a semblance of accuracy, but you were never quite sure whether it was completely on the money. Electronic scoreboards, of course, much more the norm now. Oh, that's I say a hook. He didn't really play that with any great conviction, Felix Organ. He's going to get just one. It was a top edge of sorts, but it was really off the glove more than anything else. Here's the replay. Obviously, the camera is with the bowler running towards us, and you could see he didn't really get that where he wanted it at all. And the electronic boards, I'll come back to that after Higgins' delivery, it's defended by Vince, can have all sorts of layouts, and a lot of it is to do with the programming of how it's put together. And Gloucestershire have tried various layouts in the past, often with, if you like, the more traditional scoreboard on the electronic unit. But this unit is very much an oblong in shape. Here is Higgins in again, and Vince defends. So what they've done is they've gone for a much more simpler setup, which I think works better. So you've got the score at the top, the 2 batsmen who are in, and the 2 bowlers who are bowling, and basically not much else. And I would suspect that for a lot of people on the ground, that's probably all they need to know.
It's minimalist, isn't it?
It is.
I like it.
But it's big enough to see. That's the other thing. Higgins in again, and that's worked away by Vince. Down towards deep backward square, and they'll get a couple as Josh Shaw comes round from fine leg up. And then part of the criticism, that's the end of the over, 221 for 2. Part of the criticism of the other layouts was some of the text was too small to see, and you can't argue that about that board at the moment, and that probably makes it, yes, it's less information, but it's all the essential information, and it's readable.
The old scoreboards that you're talking about with the string, I've seen the string come off in the hands of many a batsman who's been sent into the box to go and do the scoring, and they yank it with a flourish, and the string is there in their hands.
The funniest one was it Essex who had the scoreboard on the side of a lorry?
On a bus.
On a bus.
That was their bus. Josh Shaw is in, and that's clipped pleasantly, and that runs away just down to our left, and that's going to be 4 runs, and that is Felix Organ's 100, 226 balls, 306 minutes, 17 fours, and that is a real battle with the heat yesterday. Well played, Felix Organ.
Yes, it's been an innings of, I might argue, probably two distinct phases. Quite a brisk start. Got 48 before lunch yesterday, and then only got another 45 in 2 sessions after that, or 2 shortened sessions after that.
He's sure in, and that is not timed at all. Dribbles out into the gully.
His second championship 100 of the season.
Yeah, no, well batted. Well batted. I think anyone who batted all day yesterday deserves, never mind a medal, deserves the George Cross, I think. So, but no, going back to Essex, they used to have their scoreboard on the side of a bus. Essex were nomadic up until about the 60s, where they made Chelmsford their base in the centre of the county. As Josh Shaw comes in and Organ flashes, doesn't get anything on it, no. So they made Chelmsford their base in the 60s because they used to play at Leighton in East London, they used to play it up at Colchester, up at Castle Park, they used to play at Westcliff, they used to play at Southend, at South Church Park, all over the county. And they used to take this bus and used to see it going up and down the A12 with their kit in it, and it also doubled up as a scoreboard down the side, and it was an old sort of charabanc type thing. It was a wonderful bit of history. As Organ clips out into the onside, and that is fielded there by Tom Price.
Tom was just walking out of the ground yesterday as I went to the car, and I think the conversation was something like, how warm was it out there? He said, well, we all had ice baths at the close, and I think ice baths at the close are actually not unusual, but I think he said he may have stayed in rather longer yesterday than perhaps on others. But it was stifling for the players yesterday.
Yeah. 2:26 for 2. Sure. Oh, that's well bowled. Vince didn't really know where that was. He thick inside edge that went back between his legs and squirted out to square leg. And I think we've got a little bit of rain in the air here, actually. I think there is a little bit of drizzle in the air. He said we might get a little bit.
James Healy was looking at one of those weather apps before we started, and he said that one of them, I mean clearly there are many, had suggested sort of a possibility of a shower at 12 o'clock. And we're a bit before that at the moment.
Shaw in, and Vince. I'm not sure if that was deliberately he meant to get it that fine, but it's run down to third man, and that's 4 runs, so 2:30 for 2. Talking of weathermen, I see that must be the hot weather, that a song that was out back in 1988 called John Ketley is a Weatherman by the Tribe of Toffs went back into #1 yesterday. And
there was a humorous exchange there between Chris Dent and Nick Cook. I don't know who said what to whom, but Nick Cook, just as the umpire at the college lawn, and just grinned and pushed Dent away as he ran towards his position back at slip.
His grandmother Bridget was on the ground, watches every game, didn't she, Bridget? She's a big Gloucestershire fan.
So 2:30 for 2. 2 overs until the second new ball. Here's Higgins in, and Organ again defends.
Cleve Hill in the distance is getting mistier and mistier.
Yes, I wonder if that precipitation might just be skirting round us.
And the lights over in the marquee opposite us are getting brighter and brighter.
No floodlights here, of course, for use during play. On an outground night, that was a lovely shot. That's through extra cover all the way along the ground. There won't be a chaser that's able to catch that. Graham Van Buren's off in just pursuit of the ball more than anything else. Just a lovely shot from Felix Organ. He has not played many of those. He's not driven very much, but that was as good as anything he offered up yesterday.
He played one straight drive, which was absolutely gorgeous, wasn't it, yesterday? But I'd say if you were looking at these two batsmen, Vince is far more aesthetic, isn't he?
Yeah, but Organ's done a really good job Higgins in, and that's gone straight to Miles Hammond. So Graham Van Buren has got a bit of a challenge here, and we mentioned this yesterday in terms of what does he do. Well, umpires are going to have a word here. I just wonder if there's enough drizzle in the air that they're...
Or the light, maybe, because it's got murky, hasn't it? It's got very murky.
It's not to do with the ball for once. Are they happy at the moment? Yeah, they're okay. They're going to continue at the moment. I think... And Gloucestershire didn't bowl a lot short yesterday. Zach Chappell bowled the odd short pitch ball, and there was a little bit from Higgins right at the close, but I think the ball is kept up, and always equally Gloucestershire could have spin from both ends if their light was really an issue. But I think
would they want it? Would are Gloucestershire happier to have a shortened game here and make Hampshire, who are chasing the title, declare and make a positive declaration?
Well, I think these two have not looked to push and prod around too much this morning. Vince made that very clear in Zafar's opening over by lofting him to the boundary at long on. So they just feel they might just be a little bit behind the game clock, if you like.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's too early to talk about declarations at the moment.
No.
You know, whilst there's bonus points to play for, no one's even going to consider it. But
Higgins past umpire Cook, and Vince again defends. Got a bit on. I mean, social media can be many things. It can be informative. It can be very funny at times, but equally it can be not the nicest place when the criticism is being dished out. But there were some sort of thoughts around yesterday that Hampshire might think about getting to north of 450 and then having a bowl. And obviously the higher the total, the higher the follow-on total, and the greater likelihood. Well, they are going to go off.
Yeah, they're coming off.
It's just because of that was the end of the Higgins over. The drizzle is clearly just enough in the... I wonder if it's probably a combination of drizzle and light here. And we've had this morning just 7 overs, 235 for 2. Umpires are actually going to take a reading, I think, on their meters. So
yeah,
I guess it's probably possible a combination of just a little bit of drizzle in the air and concern over light at the moment. But Organ's got to his century, and that, I suppose, was what he would want over this little phase of play. But Hampshire do have to just think about the time element. Anything that is lost in the day or lost in the match impacts on them, because quite rightly said, Dan, they are I mean, Gloucestershire need the points as well. They also want to try and win the game, but Hampshire, it's about championship, and that's, you know, you've got championship points at one end and relegation points at the other.
Yes, definitely. You know, Hampshire they need to make things happen. Surrey look like they're going to get a result. That game's moving on quite nicely, isn't it, against Essex, the Surrey game. They bowled Essex out for 11 wickets fell in the day yesterday in that game. So that game is moving along quickly. You'd like to think there would be a result there one way or the other. In fact, Surrey have just lost a second wicket, so they're 40 for 2 in response to Essex's 271 at the Oval. And we spoke yesterday about the Oval. There can be some placid pitches there, can't there? It can be quite dull at the Oval at times. We saw a little bit last year where 700 played 600, but that looks like it's a result wicket there. So Hampshire need a result here one way or the other, and maybe a draw wouldn't be good for them, because if they end up picking up 15 points against bottom of the table Gloucestershire and Surrey win, Surrey are then a win away. They're then sort of 25 clear of Hampshire, and that is really 2 wins, isn't it? Because with 8 points for a draw now, even you can imagine Surrey, even if they draw a couple of games, will pick up 10 to 15 points out of those drawn games. So really Hampshire would be 2 wins away, and with 5-6 games to go in the season, that's a big gap to jump up, isn't it?
So we've had just about half an hour's cricket here this morning, but the players have gone off. There is some drizzle, and it's very, very fine in the air, and also because of the cloud cover, I think it's maybe a combination of both drizzle and light that the players have gone off. So we'll leave you with the scene here at Cheltenham. Play has been temporarily suspended. That's the gymnasium, the college gymnasium, which doubles up, of course, as the pavilion during the festival. And there are the details at the bottom of the screen of where we are. Felix Organ having completed his 100 this morning, James Vince having already clipped that 1-6 off Zafar as well, and we've had 7 overs cricket. Match delayed, and we'll be back with you as soon as there is any news of a resumption. The one thing we should say is that if there is any rain about, the ground is so dry and so hard that it's almost impossible to see a lengthy delay because of that. Yeah,
but a brave man there. A brave man, but we never know. Hopefully, I think this is just a light shower passing through. In no way is it rain of big biblical proportions, but we'll be back as soon as we know more, and stick with us, and we look forward to seeing you back here, both Gloucestershire and Hampshire fans, and we'll see you back on the stream as soon as we know more.
Yeah, the ticker will keep you up to date with say where we are, and at the moment this morning Hampshire have added in the 7 overs cricket that we've had this morning 32 runs, and the overnight pair are still together. But currently at Cheltenham it's a scene of light drizzle, and covers being brought on just to protect the bowlers' run-ups and the main pitch. For the news as soon as we have it. Well, as you can see here at Cheltenham, the covers are still on, but the water hog is being used. The rain has stopped, I'm pleased to say, just about. And umpires Nick Cook and Graham Lloyd have made a call on the lunch interval, Dan, and they're going to bring it forward.
Yeah, it's going to be 12:45 now, so that means some serious sessions in the afternoon, doesn't it? So, but I think it makes sense. The square will take quite a while to actually clear with all the covers on it, and because we've got 2 squares here at Cheltenham, both squares have been covered, haven't they? So yeah, it's even longer to actually get all the paraphernalia off.
Yeah, the distant vision where we could normally see Cleve Hill, when as yesterday was, it was a very, very clear sky. You can't see Cleve Hill at the moment. But that was also the case when the rain was falling earlier. But the rain has just about stopped. It's not been heavy, so it really is just a mopping up exercise on the covers more than anything else for the ground staff. And obviously, because it's an outground, you don't have the kit that you would normally have at a main venue. So
yeah.
That's possibly why the umpires have moved the lunch interval,
but
basically that is just to maximise play, because if we're going to start at 1, there's only going to be a 20-minute break between 1 and 6:30.
Yeah.
Possibly later.
Well, I'm out of here this afternoon, then, so that's your problem, mate. No, so I would never be like that. But no, it is going to be longer sessions for the players. And it's a bit skewed, isn't it? It's a bit sort of. It's going to be an interesting one, and plenty of cricket.
And again, Gloucestershire out in the field for a long session, which is what we've been talking about so much this season. But in the half an hour's cricket we have had this morning, Hampshire added 32 in 7 overs. James Vince moved on his overnight score to 23 not out, and Felix Organ completed his century. Overall, his innings stats are now 18 fours from 234 balls. So 235 for 2. There's the score on the bottom of your screen, and there's the detail at the top about the revised lunch interval. And you can see the ground staff doing the essential mopping up. But hopefully, if that is the only rain that we're going to have today, it won't mean any great any great session of time in the game has been lost.
No, it won't. Going back to Felix Organ, the way he got to his 100 was a very pleasing clip off the legs, wasn't it? Just down to our left here. And I thought he deserved it. I thought anyone who could show the concentration in that heat of yesterday, who can battle through that sort of feat of endurance, I thought deserves his 100. And I thought he's played very well. He hasn't been particularly pleasing on the eye at times. He got stuck a little bit, but he got his way through it. He ground through it, and I thought he deserved it very much.
Yeah,
and,
he only made 9 yesterday afternoon between lunch and tea, which was
he did.
Which in a way took some doing, but he was prepared to.
But he's still there.
He was, as you said, he was prepared to concentrate and work his way through it.
You can't get the runs back in the pavilion.
Absolutely not. So play will resume in about an hour's time. Provided there is no more rain here at Cheltenham. The sky is brightening from where it was. So we'll be back with you just before 1:25 for what will be, in essence, a very long afternoon session. There's the score, Hampshire 235 for 2, and we'll be back with you at 1:20. Welcome back to Cheltenham, where we've lost a little bit of play. Obviously 25 past 11 was when the players went off, but we've had an early lunch and the ground staff have got things back to playable position again, and there will now be 84 overs in the remainder of the day. Play will go on until 7 o'clock, and tea, assuming no further interruptions, will be at 10 minutes past 4. So with only one over to go until the second new ball is due, I thought it was possible that Gloucestershire might just put the ball straight into the hands of their new ball pair, but they're not going to do that at the moment. Zafar Gahar's going to bowl from the College Chapel end, and Dave Bartlett's going to be back with us in just a moment for the first part of the afternoon session. The reason that Dave is back with us is two things. One, he enjoyed it yesterday, and two, Dan Whiting's gone off to his daughter's graduation, so that's perfectly legitimate. Organ has 106 and Vince has 23, and Gloucestershire have resuming after an early lunch here with a slip and a short leg to Zafar Gahar, and it's clipped straight up to Zach Chappell in the hat at mid-on. Zafar doesn't take very long to get through his overs, and Hampshire are underway here with a single to Felix Organ, just pushed out to Marcus Harris on the leg side. So 236 for 2. Dave, thanks for coming back in. Enjoyed your contributions yesterday when we could do your specialism of all things scientific, basically. I was completely unaware, for example, of this concept of the body weight going through the bowler's front foot. That was a proper education yesterday.
Yeah, absolutely. It's I think everyone knows the difficulties with the unnatural motion that occurs when you bowl a cricket ball.
Zafar Gahar probably not putting 95 kilos through his front foot. Bowls to Vince, who again gets a comfortable single up to mid-off. Do you find Zafar is light on his feet?
Yeah, Zaf is very, very low maintenance. I've had very little to do with Zaf, to be honest. The most I spent with Zaf was probably up at Lancashire. I think he bowled 60 odd overs.
That's right, yeah. Here he is wheeling in again here, and that's gone off may have flicked off those lightweight pads that Ollie Price is wearing at short leg, and Marcus Harris again does the fielding. Zafar about 5 paces in, and again that's defended by Felix Organ, who is now batting into his 5th session of the match. 107 he's got, and Zafar to vault him once more, and again he defends out on the leg side. So that is the 80 over mark. That is in theory the new ball period now for Gloucestershire, and it's hard to think, Dave, with only 2 wickets down, that Graham wouldn't jump at the idea. And in fact, there is this signal from Nick Cook, new ball to be taken straight away.
Absolutely, I think that was always the plan, and I suspect Tom Price and Hideo will take the new ball and try and get a chitty, as we call it, chitty bang bang. Try and get 2 down, get them 230 odd for 4. That's what we spoke about this morning, trying to get 4 down, and suddenly the scoreboard looks very different when you're 2 rather than 4. And we know Hampshire bat deep, and we're going to have to make some inroads. So I think this is a prime opportunity. It's obviously slightly more overcast than it was yesterday, so hopefully it'll start swinging around a bit and we can make the breakthrough.
Yeah, Tom was talking last night. I walked to my car and he was just leaving the ground at the same point. He had an ice bath at the close yesterday. Would all the players have an ice bath after play every day?
No. We always set up ice baths, and very much the players do what individually they feel they need to do to optimise their recovery.
Here is Price then into the attack. First ball of his working day, so to speak, and first ball with the second new ball as well, and dipped away for a single by James Vince. So 238 for 2 at the second new ball to stage, Hampshire, and I think they'll be wanting to double that score if they can. tactically in the game. You would have thought that's where they'd be wanting to get to. The question is how fast can they do it, and indeed can they do it. Price in. Ooh, squeezed. I was going to say past Hammond. It's a good stop. Very good stop at point. Just got down in time and may have landed a touch awkwardly there, but that was the outfield's still going to be fast despite that drizzle, and Hammond with a good tumbling stop.
Absolutely, he's one of our most athletic fielders out there, Miles, so you'd expect him to pull off those sorts of stops, stop runs being scored.
Price in again, and Organ content to come forward. Have you seen, and we didn't get a chance to talk much about this yesterday, have you seen sort of you spoke about the sort of the physical demands, the young man that was Tom Price, say April 2021, develop physically over the last 18 months or so? Come back to that after this ball. Here he is, bowling again to Organ. That is steered away past Hammond. It's a chase for him down towards the sort of pocket of space down at wide third man, and it will go all the way into the rope for 4. Just the way the ground is here at Cheltenham, there's sort of Tom Smith always used to talk about the pockets where you can run threes. They tend to be sort of out at not quite 45 degrees, but almost that, into the wider areas on the Thirlston Road side of the ground. I'm just about to Tom. He seemed to develop latterly during the back about of last season, took more wickets, and he's done that again this year. Here he's Price seen once more again. It's almost Yorker length, and Organ defends.
Yeah, no, Tom's been quite an interesting case study, really. Probably goes all the way back to the COVID year, 2020. We've always known Tom's got the skills and the mental fortitude to make it. He was actually struggling a lot with his side in COVID year in 2020. I think he played the first game against Warwickshire. Was that the first game? And then he had to miss a few games with his side. And over the last 2 years that's been now, we've done a lot of work with him physically, but also with Mark Thorburn, the bowling coach, because he was getting significant sort of side flexion, we call it, a real impaction of his left rib, which was causing rib bruising, which was then causing him pain every time he put an effort ball down. So he's been a real project both physically and technically as the science medicine team, and with Mark Thorburn, the bowling coach, to really work on his action. And I think we're now back into last season and this year we're now reaping the rewards, because he's got a beautiful action and he looks pretty stress-free as he comes into the crease.
And when we are going to have Zach Chappell from the Chapel End now, which was what we didn't have yesterday. At any point, he will share the new ball with Tom Price. And when you say it is a side problem, is that more often the side of the bowling arm or the opposite side?
It's almost always the opposite side. So at point of release, they really crunch down through that opposite side. So for a right arm seamer, it'll be their left side. And you can get two types of injuries with the side as Chappie comes in.
Here is Chappell, a distinctive, very high stepping run, but he's very vertical at the point of delivery. Zach Chappell, just get him the extra bounce, of course.
I've got something to upset you actually a bit with Chappie.
What's that?
He's wearing the wrong shirt. It's spelt wrong. So it's actually Zach Chappell from the Chapel End. So Mr. P on his shirt.
So how many shirts does he have with the right spelling?
He had 3 originally, spelt Chappelle, and then we did provide him with 3 spelt Chapel, but he's decided to pack the wrong ones from Nottingham. Yeah.
Oh, he's put the wrong one on again.
So Zach Chappell coming in now against Felix Organ, who drives him through the covers, and it's fielded by Zafar Doha. So, sorry to ruin your day, but it's Zach Chappell today from the Chapel End rather than Zach Chappell.
Just say our emails are open this afternoon at commentators@glosscc.co.uk. Any questions we'll try and answer. Technical ones regarding physics and body pressures and that sort of thing, Dave will do, needless to say. Chappell in again to Organ, and he's slashed at that. It's gone all the way past the slip cordon and all the way down to third man for forward. Chris Dent's going off to trot away and get the ball. How close was this? Not perhaps it's too easy to tell. The two slips are back in. How wide is this? Oh, it's quite a bit wider than we thought. No chance of a catch to Ollie Price.
Ollie Price is an exceptional slip fielder, so the fact he didn't even go for it suggests it was a fair distance wide of him. I think obviously Chris Dent at first slip and Pricey at second.
There is the added slight complication. It's of the slope here, so that you're diving up. You've got to make further ground if it is going low. Not much, but just enough can make the difference sometimes. Organ again, who gets that off the. Went to play forward and almost was in reverse with the shot when the ball hit the bat. Squeezed out on the offside. 247 for 2, with the 2 wickets to fall both yesterday. Ian Holland at Chapel LBW for 48, and then Nick Gubbins. It'll say caught Bracey, bowled Ollie Price on the card, but it won't tell you exactly how. And I did see a tweet last night of the actual footage of the catch, and it really was right between Bracey's pads, caught by his shins arguably. Clipped off his legs again by Organ. Good stop from Josh Shaw just in front of the rope, and they'll keep them down to a couple. Didn't touch the rope at any point, and we had an ideal view of that. It was just to the right of where Dave is sitting, and applause from Tom Price for the big Yorkshireman's effort.
It's always great to see Shelby do that. He's one of our more traditional fast bowlers. He's probably not the most athletic in the field, unlike Miles Hammond, who we were talking about, so good to see him get down there. I think a number of years ago that would have just raced off the 4. So.
Chapel past umpire Lloyd, and let go by Vince outside the off stump. 249 for 2 Hampshire. I'll just give you the scores in the other matches going on. Obviously, in theory, they would be taking lunch at 1 o'clock and resuming at 1:40. At Taunton, Somerset 324 for 6 against Yorkshire. Somerset winning the toss yesterday and choosing to bat. At the Oval, Essex 271, Surrey 93 for 4 in reply. At Edgbaston, where it is lunch, Warwickshire all out for 225 in reply to Kent's 165. So they've got a lead of 60, but that game's moving on at quite a pace. 20 wickets already fallen there, and I'll give you the score from Northampton in a minute after Price continuing the attack, and that didn't get up very much. Well, good low take from James Bracey right in front of Chris Dent. At Northampton 235, Lancashire 54 for 2. In a day, Dave, how much cricket do you actually watch? Because you've got other stuff to deal with in and around it. Do you find that, I don't wish to compare you to a groundsman, but do you tend to find that once play starts, there's only so much you can do?
Yeah, I always find it quite awkward. I suppose, although my job is partly the rehab and getting people physically prepared, you're also on emergency trauma watch, essentially, in case anyone gets
so
hit.
If something happens, you'll have to put the headphones down and on how you'll go.
Correct, which is why when you're up in the Yods at Bristol or at Old Trafford, I won't be able to join you, but when you're pitch side as close as we are, I can quickly make a swift entrance onto it. Probably might be my fastest entrance onto a cricket field from here, actually.
Vince waits again for Tom Price. Oh, what a lovely shot. That's all along the ground. Square drive for 4 for James Vince. Brings up the Hampshire 250.
I know this is a Gloucestershire stream, but you do get, when you go around and play teams, there are certain players you do want to watch, and the James Vince drive is one of them. It wasn't that
wide either, but it was just in the slot for Vince. And I know it's a different format, but he got a lot of runs in the T20, so just mentally you think he's probably in a very good place at the moment. 29 he's got. He was very cautious last night, and there was nothing to be gained really when he came in. Price to bowl again to him, and place that from the crease. And also you can tell that he's probably 4 or 5 inches taller than Felix Organ, if not maybe a little bit more. and that extra height does give him certain advantages, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. Talking about height, I actually had Ryan Higgins' mum ask me what sort of planet I was living on yesterday when I said that he was close in 6 foot. So I think he's actually more 5'8", 5'9". So if Ryan's mum's listening again, I apologise. He's probably 5'9" rather than touching 6 foot.
Yeah, well, maybe it's 6 foot with what the Kent stream commentator referred to as a quote. Short sides and broccoli haircut.
Yeah,
which I think was a very good way of putting it.
An apt description of Ryan at the moment. Yeah, I'm not sure where he's going with his haircut, but we do remind him regularly it's not a good look. But he's persisting with it, which is Ryan all over. He's a persistent fella.
Ambulance going potentially to the hospital, which is very much adjacent to this ground. I think it was. Dave might remember actually, Ian Cobain broke a finger in a net session pre-play here at Cheltenham, and all he had to do literally was go and walk over the road to A&E.
We've had a few walks over there to A&E. We had Ben Charlesworth who split his webbing. We had a wander over to A&E. We had Toey's finger. We've had mainly hand injuries, but yeah, it's one of the more convenient places. Convenient for commentary as a physio and convenient for A&E for a physio. So, I mean, there are some shocking grounds out there to try and watch as a physio. You can be miles away.
Chappell of this straight approach of his, and Organ has gone. He's edged it, and Bracey's taken the catch. Tried to take the bat away, and Organ slaps his glove against his bat. He's got to 118, and here is the breakthrough with the second new ball. Chappell from the Chappell end tried to almost take the bat away from that, and Bracey goes right across in front of Chris Dent to take the catch, and there is Dent just indicating that, well, it was a good decision by Bracey, and a good hand from the crowd to Felix Organ, who raises his bat as he walks off. 118 he made, and the numbers on that innings: 327 balls faced, 20 boundaries, and 4 hours. No, sorry, I've got the maths wrong way around there. 251 balls faced and 326 minutes. So nearly 5 3/4 hours at the crease, basically. And that's what you.
That's exactly what we were after. So hopefully, if we can get a chitty, get a bang bang, then we can put them under the pump a bit. And 250 for 4, 250 for 5. It's only a very different first innings scoreboard.
Yeah, and even in the last 3 or 4 festivals you've been at, Dave, you'll know that you can get wickets in clusters here, can't you?
Yeah, absolutely. Cheltenham, everything seems to happen. It can seem like it's pretty mellow and calm, and then everything seems to happen quickly. I think the Middlesex game last year, that was the case. It's suddenly Matt Taylor and Dan Worrell.
So Liam Dawson in, and Chappell greets him with a bouncer. Well, I think there was a note about cricketers taking wickets on their birthdays, and Matt Taylor took 4 for 0 on his birthday here last year in that game.
Did he?
At one start, but that was a spell of 4 for 0 in, I think it was 11 balls.
Yeah. And
that obviously made the big difference. Darryl Mitchell, who Gloucestershire saw plenty of in that game, has gone on obviously to have a very good time with New Zealand ever since.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Matt's birthday is the start of July. Is this the latest Cheltenham festival it's been? It's normally the first couple of weeks of July, is it not?
Oh, I mean, it depends how far you want to go back. It used to be in August.
Oh, right. When was that?
Oh, many moons ago. A long time ago. It would have been, certainly well within school holidays for state schools. Let's put it like that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well within that. Very unusual for Cheltenham to be over by the end of July. Very, very unusual, and more often than not, it was hardly started by that point. Chapel in, and Dawson lets that go, gets his bat well out of the way.
It'll be fascinating to see
no
what the
ball,
future
I think.
of,
No, that was the call. That just 2 to go in the over. The umpires do after 4 balls. The umpires always check that the other one knows that there are two deliveries left, and sometimes you just wonder, particularly from our vantage point, whether they've called for a no ball, but not in that instance.
Yeah, no, they're always signalling 2 to jump. What do you think the future of Cheltenham Festival looks like, especially with the?
What do I think it looks like?
Yeah, especially if there's a change in the fixture schedules, less first-class games.
There were all sorts of questions about that at the members' forum this morning.
Whether
Dawson defends.
I suppose until we know what the working committee come up with as the professional game and what next season might look like. Then.
That is exactly what David Jones and Will Brown were talking about. So Steve Snell represented the coaching panel, and David Jones is the chairman, and Will Brown, obviously CEO, representative like the off-field side of the club. And there were various cricketing questions, and then eventually we got to, well, what about the future of Cheltenham? And I'll come back to what David said on that in a moment. Dawson again lets that go. End of the over, successful over for Zach Chappell, so a good call for Graham Van Buren to give him the second new ball. He's bowled 14 overs in all. He's taken 2 for 37, the loanee from Notts. And so David's start point really was, we kind of have to look at what the fixture schedule looks like first. But it is a very commercially successful period to bring the club lock, stock and barrel to Cheltenham.
Yep.
It would be hard to justify it for fewer than one match, or fewer than one. For only one match, but be more accurate. Therefore, I think the club would look to retain it as far as they could. Price past umpire Cook starts a new over, played in the ground by James Vince. But the caveat in all that is not only how many games do you have, but when are those games played?
Yeah, exactly. So the ECB have a directive of when the rounds of county championship fixtures are. So,
and what the point that Will made was that the new 100 TV contract, which now runs to 2028. The way he put it was, you've got a broadcaster dictating part of the fixture schedule rather than the ECB trying to decide it themselves. That's played away by Vince into the onside. So Andrew Strauss's Red Bull review is in September.
Correct.
And you've got all these pieces in the jigsaw kind of coming together, and what are the known bits at the moment? Well, the known bits are number one, nobody knows what's going on.
Yeah.
Number two, Will has, I think, said that as far as he is aware, after this ball I'll complete what that phrase was. Here is Price in again. Well, Vince plays inside that. I think he probably played the clothesline shot there, so we can say he didn't actually push hard at that ball, but it did go through to James Bracey. The finishing positions for this season will be the positions that are used in the setup for 2023. By the looks of it, if you just roll that back a stage, what you'd probably like in the ideal world would be, we'll start in 2024 and the teams will start in 2023 knowing what they're playing for. What it looks like is going to happen is that you've got to play this season not knowing what the target should be. Vince plays that all past Miles Hammond. There's a chase for him down towards the boundary at wide third man. He'll hold it in and they'll get just a reasonably comfortable 2. There's never a third on Hammond's arm. Vince advances by 2. He goes to 31. Dawson still yet to score. So is finishing 7th in the first division this year actually terrible? Well, the team that finishes 7th won't know that until the structure is set up. If it's 3 6s, is it going to be 10 and 8 next year, 2 9s? Who knows? But the impression that Will gave at the forum this morning was that once the structure is known, he would certainly want to bat hard to keep Cheltenham in its rightful place as the club see it. Vince again defends, and David's line was more from a commercial point of view, basically saying that the club make money here, they make money out of red ball cricket here. The wider question, I suppose, might be, does it mean, and this is my view, not David's view, does it mean that red ball cricket may come to Cheltenham but white ball cricket may not? That's a possibility, because white ball cricket is commercially good at Bristol. Vince gets that off the bottom of the bat, up to Ryan Higgins at mid-off on the bounce, makes the stop.
I mean, you can say first-hand from the cricket department, it's one of the first questions. You get the. I wrote a piece about this on the club website in the winter. The fixture list comes out, and normally just before Christmas, came out in January this year, and it's one of the first questions you have. Is when are we playing Somerset? That's a massive question, and who have we got at Cheltenham? Because everyone absolutely loves coming up here. Absolutely loves it.
And I'll just put something to you then in a moment here. Price again sees Vince defend. End of Price is over. 257 for 3. One of the questions from the forum was actually about kind of, dare I say, stupid travel arrangements where you've got long trips or return trips to grounds you have to go to twice in different competitions. So I wondered, and I just threw this into the mixer in terms of thoughts wandering around the ground today when the players were off the field. Could there be a situation, and this is probably far too sensible, where you go to a ground and play a white ball game, let's say on a Saturday, and you start a red ball game on a Sunday against the same opponent? So you're making one journey, but you're playing the same opposition in two different competitions. And I'll explain why it's that way around in a moment. Here's Chappell in, and Dawson gets well out of the way of that, leads his bat well in the air, and it goes through to Bracey. If you play it the other way round and the match finishes early, you're then hanging about waiting for the second game. If the game is over in 3 days, you travel home and you gain a day. What I haven't computed is whether that factory would allow enough rest in between, because that you're then playing 5 days out of 7 if you're going back to back.
Yeah, I think there'll be two counter arguments from the cricket department for that, which
you'll quite happily share.
Yeah, absolutely.
Here is Chappell in. I mean, so I did it from a logistical point of view.
Yeah.
And your point from the cricket department would be?
Firstly, around recovery. I think recovery will be difficult if you go back-to-back games, and I think 4-day cricket is challenging, and essentially you're making it 5-day cricket then, which I just think will be physically very, very demanding, and therefore your quality of the red ball game might be affected. I don't know how groundsmen would feel about preparing. So they'd obviously have to prepare a fresh wicket for that red ball game, so that might be challenging if you're playing on the white ball game. So they've basically got to prepare 2 wickets for the back-to-back days. And
Chappell in again to the new man Dawson, who's off the mark and away. He has a chase down towards the boundary at deep backward point. It's a good chase too. They will take 2, but that's all. And applause from the spectators for the pursuer. It's Hammond again, I think, down there.
The third one, which I think a lot of people from the cricket department would say, because I remember when I first started in county cricket, which was 2013-14, they used to do almost T20 games sporadically in between the season, and most of the players, what they want is blocks of red ball and white ball cricket, because it's very hard to switch. And therefore I think you've probably got 3. You're right, from a logistical operational point of view it makes complete sense, but I think from a ground staff, from a cricket department, and from a science and medicine point of view, I think you'd probably have 3 quite strong arguments against that, which is I'm not sure.
So if you, Dave Bartlett, were given a blank piece of paper and a pen, I'm not saying when you would start and when you would finish, but what do you think those blocks should look like?
I obviously I've heard many of these sort of conversations around the future of county cricket and how it looks, and I think we have to be very clear as to what I think so many people get into these arguments because they're almost arguing apples and pears, and what are we looking to achieve? Because I think there are two very different strands. You've got producing the best players for England and producing players to perform for England is one strand, and you could do a schedule that really optimises producing England players. And then you've got another argument which is about the history and the tradition of the counties. And I think because there is so much cricket now, it's very hard to keep both of those parties happy. And you're going to have to, at some point, someone's going to have to go, actually, this is it. And actually, my personal opinion is that England cricket is the pinnacle, and England cricket is where the majority of money is created. The ECB give 1.8 million or whatever it is to all the counties, and that needs to be the priority, is the English cricket teams and England cricket, and everything we should be doing as county is a pathway to be producing England players, and that's what we should be looking to do. So therefore, if you're therefore creating a schedule, the first thing you need to do is look at the England schedule, and then you can work backwards.
So 2:59 for 3 here, and I've just done the maths here on number of days play. So at the moment there are 79 potential days play. Price in and clipped away by Vince, but straight to mid on, no run. 79 days cricket potentially for Gloucestershire to play, plus also knockouts. So that's 56 days of championship cricket, 14 days at 40 matches over 4 days, 14 games in the T20, and 9 matches. I should be 78. Can't add up. 8 matches in the Royal London, so 78. There was one idea which was 10 Red Bull games, 10 games in the T20, and 10 games in the Royal London with kind of groups of 6. Well, that would only be 60 days. That would be a significant reduction. I'll come back to that with Dave in a moment. We've got another guest with us, which we're very welcome to have. And when Vince tries to just pull that around the corner, it's taken by James Bracey. He didn't get in the right place to play that at all. We'll introduce Nick Gubbins in a moment, because he's been very kind enough to give his time and present a Hampshire point of view what's going on in this match. So if you were going from 78 days cricket, how many days cricket would you like ideally?
I mean, I think the way we've got 18 counties. Personally, I think there's too much Red Bull cricket, and I think physically it's very demanding and actually reduce the quality of cricket. I would go to 3 groups of 6 and play each other twice, home and away. So it's a genuine competition where you haven't got the draw of games sometimes helps some people and doesn't help others. So I think 10 games of Red Bull cricket. The way I would structure it, I think having 3 divisions would be dangerous for that 3rd division. So I would have, I don't know if they've thought about this, but I could copyright this or paint in this. I think you should have a top division, Division 1, who compete for the county championship, teams of 6, and then 2 divisions that are on a par below that. So you'd have Division 2A and Division 2B, which are essentially conference systems. And then what I would do is then Division 2A and 2B are completely level, and the team that comes top of Division 2A and top of Division 2B play each other in September to go into Division 1, and the team that comes 6th in Division 1 get relegated into... You have to relegate 2 though, don't you? I don't think you could relegate 2 if you went to 6, because then you've got 33% of your teams being relegated at any time. I think you should only have a turnover of 1 team each way. But if you are... This is an interesting argument, might have this with Nick in a moment. If you finish top of one of those divisions, you've got 2 key injuries at the end of the season, that really is very unfortunate for you in almost like a knockout situation. Yeah, but that's no different to the FA Cup final or the Premiership Rugby final. That's just sport, isn't it? Nick Gubbins, who got 100 on this ground last season in Hampshire's match against Gloucestershire, has been kind enough to give us his time today. The last time, Nick, I think I saw you was also on the end of a microphone at Radlett, when you were, I think, carrying drinks for a
T20 match, which was ultimately finished in very dark conditions. When was that? Was that last year? Was that?
No surprise I was carrying drinks again. But yeah, no.
Because I think we had a very long mic lead, and you walked past it not inadvertently. You deliberately picked it up. Because Kevin Hand was on commentary with us at that point. He'd made some comment, and I think you'd heard it and picked up the microphone, which was great, but you'd rather pick up a bat. So what's it like out there in the middle?
Yeah, I think it's a pretty good wicket. The stats usually here at Cheltenham are that it is a good place to bat, and I think we had obviously no hesitation yesterday in winning the toss and bowling. We're going to look to bat as long as possible here. So we had a really good start by Felix Organ and Ian Holland. And yeah, we're going to look to grind Gloucester today.
Here is Chappell into skipper James Vince, who plays that out on the offside. Is Vince in a very good mental place at the moment with his batting, given all his runs in the T20?
I think so. I think any time you watch James Vince bat, you think what a player he is. So yeah, he's been playing really well for us this year, and yeah, he's been looking really good in the nets, and hopefully here he bats for a long time, because if he does that, he'll put Hampshire in a very, very strong position, that's for sure. And
after this ball, perhaps you can give me the answer to this. Tactically, bat once, and how many runs do you want, do you think? I'll give you after this ball from Chappell, which Vince square drives. It's a chase for Hammond down towards that boundary on the Sanford Road side of the ground. They will come back for 2. His return is high to James Bracey, 262 for 3.
Yeah, we probably have an awareness that we have to score a lot of runs this game in order to push for a win, because you'd probably expect Gloucester with 2 innings on here to bat long. So we know that we've got some dirt time coming up if we're to win this game of cricket, but we know that scoreboard pressure does funny things, and if we can get a big score on the board, then anything's possible.
And to that end, there's a balance in how quickly you get those runs as well. Chappell in, and Vince lets that go.
Yeah, I think naturally our mid to lower order are very positive and aggressive anyway. Obviously you got Vincey now, who scores quickly whenever. Ben Brown next, Naren Donald, and then the likes of James Fuller down the order. So we've built a platform, and that was our aim yesterday. And yeah, today we really want to expand and get as many runs as we can today. And then yeah, we'll see what happens. But we really back our bowling attack on any wicket.
And Felix wasn't bothered about getting 9 in an hour and a half yesterday, was he? He was just concerned to build the platform for you.
Yeah, you've got to remember it's 4-day cricket at the end of the day.
Chappell in, and Vince plays that into the ground. Actor Zafar Gohar in the covers.
There are going to be peaks and troughs of scoring, especially I think on this ground, because the wicket is quite slow, although the outfield's fast, wicket is slow, so there will be peaks and troughs of scoring, and you will have those times when scoring does dip, but generally if you keep a positive mindset like Felix did, then you will have those kind of flurry of boundaries, which we've also seen today.
Yeah. Is it a wicket where you think you can trust the bounce?
I think so. I think for now you can. Maybe as the game goes on, there might be the odd lower bounce. We've seen a couple scoot low.
Chappell from the Chappell end, and Vince off his pads down to Dominic Goodman, who's on the subfield just at the moment.
I think fundamentally at the moment it's a very, very good wicket to bat on. So yeah, we are under no illusions that we're going to have to bat long. We've got to make use of winning that toss, bat long, and as I say, scoreboard pressure does funny things no matter what the wicket is. So it will be interesting to see how it deteriorates, because last year it did spin towards the end of day 3, day 4. So that was a massive factor in us winning here last year. So we're looking probably to do the same again in that regard.
Yeah, we've got Nick Gubbins with us in the commentary marquee this afternoon. Thank him for his time, and you'd be rather out there in the middle, obviously, but and an unusual dismissal yesterday. James Bracey somehow getting the ball trapped between his pads.
Yeah, firstly, I didn't really know how I nicked it, if I'm honest. I don't know whether it came out of a fuller foot hole, or if it just spun on me. But yeah, and then obviously lodged between Bracey's legs, which I was a bit unsure about as well. But yeah, I guess it's cricket, isn't it? But it's really nice to see other guys putting their hand up. Felix Organ, Dutchy obviously or Ian Holland, as you know, getting us off to a good start. And yeah, I mean, we bat a long way down, so you know, it's just one of those things. It's not my turn this week. It's going to be someone else's. So really looking forward to seeing the boys rack them up now.
Well, James Vince, actually on 35, has now got to exactly 11,000 first-class runs.
Hey, Vincey.
In his career.
Answer me a question for Nick then, from a batting perspective.
Dave can do that in a minute. Here's Tom Price in, and Vince is away again here, down towards.
I showed a lift up
square
to Cheltenham today with a rather animated Ryan Higgins, who was berating his luck this season because he feels that there's been a clear directive to make the wickets flatter, and he thinks the Duke's ball has completely changed and it's obviously softer. We're seeing so many ball changes, and it's been this perfect storm of flatter wickets and balls doing less.
Yeah.
Is that Ryan being bitter because we've been?
No, I think it would be interesting to see what the balls from last year would have done on these wickets.
Price in, and Dawson defends.
Apparently they've changed the balls. I mean, I'm not a bowler, so I don't really look into these things too much, but maybe the seams are smaller this year, and whether that's affected them going out of shape and that sort of thing. What obviously we've all seen is the ball changes either straight away or after 10 overs, which have changed the momentum of games, you know, for a team or against a team at times. And yeah, it has obviously been better to bat, especially down the order, as the balls have got softer.
Price, post umpire Cook, and
well, I think that was
Dawson works that into the leg side. Sorry, Dave.
That was Ryan's point, was that you can either make the wickets flatter or you can make the balls do less, but doing both things at once, which seems to have happened this year, has just been an absolute bowler's graveyard. So have you noticed the ball doing less?
Oh, yeah, definitely the ball has done less, but I think what it has shown is it's you've had to work for 20 wickets, and I think the teams that are prospering this year have the best bowling attacks and have worked out how to take 20 wickets. For example, we've started matches and, you know, our great seam attack have nipped out teams, and then they've been, you know, unable to do so on day 3 and 4, and we've had to go to Liam Dawson, Felix Organ.
Price once more. Oh, that's on the bounce, but forced away by James Vince. Square of the wicket through the covers once more. That's quite square, not really through extra cover, and Hammond just saw it race past him up towards the gymnasium boundary.
So I guess in a sense it's done its job, in a sense that the first class game was going the wrong way in terms of green seamers, 70 mile an hour seamers. Maybe it's gone too far the other way. That's not for me to comment. Maybe, I'm not sure. Maybe it has gone too far the other way, but I think it's better this way round than what it has been the last few years. I think that's for sure. I think it's going to be better for Test cricket in the long term, in batters learning to score a lot of runs and bowlers learning to take wickets on flat ones.
Price in, and Vince just starting to motor now. He's got 40 off 79. He only had 6 off 35 at the start of play today.
I think I'd be slightly worried as a Gloucester fan, because James Vince doesn't often net before the day of a game. He's usually an Under Armour man into a net, but he was in the nets this morning and he looked like a hungry man. So from a Gloucester point of view, in that regard, I'd be slightly worried.
The Hampshire captain waits once more for Tom Price to come in, and again that's forced through the biggest gap through extra cover. Van Buren's on the chase. They'll take only one though. Hampshire up to 270 for 3. Remember, 110 overs for their batting potential batting points, and there is the full card as it stands at the moment. 89 overs gone, so 21 overs to go. 400 would be a tall order from here in 21 overs, but James Vince might have other ideas. Tactically though, Nick, it's yes, bonus points are relevant, but it's more about where you are in the time element of the game, isn't it, from here?
Say it again, sorry.
In terms of batting points, yes, they are relevant, but actually where you are with runs and time in the game is probably more relevant.
Yeah, I think it's something to keep an eye on.
Chappell continuing his spell with the second new ball, and that's
it's probably not something to base a game plan around, but if there are 10 overs to go, or sorry, if there are say 4 overs to go and you're 20 runs off a bonus point, then you probably kind of take note and just think, okay, can we just quickly motor here to get that bonus point? And I think at the end of the season, we saw last year, when coming so close to winning the championship, every point matters. So it's definitely something that is taken into consideration the nearer you get to the 110 overs and the bonus points. But until then, it's just going to be batting positively, I think, and building on this decent start.
Chapel again, Vince. That's that go outside the off stump. We discussed this. Dave was on commentary yesterday, and the consistency of the Hampshire selection in red ball and white ball cricket this season, where you've used so few players in the red ball team. Is that fortune with injuries, or is that because of very, very good planning during the winter about, right, this is the ideal group and everybody stays fit, that people know what their jobs are, and the same with the white ball side?
Yeah, I think credit initially has to go to the science and medical department for getting our bowlers fit for what's required. Also,
Chapel in again to Vince, who's not afraid to let the...
Also, I think looking at our seam attack, particularly in red ball cricket, they're very experienced guys. They know exactly what they need to do to prepare and get through a season. They know their bodies really well. And then a bit of luck as well. You know, fortunately, we've avoided the impact injuries of, you know, we had one with Joe Weatherly with his broken finger, but you definitely need a bit of luck there. And then, yeah, it's momentum. A winning side, you generally don't change. So it's been tough to break into both sides. But once you're in one of the sides, you know you get the full backing from the coaching staff.
Chapel under overcast skies. In and Vince again off the back foot.
It's a glorious shot.
Again, a chase for Hammond, and he won't haul it in. That slope, the ball does run away down there once it beats the infield. And this isn't the biggest playing area at Cheltenham. And
I can bore you to death with a study that was done, cross-sport study around injury rates, and it looked at, you know, football, Champions League football teams, rugby teams, cricket teams, all sorts of team sports. And the teams with the lowest injury rates, very simply put, were the teams that were winning. And I think there's some...
Happy dressing room is an empty physio's room by and large.
Is that the old chicken and the egg, Dave? Or what's...
I don't think so, because I think there's a couple of psychological reasons as to why, you know, there are people out, everyone's carrying needles. I think no one's ever out there 100%, but certainly the bowlers. And I think it's your mental sort of robustness and to get out there on the field. And I think it's a lot easier to do that. But there's a lot of more reasons to do that in a winning side.
Yeah.
Because you know what it's like. You don't want to give up. If you're winning, you don't want to give up your place in the team. You want to be the one out there. You want to be the one that's scoring the goal that takes you to the next round, or taking the wickets, or scoring the runs.
Here is Chapel again. Vince into the ground this time, out on the offside.
The one thing I would say, and it'd be interesting, your take on this, Dave, is watching the way that Mo, Barks and Kyle prepare themselves for 4-day cricket and the summer. I don't see a huge amount of them in the gym. I mean, in terms of lifting weights, I mean, I definitely see Mo doing a lot of stretching. He's the most flexible guy around in terms of he'll squat down to the ground and try and ask us to do it, and I feel like a 6-year-old when I do it. No offence there. But yeah, I don't see them lifting massive weights, but they bowl a lot of overs, and obviously there are a lot of young fast bowlers in England at the moment who are struggling with injuries, and you just wonder how much gym work they're doing and how much bowling they're doing. But it's not my area of expertise.
Come back to your point. Keith Barker's 35, Kyle Abbott's 35, Mo Abbas is 32. Clipped away by Dawson for a single down to deep backward square. So they, as you say, they know what works for them, and they do enough, but not too much.
Mm. Yeah, I think I spoke about this yesterday. I think there are two reasons that we work in the science medicine team. The first one being injury prevention, and the second one being optimising physical performance. Marcus Harris is just clapping me, so he knows that I'm talking absolute nonsense.
Price 0 for 55 at the moment.
So I think everything you do in the gym has to be one of those two things.
Price from the College Lawn end down the leg side. That kept a bit low. Well, there was an impact on the pad on the way through. Couldn't tell from our vantage point, which is at sort of extra cover. Here's a second look at that and see how there was genuinely as little bounce as it appeared. Yes, that did scoot a bit.
I think we went through a phase of definitely getting people too big, too strong and too heavy. I think New Zealand came up with an interesting theory of, I don't know the exact figures, but if you're 6'2", they didn't want anyone heavier than 92 kilos, so it was almost around pound for pound strength.
Price with 2 slips in, or half a stride forward from James Vince, and then he went back.
So I think it's important to be strong enough to be able to perform your job and know what you need to be able to do, and I think that comes with time and that comes with age. And I think your three guys have been playing cricket for 16 years. They know exactly what they need to do, and I think there's an individual aspect to it. You know, we've both seen people like Stephen Finn, Tim Murtagh. They weren't massive gym people either. Easy.
Might come back to ask Nick about the T20 success at the weekend in a moment. Here's Price in, and again just leg side enough that James Vince can squeeze that out on the leg side. Although you weren't involved on the field, are you very much sharing in the joy and the emotion of that success at the weekend?
Absolutely. The whole club naturally are absolutely buzzing. It's not just the 11 blokes on the pitch, it's the whole squad that feel that win, and all the guys were up there celebrating with them as well, which was great. And it's been a really nice thing about the squad this year.
Price in once more. Dawson wanted one there, but there was never a single.
There's been a really nice vibe in the squad this year, because as you mentioned, the teams have been very different, the Blast team and the Champo side, but we've all celebrated each other's success. So when we've won 4-day games, all the T20 players have been down celebrating wins with us, and likewise when the T20 Blast guys have won, we've been at the ground celebrating, having beers with them. So naturally the culture's pretty good when you're winning. So at the moment everyone's on a bit of a high, especially after that.
Here's Price once more. Oh, Dawson gets how thick an edge was that? I think it was past Price. It was all the way along the floor. Wasn't a chance. And he'll save 4 in the book.
What's been the big difference with James Fuller this year? So we obviously know he played at Gloucestershire. We both know him from our time in Middlesex, and he's always in training. You've seen him. He's a $1 million cricketer. He hits the ball a long way. He can bowl the ball 90 mile an hour. He's a jet in the field. But this year, just everything seems to have clicked for him, and he's obviously came high in the T20 MVP. He's doing brilliantly in the red ball.
He's quickly turning into my favourite cricketer, I think, to watch. He's anyone who's played with James Fuller knows how talented he is. Absolutely. I mean, everyone who's played with him has been like, geez, this guy can be absolutely anything, you know. There's not many better ball strikers and guys who can bowl at that pace as well as be as good as he is in the field, just athletic.
Chappell continuing quite a long spell with the new ball here from the Chappell end. But it can only be one there, down to Josh Shaw at long leg. Hampshire ticking along here, just the one success for Gloucestershire with the second new ball, the removal of Centurion Felix Organ. Zach Chappell taking his wicket, Organ eventually out for 118.
Sorry. In terms of, you say what's changed, I guess, is probably what people are realising this year or recognising, and that's why you say the word change, is his consistency. He's had amazing moments and amazing games in the past, but probably never as consistent as he has done this season.
Chappell. Dawson went to shot that away, but didn't get enough on it.
I'd probably put that down to a few things. I think our new bowling coach, Pop Walsh, he's renowned for being, one of the best bowling coaches in the country. I think he's worked really well with James and made it really clear for him. Not that I'm privy to those conversations, but it looks like they've got a really good relationship. That's one of the reasons I'd say with his bowling why he's been so successful.
Chappell, very upright approach from that's gone a long way. That's 6 runs from Dawson, well over Josh Shaw's head and just past the Prem Club marquee at long leg. took on the short ball and got plenty on it. And Josh Shaw's just asked it for the ball to be returned from way to our right-hand side. That was plenty a big enough hit from Liam Dawson.
I think it was slightly top edgy, but chap has obviously got good bounce, good pace, and it's not a big boundary, so it flew over our heads. And yeah, I wouldn't say he was in total control of that. And you can see Gloucestershire sent a man back to deep square leg, recognising that he probably wasn't fully in control there, Liam Dawson.
So will Chappell try it again, or is that the double bluff? Down the leg side.
Good pace, good pace. And just back to James Fuller, so obviously working with the new bowling coach. I think it's been real clear his role for us this year. In the side, he's almost an X-factor player. So with the ball, he comes on when there's not much happening and bowls fast. With field set back, he can then bowl attackingly and try and get wickets. And with the bat, I mean, he's just gone out there and just played positively. Everyone knows what he can do. And I think once you add it all up together, it's just confidence. Confidence is a massive thing in sport, particularly this sport. And he's got the full back of the side, and he's confident.
There's another big blow once more.
Shot.
That's 4 more. That's in front of square. He's really piled into that, or climbed into that. And here's a second look at it on the replay.
Yeah, that was a better cricket shot. Although it only went for 4, that was fully in control along the ground this time.
Sorry, Dave. I think you going to say something? No, you weren't. Having a look for the ball. Obviously, you were a newbie in at Hampshire on a full-time deal this year. Obviously, on loan last year. Ben Brown's also come in, having come from Sussex. What impact has he made? Because he's obviously scored heavily in his first-class career and is continuing to do that now. Yeah,
what a signing he was in the winter.
Chappell round the wicket. Dawson ducks under a short one.
Yeah, I mean, his record speaks for itself. But I think the thing with Ben is you're not just signing, a good wicket keeper and an ability to score big runs. I think you're signing someone who's very experienced, knows their game, an ultra competitive bloke who wants to win trophies, and that fits the mould of Hampshire cricket. Our whole thing about the club is, or about our team is, we want to win trophies, and if we're not winning trophies, we're not content. And while that can be dangerous at times, it also drives people forward, and I think Ben only adds to that.
And was that when you went on loan to the Aegeus last year, was that something that you saw and you thought, actually, I want to be part of this?
It's one of the first things that inspired me when I sat down with A.D. Birrell and James Vince. Is the first thing they said to me is, we want to win a championship. And you don't need to say too much more. I guess every side wants to win the championship, and they'll say that, but there were a number of things that I looked at Hampshire and was like, these guys are serious here. They're not just saying it for the sake of saying it. Anyone can say it, but there's been a lot of actions since then that have showed me that these guys do want to win a championship, and being a part of that now is in that push to try and win a championship is really inspiring.
Ryan Higgins is coming on from the college law then. I'll just pick up on what Nick said there in a moment. Higgins in, and Vince waits for that and just dabs it out on the offside. So, pursuing Surrey as you are, how good a side do you think they are?
Well, they're 100 for 7 at the moment, which is nice to see. But no, they are an excellent side, and we went down to the Oval earlier this year, and they outplayed us that game.
Higgins again, in past umpire Cook, on the bounce to Miles Hammond at point.
I think they've always had a really strong batting lineup in years gone past, but I think this year what's really clicked for them is their bowling department. They've obviously signed Dan Worrell, who you all know very well. A hell of a signing in domestic cricket, considering he's not an overseas. And then they've got Jamie Overton to click this year, and he was highly impressive when we played against them.
Higgins in, and Vince gets one outside the off stump. But that looked to be quite low. James Bracey took that right by his bootstraps, going away in front of Chris Dent. There's a second look at that last delivery from Higgins, How low is Brace? It's not quite as low as I thought. The angle is deceptive here at Cheltenham because we are watching the game not from the gymnasium balcony, which is where the written press are and the scorers and the analysts, but from ground level. So our view is slightly different to theirs, and sometimes the trajectory of the ball not that easy to see.
You obviously won the county championship in 2016.
Mm-hmm.
What are the correlations, or what do you see in this Hampshire side that you saw in that successful team that you played such a massive? You scored 1,000 runs that year, didn't you?
Mm.
What do you see? What are the similarities do you see here that you talked about?
I think first and foremost, the captain is highly impressive. I think in 2016 we had Adam Vogers, and was then taken over by James Franklin at Middlesex, and they were two very experienced, calm guys, calm captains. And having played under Ern Morgan in white ball cricket, I can see correlations with James Vince.
Here is Higgins, and Vince was going to go up to mid-off, I think, on the inside half of the bat in the end, and it ended up going up to Tom Price at mid-on.
He, the key things with Vincey's leadership is the calmness. If you ever see him on a ground, even at Edgbaston the other night, there was absolute chaos happening in the last ball, and he just projected clarity and calmness all around. Told the team exactly what Nathan Ellis was going to bowl, and just to calmly get it into the keeper wherever it went on the bounce.
It's pushed a bit at that. It might just have straightened a little off the seam that was taken by James Bracey, but Hampshire still well placed here. 293 for 3. Remember, we were playing 84 overs from the resumption at 25 past 1. Play going through till 7 o'clock, and tea will be at 10 minutes past 4.
Vincey said his biggest fear the other night on that final ball was it being hit up into the air, and obviously being a free hit because it was a no ball. Someone just obviously losing themselves in the moment, catching it and celebrating and throwing the ball up in the air. So he said that was his biggest fear, but luckily it didn't get to a fielder. It just went through to Ben McDermott. But it just shows you the clarity of thought that the calmness that he was projecting to the rest of the squad. I think it seeps into everything else we do.
What's he like as a character? So we only see him outside, and I think you can read so many books on leadership and management of things, and good leadership you can essentially whittle down to two things, and that's clarity and positive energy. I mean, he looks very calm, he looks very almost unemotional from the outside. What's he like in the dressing room? Yeah, unemotional,
definitely on the outside. Maybe not when he gets out, which is can be quite amusing sometimes.
Is he a blower-upper?
He has been known to blow up. We're all blower-uppers, aren't we, really, deep down?
Josh Shaw into the attack from the Chapel end. Ooh, tries the Yorker at Liam Dawson.
Looked like a tired ball, that. Or a stiff ball, at least.
It might be a stiff ball. He's only bowled 12 overs.
Yeah, it looked like a stiff ball, that.
He's not too tired.
And then I guess you speak about those correlations with 2016. I think the ability to take 20 wickets, our bowling department, really. We feel like no matter the surface, here we're wherever we go, we'll be able to take 20 wickets, whether it's a seamer or a spinner. We've got those bases covered.
Shaw was wide outside the off stump. Dawson didn't move his feet, but he had to stretch for it.
And I suppose it goes back to that point we were just saying about having the consistency of the team. In 2016 that seam attack was pretty. Finn, Roland Jones, Murtagh, James Harrison, Ollie Rayno. It's pretty much the same through the whole thing. And you guys are Abbott, Abbas, Barker, Dawson, and James Fuller.
I think that's the most important thing in 4-day cricket, is to have the ability to take 20 wickets. Batsmen are to a penny at times.
Shaw once more. Dawson again lets that go.
Every team will score runs. Every batsman will go through veins of form. But I think the consistent ability to take 20 wickets is perhaps, I think, the most important thing when it comes to winning championships. And we've got to wrap our bowlers up in cotton wool and make sure they're fit the whole year.
And that, of course, is where Dave has had problems this season, with bowlers being fit part of the time but not all of the time. Shaw in under grey skies now.
What about your game though, Nick? So obviously in 2016 you scored 1,000 runs in that season, which was hugely influential to winning the county championship. I don't believe you've reproduced that since. Like, what do you think you were doing so well then, and how do you try and re-encapsulate?
Yeah, I guess back then you kind of jump on the back of team success, don't you? Naturally, when the team's doing well, you're enjoying your cricket more, and things go your way. The wickets were pretty good back then in 2016 at Lords.
Shaw straight by Dawson up to mid-on,
which tended to help. And yeah, since there have been some good years and some leaner years, I think that naturally comes with cricket, the ups and downs of learning your game. But I think kind of at 28, now I feel like I really know my game well. And yeah, since moving to Hampshire, I'm really pleased with the way I've played and gone about things. And yeah, so in the years to come, really looking forward to my best years ahead, and feel like I'm at a good place in Hampshire.
Shaw first over of a new spell. He's pulled by Dawson straight to Van Buren at mid-wicket. So Shaw has picked up a second breakthrough for Gloucestershire with this second new ball, and the skipper did well to take that because that was travelling at a fair rate. Nick might argue whether he actually timed it, but it was a good catch from the captain, a low one, and Dawson goes for 18.
To be honest, I didn't see the catch because the pole of the marquee was in the way. I just thought that was screaming away to the boundary for 4. I think he struck it pretty well. Yeah, that's...
Looking at Graham's reaction, he's just staring at his hand, so I reckon he's certainly caught the majority of it.
So,
I'd say that's a bit unfortunate for Liam Dawson. He's looked like he's absolutely creamed that, to be fair.
So Dawson goes, and that brings in the man we've been speaking about earlier, the Hampshire wicketkeeper, Ben Brown, who really associated with Sussex right throughout his career until his move across the south coast. Just to say that Zach Chappell's spell, 7 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 26 with the second new ball, and I say Shaw's now got another breakthrough.
I believe Nick's gonna leave us in a minute, so I just want to...
I've got another 20 minutes in me.
Oh, 20 minutes?
Yeah.
Well,
you're not getting rid of me that quickly, Dave.
You've got to answer us one question. We were obviously sat at lunch eating our pork braised stew with roast potatoes. And I noticed in 1974 at Cheltenham College, first 11 against Gloucester Gypsies, there was an R.S. Gubbins who scored 100. Is that any relation?
It's my father, and he tells me a lot about the story. I actually went to look for his tree earlier, because every Cheltenham schoolboy scores 100, gets a tree planted with a plaque, but I think it was over behind the chapel where it's all gated off at the moment because of the match. But he's asked me to go and try and look for his tree. So at some point I'll try and get out the ground and go and find his tree, which he always goes on about.
Very good. Was he a handy cricketer?
He was a good club cricketer, I'd say. Actually played for Singapore Cricket Club when he was working out there back in the day, and claims he played a one-day international for them. So he's played more international cricket than me, that's for sure.
At the moment. So Ben Brown's not on strike at the moment because that was the last ball of Shaw's over. But a sharp chance, I think we'll say, taken by skipper Graham Van Buren. So Ben Brown in at 6, and then Naren Donald still to come. Talking about injuries in cricket, which we were kind of earlier, Naren's had a really rough time since the move from Glamorgan, but finally got back in to the first team this season.
Yeah, he's... I wasn't at the club when he went through those injuries, but I've seen and heard obviously what he's been through with his knee, with reconstructions of the ACL, and it went again during the COVID year. And yeah, just thoroughly unlucky, but really good to see him back. I mean, I was there when he hit his first few balls this winter again, back and hitting balls and just doing what he, loves doing, which is playing cricket. So a really tough 2 years for him, but really happy to see him back. And yeah, he's been awesome so far for us this year, in his positive, aggressive manner that he always bats in.
So Ben Brown in at number 6 and defending his first ball. How about what is the thinking behind playing him as a specialist batter at 7?
I guess we're fortunate in the sense that our side have a lot of all-rounders up the top of the order in Felix Organ and Ian Holland. You'd argue Ben Brown's an all-rounder with the gloves and the bat at 6.
Higgins in, and Brown won't get it off.
So it allows an extra position in the lineup for a game changer, I'd say. A James Fuller type player, an X factor who can change and win games of cricket. And I think in an Aaron Donald, that's exactly what you've got. You've got a guy who, on his day, will win you a game of cricket. I think you saw that early on in the season against Gloucester when he came in and played a game-changing 70 when we were up against it in that third innings.
Higgins from the College Lawn end, and Brown defends once more.
And he did something similar at Taunton, played a counter-attacking type knock when the side are on the slider need a bit of X factor. So it's that sort of role that he's been allowed to play, and yeah, so far he's really flourished in that role.
Yeah, Donald has the best part of 2 years with very little first-team cricket this season. 2 half-centuries so far, and he's still to come in here with Hampshire closing in on a third batting point. 294 for 4. That was the end of Ryan Higgins' first over of this spell. He got 0 for 50 so far from 21.
I'd say with someone like Anarin, it's obviously got the statistics up there. 250. It's not the weight of runs with him, but I think it's the manner and when he scores them. And this year, it's been the manner and the times that he's scored those runs that has been the most important. He's almost won us 2 games of cricket with the way that he's gone about it and batted in that manner. So I think when you're looking at someone like that, it's actually looking away from the piece of paper of what he's done and actually looking at the cricket, the bigger picture of what he's done for the side, and I think that's why he's getting a run at 7.
And when he's done it.
And when he's done it, yeah.
How important do you think it is, or to what extent do you think it is? You know, you've got so many players that almost just play predominantly red ball. Is it just the 3? Is it Dawes, Vince and Foz that played on Saturday?
Shaw in from the Chapel end, right off the bottom of James Vince's bat up to mid-on.
I was speaking yesterday about how much cricket there is played, and especially at Gloucestershire we have lots of multi-format players that end up being wheeled out for every single game, and it just seems so hard for them to be able to keep going and keep going. How much, you know, people like Ben Brown and, like you say, you see Matat, yourself.
Well, I think if you ask guys in either team what they would like to be, I think they'd like to be multi-format players. I think everyone is striving to play in all formats.
Shaw in again to Vince, content to defend.
Do you think that's realistic with the current schedule list, like as in to be able to perform in all formats?
It's tricky. It's very tricky to perform, and that's why guys who do it are, you know, so sought after. I think it's important to show willing and show that you want to play all formats, particularly for the guys in our Red Bull side, you know, myself, Ian Holland, Anarin, maybe still with a lot of cricket ahead of ourselves. You know, all of us still want to play 3 formats.
Shaw bustles in once more. Vince up to mid-on.
I suppose my question is, do you think it allows those guys to flourish because you're not playing the extra 14 T20s squashed in as well?
Yeah, I think it definitely allows you to keep some sort of rhythm in one, because T20 batting can kind of take you out of your Red Bull rhythm. But at the same time, there have been times where this year when I've been turning up to 4-day games feeling like I haven't really played much cricket because you know I haven't had much behind me, so then it feels a bit like pre-season again.
Short of Vince, who needs 2 for his 50, and he'll get them there because that's gone very fine down towards the boundary at long leg. Not the cleanest of his shots, he's many better than that, but James Vince goes to 52 with 7 4s and a 6.
I think the short ball may have worked, obviously, in the sense of getting Liam Dawson out, but I don't think it's a very good ploy against James Vince. If they bowl short at him with these size boundaries and this outfield, I think it could be a fairly quick scoring period for Hampshire.
103 balls for his 50. And having a hard with the stop on and the covers.
But sorry, Dave, back to your point about I think it certainly allows the teams and players to get into a rhythm, definitely, and have that freshness, particularly for the bowlers. I think the bowlers' freshness is the most important thing. We've had our seam bowlers coming into every game completely prepped for that, and likewise our T20 seamers are fresh when they go into their games.
Vince cries no. Went to set off for a single, but that ball was heading towards Ryan Higgins at mid-on.
I mean, certainly that's what I think from the outside, is those teams that are really successful especially in the red ball stuff, almost have separate red ball and white ball sides. Like you look at Lancashire, Surrey to a certain extent, yourselves, Essex to a certain extent, Ports doesn't really play any of the T20 stuff.
I think you'll see it more going forward. I think, as the 100 takes over months of the summer, and then more younger players playing in the first team, squads will be bigger, and you'll definitely see a natural shift into two teams in either format. I think as time goes on.
I can just brief word with Zach Chappell before heading off once more, and there's no third man here, and Ben Brown gets away with a boundary down through the slip cordon all the way on the ground, and that takes Hampshire past 300, so they get to their third batting point. 14 overs, just under 14 overs to go, as you can see.
Feels like a big third man ground, this one. Some grounds you just turn up to and it just feels like a big third man ground. I'm not sure, I don't know the stats, but it just feels like a lot of runs have gone there. It's one of those things that you're always wishing you had another fielder, and yeah.
Higgins in once more, punched away by Brown, but fielded by the sprawling Hammond.
Is captaincy an area you'd like to explore in the future?
Absolutely, definitely. Looking at some point to do some form of captaincy, obviously as and when required. Maybe in the Royal London, moving into that with Vincey leaving. So it's definitely an area that, having played a lot of cricket now, I feel like I'm ready for.
Brown's being busy here. That's one more single to him.
And let's be honest, just fielding's quite boring at times. So
and when you say,
nice
just to clarify for Hampshire supporters, Vincey leaving, you mean only to go and play in the 100, not that he's leaving.
Yes, sorry, that came across badly. Yeah, Vincey leaving to go and play in the 100, clearly.
I mean, let's be fair as well. Like, I saw you working on your leggies today in the warm-up. Like, you're adding that string to your bow, aren't you? We're going to see some of them this week.
It's using his feet.
I've been getting into captaincy, and I definitely think if there's a week I will bowl, I definitely think I might get a couple of overs this week as the pitch gets a bit dustier, and we've got a big score on the board and we need wickets. Definitely the leggies will come out.
I've seen some rather impressive Nick Gubbins leg spin in second 11 cricket at Radler over the years.
Higgins, Vince into the ground.
What's your first class record like?
Dave, it's a very. I actually haven't propped this up either. I think we're low 20s.
I haven't made a note of it. Therefore, it must.
You're gonna have to get on ESPN
okay,
here.
Yeah.
Your bowling stats.
I'll check it.
I promise you, I haven't prompted this question.
No, to be fair, all I put down, Nick, was your batting numbers. First class, it's 5 wickets at 23.
Genuine all-rounder.
Oh, that's James Vince in an absolute nutshell there as he pushes Ryan Higgins down the ground effortlessly for 4.
Up to the long on boundary. Best of 4 for 41. So that 4 for 40. So 4 of his 5 wickets in one spell. Who was that against?
Oh, I wish you weren't going to ask me that one next. That was in February for the. I went to play cricket in Zimbabwe.
What, this year?
Yes, played for the Tuskers in Zimbabwe, played in 2 first-class games, and they brought me on to bowl, and I cleaned up the tail and got 4 for.
4 for, so that's why you have a first-class bowling average of 23.
Yeah, I don't want to bowl ever again. I want to keep it at that.
Yeah, but your list A average is 20.
That was
4 for 38, all 4 wickets in one spell.
That was actually against Sussex, so I can claim that one.
307 for 4, Hampshire here.
Of course, you went to Zimbabwe this winter, didn't you?
Yes.
How was that?
Great place. Recommend it to any young cricketer, actually. Just before the season's going, the wickets were great out there. The standard was decent. I'd say it was like between second team and first team standard. So it was a great place just to build rhythm of cricket again into your legs before the season.
I've not heard of any of the players I've ever worked with go there. How did that come about?
Dave Houghton is heavily involved there now, and he was my old batting coach at Middlesex, who obviously you would have known him there.
Shaw in again to Brown, who's batting very deep in his crease.
And they're constantly on the lookout for for overseas players from county cricket. So if there's a county player out there that wants to go out for 2 weeks, a month, 2 months, whatever it is, I think they'd be happy to accommodate it. So I'd definitely recommend it to any county cricketer out there.
And did your agent sort of sell you as a genuine all-rounder, or was it just a top-order batter? And
I think it was a top-order batter, and then I bowled a few in the nets, and they thought, hang on here, we can use some of this.
Shaw powering in again from the chapel end, and Ben Brown lets that go.
they've absolutely unearthed the diamond in the rough, haven't they? There.
Well, we'll see this week, Dave. But yeah, looking forward to the Royal London when our main spinners Liam Dawson and Mason Crane leave, so that then it allows some of us more part-timers to get a go.
So might Joe Weatherly get a bowl then?
Oh, you've got to practice to bowl. So Joe, I'd like to see Joe practicing a bit more. I keep telling him you need to bowl more off spin because
Joe not in the 100. Did he not get dropped?
Oh, he is in 100. You're quite right, Dave. He's a Southern Brave. So yeah, we've our spinners in Royal London will be Tom Prest, Felix Organ, and myself. So we'll do the bulk of the work. You'll see a bit of Felix Organ this week into Barks' footmarks.
Keith Parker's not exactly the worst bat to come in at number 9 either, is he?
I think you'll see him at number 8. I think James Fuller usually presides at 9.
Shaw in.
Except, of course, if Simon Harmer's bowler and you decide to
exactly
get Foz up there to have a go at him.
Yeah, he's our X Factor player, so we promote and demote him as seen fit, really. But yeah, I think wherever you are in the world, stop what you're doing when he's batting, that is for sure.
Nick assures me he's an excellent commentator of an over, so I think we should give him the next over. Ryan's over.
Yeah.
Shaw into Brown, who sprints away, having set that down to Zach Chappell at
you really don't
wide long leg.
Don't need that. And after 98 overs in the field, Ben Brown coming out to bat, he scampers absolutely everything. For being on the receiving end of it a few times, but yeah, he's a nuggety runner between the wickets. And when you're just looking for that extra bit of rest after 100 overs in the field, you've got this little whippersnapper of a keeper running 2s and 3s very quickly towards you. But yeah, Dave, I can take over this over if you want. And
well, you know Ryan so well, why don't you?
I do know Ryan very well.
You can talk us through Ryan.
I'm very impressed with his haircut at the moment, or less impressed maybe, or lack of haircut is probably a better way of putting it.
I think that's the frightening thing. He's actually chosen to do that.
What end is it that is this the school end, the college end?
Is this college lawn end?
The college lawn end. Ryan Higgins is in. He bowls and nearly gets Ben Brown caught down the leg side. That would have been an unlucky way to go. But yeah, what a beautiful setting here, Dave. You enjoy coming here?
It's one of my favourite things about Gloucestershire. Remember when I was at Middlesex, we came here in a 220. And, we always used to play golf on the way up, so we stopped off at Chippenham at Manor House. And I always thought, if Gloucestershire ever became available, that's one of the few counties I'd move to. See myself being a member at Manor House and coming to Cheltenham.
Higgins is in. Ben Brown playing very deep in his crease. I'm not sure if you can see that on the stream, but he's one of these guys that sits deeper than a usual batsman would sit in his crease. That's so that he gets his pulls and cuts away. So that anything slightly short, he's right onto and in a position to play to his strengths and then defend anything straight. So he's got his own way of batting, and it's been really effective for him. As Ryan Higgins is back in, and then he gets forward, moves his way into the ball and pushes it through the covers. They might scamper back for 3. They've just settled it at 2. As Hampshire move onto 310 for 4, and an ominous platform is set for those aggressive players to come.
64 overs still remaining today, so hopefully we might get a couple of hours of fireworks.
I hope we get them all in, to be fair, Dave. As Higgins comes in from the college lawn end again. Brownie's forward. We actually went off earlier for bad light, which was a little strange because Obviously, it started raining as well, but the bad thing for the cricket lover in that regard is that actually, when you go off a bad light, a reading is then taken, and the umpires stick to that reading for the whole game, whether they think it's light or not. Whereas actually, had we come off for rain earlier, then that reading would have been taken another time when bad light comes. So now we are at the mercy of the light meter as the ball is forward to Brown, and he presses forward again, not hugely forward, but just enough to keep the ball out. Which means for the light for the rest of this game is now determined by the light meter, not by any sort of common sense, which cricket generally lacks.
It's unlike you to not be on the fence.
No fences over here, Dave. As again, the afro-clad Ryan Higgins comes in from the college lawn end and bowls a very tidy Ryan Higgins over, which we have come to expect from that man over years and years of applying his craft. I remember when he switched from being an off-spinner to a medium pacer in a second team game, age 17. Harry Podmore told him off and said, "What are you doing? You're taking the mickey out of me." And he said he wants to practice his seamers. Bear in mind he bowled off-spin back then, and we all thought, what was he doing? But turns out he was one step ahead of us, because now he's probably turned into one of the better all-rounders in the country, which has been lovely to see from afar, having grown up playing with him.
Josh Shaw's to continue from the Chapel end, but Hampshire started the day at 203.42, so they've added 107 for the loss of Liam Dawson for 18, and prior to that Felix Organ for 118. Vince once more stands very tall.
So when, as a batter, you're ready to face Hidjo, you obviously know him very well. Like, what are you thinking? What are you doing differently against Ryan Higgins that you might be doing against Zach Chappell in this game?
I think with Ryan Higgins, predominantly the balls are going to be further up there. That with the new ball, he's going to nip it around and be threatening of that front pad. Whereas Zach Chappell, you think you can use the pace a bit more, cut, pull, wait for maybe a ball that's slightly offline with more pace on it. Shot.
Clipped away by James Vince. There is a man, Tom Price, now out at deep square. So just one to Vince in that situation.
That was an ominous shot. If you're a Gloucestershire fan, that's a James Vince who's feeling in, I think. Or if you're a cricket lover, it's a lovely shot.
I did say that to Ian earlier. Even as a Gloucester staff member, there are certain players you want to see play when you play throughout the year, and watching Vince in his flowing best is always quite enjoyable as a cricket fan, first and foremost.
So just to pick up on your captaincy tactic, if you were Graham Van Buren at the moment, how would you approach this position, trying to get James Vince out, for example?
I won't give any tips away, but I think any time you've got a side 311 for 4, I think you've got to accept that they're in the ascendancy and try and dry up the scoring rate as much as possible.
Sure. In and Brown lets that go.
I think naturally they'll realise that we'll be looking for this 350 bonus point, so that's effectively 4 and over from where we are now. So it's actually, can we stop the flow of runs? Can we bowl one side? Can we hang it outside off stump maybe and frustrate the batsman to then making a mistake and maybe giving a wicket or two away in the chase for 350? And that's maybe how you get back into this game.
Brown waits, as Nick was saying, quite deep in his crease. That squeezed that past Tom Price. That's gone away for 4. Just tight to Nick Cook, the umpire. But it was kind of an improvised shot, really. Didn't appear to get up all that much, but because he was deep in his crease, there was just an element of adjustment.
That's exactly what happened. We played Essex last week, and exactly the same thing happened. They were sort of chasing 300, 350. There was an absolute flurry of wickets as they sort of they went over it. And
I think you don't want to give away your position of strength by going for it, but it's just something to bear in mind, I think.
Shaw in his 16th over. That's a lovely shot. Crunched away through the offside 4 more to Ben
Sorry,
Brown.
that was a little Gary Neville moment there. That was a Gary Neville, Fernando Torres moment there, but that is quintessential Ben Brown. The old back and across, short arm jab pull, followed by the weight transition straight into the ball with a square drive. That's the bloke we signed right there.
So as a batter with 10 overs, is it 10 overs to go? 10 overs to go.
10 overs to go,
points.
yeah.
Are you looking at that now, going
31 to get?
We'll get to 350.
Yeah, we will. I think we'll be getting 350 here, for sure. With the way that these two go about things, the natural way they're positive. I think 350, and then reset and go again from there. Do you want this over, Dave, or shall I continue from the college lawn end?
You continue. Yes, this is your moment to shine.
It's my moment.
Secondary career.
TMS, I hope you're listening. Ryan Higgins from the college lawn end. So Vince came slightly out of his crease there. Maybe to negate Ryan's length. We spoke about this slightly fuller length that he bowls. With the slope of the pitch and the wind direction, his main mode of dismissal is here going to be LBW. So Vince trying to negate that by getting it out of his crease there.
Just wondering at what point James Bracey or Ryan might get James Bracey to stand up to him here.
Yeah, no, we do see that as a tactic often by Higo, as he's in again to the ever-informed James Vince.
I would say it's often a tactic not started by Ryan. I think he takes great offence that people could possibly stand up to him, and he thinks he's so fast that the keeper should always stand back. I think it's often brought on by James and Graham, but
yeah, I mean, it would have been back in the day, wouldn't it, with Jack Russell? That the tactic would have been borne out with
standing up to Mike Smith, for example.
Exactly, yeah. So I think Jack Russell, wherever he is here somewhere. As Higgins is in to Vince again, who clips through the leg side. This will race away for 3, I would say. Oh no, Zach Chappell's very quick there and stopping it. It's a good bit of fielding. Jack Russell has been around here.
He was here yesterday drawing doing the new painting, the first ball of the 150th Cheltenham Festival, which I managed to get in behind the bowler's arm, so I've now been immortalised in Cheltenham Festival history.
Wow.
Yeah, as well. Have you still got your canvas from Jack Russell?
I've still got my canvas. It's up on the wall. Wonderful painting, wonderful artist, wonderful gloveman, obviously, in his time. As Higgins is in again. So only got 2 there. Square drive. And there's no fielder out here at deep cover. I said it when I came on air. I'll say it again now. You don't often see James Vince netting for a game of cricket. But I saw him this morning. There was a glint in his eye. I think he fancied it. I think he had a look at the wicket last night on it, batted a whip bit on it, and thought this is a good opportunity to score a big one. So he's looking pretty imperious here. Is James Vince? As Higgins is back in, probably going to bowl a slightly straighter line, I'd say. There it is. Vince is forward again, well out of his crease, meeting the ball a long way down the wicket.
So Ryan told me today, we drove up today, and he said Dubbo played a lot of drives yesterday. I don't see him driving that much. And he said no. All through age group cricket, when Nick Dubbin saw a wicket that he thought was an absolute belter, he'd go out with a completely different mentality and he'd just crunch the ball all over the place. Is that Ryan Higgins talking nonsense, or is that?
To be fair, I've been driving a lot this season. It's got me into trouble at times, but it's also scored me a lot of runs. So I think that's the game of cricket, isn't it? It's a game of risk and reward. And certainly when I was out there yesterday, I felt like it was an absolute belter of a wicket. When obviously you get out back to the change room yesterday, was a very frustrating one because from a personal level, I thought I'd missed out on a big one. Which, looking at the score now, at 325 for 4, my instincts were probably correct. But as it does, it allows others to go in and do the job for the team, which I guess is what it's all about at the end of the day. So it's really nice to see Vincey, on 63 now, but he knows that his job's not done yet, and we really want to put a big score on the board here now, and really put Gloucester under some scoreboard pressure with our bowling attack.
So Josh Shaw has bowled 7 overs today for 31, and Zafar Gahar is going to be brought into the attack with a ball that is 11 overs old, so potentially a little bit of bounce for him with a harder ball.
Much spin from Zaffa yesterday?
Yes, I was impressed with him. Yes, I thought he bowled well on a day one wicket. There was spin from straights, particularly to the right-hander, Felix Organ. He bowled a nice pace, I thought. And there is a slight slope helping his spin. But yeah,
I was going to come to that. How noticeable is that? That's very slight gradient across the pitch.
Yeah, just slightly notable enough. Yeah, don't think it's as extreme as it looks on the outside, because the square is actually relatively flat, particularly where the wicket is. I think it dips down more the further you go away from us, but definitely there is a slight slope helping him. Not probably quite as extravagant as Lord's or Canterbury, but just slightly there.
Chapel's just been moved very slightly by Zafar from the Chapel end. Hammond is in at short leg for the bat pad.
You're going to see some paddle sweeps and sweeps here from Ben Brown if I was a betting man. He's an extremely good sweeper of the ball. We've seen that in the last few games when he's played against Briggs and Harmer and played them very nicely.
Zafar from around the wicket. There is the sweep that Nick spoke of. He's got that quite fine. There's a chase round for Zach Chaplin. He won't hold it in.
You're welcome.
329.
Quite easy, this commentary gig, isn't it?
It's good knowledge from A, of your teammates, but B, being literally out in the middle where you can obviously experience everything. We can see what the cameras are showing us, also what we're seeing with our own eyes, but when you're right out there in it,
don't be surprised if he goes again here.
Can't beat that. Around the wicket.
Well, we wanted to. He wanted to.
Is he reverse as well?
Yeah, he reverses. He does everything, this guy. What a signing.
Get the impression you're quite happy that you picked him up. Do a bit of business from the club.
Yeah. I won't take any credit for that, but I was a very happy man when I heard he was signing.
Suffolk Hart around the wicket and let that one go. There was the. You get nothing for an ooh, Dave, do you? But there was quite a pronounced ooh.
Ollie Rayner once taught me that getting wickets, bowl and spin is all about creating drama at your end. The more oohs and ahs, the more the batsmen think it's doing all sorts, even though it might just be going straight. Getting wickets is about creating drama at your end.
It's not the UK in general is not an easy place to bowl spin, you know, particularly with the way the cricket has been crammed into either ends of the season. It's nice to see cricket being played in the summer, but I think if you're going to be a spinner in England, a finger spinner particularly, I mean even a wrist spinner, saying that, you've got to be right on it, because there isn't much margin for error with the hardness of the Duke's ball and the quickness of the outfields, the small grounds, the fact that there's not that much spin. It's not an easy place to bowl spin in England. So anyone who does do it successfully, you've got to doff your cap off to.
So a change with Ryan Higgins coming off and Tom Price coming back from the College lawn end. Had a spell with the new ball and now returning. So I think, Nick, I think you are going to leave us in a second or so. But so just lastly on Harmer, is he the best off spinner in county cricket at the moment? Would you say?
Yeah, for sure. For sure, he's the best off spinner in county cricket.
Price in a new spell, and Vince takes a stride down the pitch, but then just plays it defensively.
You obviously saw him last week at Chelmsford, and we had them the week before at Chelmsford. And yeah, I mean, with probably the slightly questionable wickets that they're producing there, it's nigh on impossible, I'd say, to have any sort of game plan against Simon Harmer other than slog. So
it'll be fascinating to see, obviously, England playing South Africa in 3 test matches this year. I think a lot of people are really fascinated to see how he goes in that test series, because I think it's going to be a real benchmark for county cricket, because it'll be fascinating to see how he goes, because it will give you a benchmark. Just he's obviously done so well in county cricket, and if he then goes and tears up the test series as well, it's going to give you
I think it will also give you an indication of Chelmsford though as well, because it depends if those 3 test matches are all at Chelmsford where one end's prepared for him, or if they're on good cricket wickets where, you know, it's probably not as easy to just run up and land a ball and let it do its thing. So I think the Chelmsford factor is obviously a massive factor with Simon Harmer, but there's no doubt that away from Chelmsford, he's obviously a world-class bowler as well in his own right. So, but I think particularly at Chelmsford, the way they're producing their wickets there, it's almost a fast-track cheat code into winning games of cricket.
And it almost looks, and I'll perhaps come back to this after this ball from Tom Price. Dave Bartlett's had to leave us to go and attend to one of the Gloucestershire players, not one of the ones on the field, I don't think. Out on the leg side, Vince trying to work that past Van Buren, but didn't get anything clean on it. Is it just that he appears to do one thing very, very well? There's not much variation, but it's just very, very accurate, and basically one skill very well executed.
Yeah, I think he's a bit cleverer than people will maybe give him credit for. He does have a ball which goes straight on, which is very hard to pick, and when the others are spinning and ballooning and bouncing, it's quite tricky to know which one that straighter one is.
Price in, that's hit Vince on the pad, but the appeal from Miles Hammond from mid-wicket probably told you everything. It was enthusiastic, but perhaps...
So I think as a left-hander it's particularly difficult because, you know, you've got that ball which runs straight on, and you've also got that the bounce is the biggest thing at Chelmsford, and the way that he gets his wickets is the bounce, so it's into the right-hander's armpit to leg slip or short leg, and for the left-hander it's to second slip or a run on straight onto the pad. So I think it's the bounce, and also he's obviously a very clever bowler as well, with the ball that goes straight on. That's what gets people into most difficulty with him.
Price again.
It's fascinating. We were at Chelmsford last week and I was out there with Dean Coster, who's the match referee, and he'd asked the groundsman at Essex to take a coring of the wicket, just have a look, and the groundsman was explaining to the umpires and the match referee and the Gloucestershire physio, who was just randomly part of that group, that actually that was their whole plan, was they were trying to create wickets that were bounce. It wasn't necessarily the spin. They weren't looking to create massive turning wickets. They were looking to create wickets that bounced. Because if you create a massive turning wicket, it's going to bring people like Zafar Johar into the game, but because of Harmer's height, it's the bounce that they were really looking to try and prepare, especially at Chelmsford.
No, he's a big guy, and until you face him out in the middle, and he also gets really nice loop and energy on it, so it is the bounce. It's like facing, I guess, an Ollie Rayner on Heat back in the day.
That's a thought, isn't it? Ollie Rayner on Heat.
Ollie Rayner on Heat, yeah. So that's what Simon Harmer's on like I'd guess.
Nick Cook's going to go and, I think, stand at point for Zafar Johar. Hammond is in at short leg. Still got an hour and 5 minutes of this afternoon session to go. Hampshire 3:30 for 4. And Zafar from the pavilion end is pushed effortlessly by Vince up to long off for a single.
What time does this session end, sorry?
4:10.
Okay, 4:10.
Brown's got 20 from 30 balls. He's been busy since coming to the crease and waits now with just a slip. And again, that's crunched away through the offside. 4 more to Ben Brown. There's a gap there to the right of Tom Price, and it's gone down in front of the one of the sponsors' boards, in front of that sort of deep red marquee far side of the ground. Nick, thanks for your time this afternoon. It's been a pleasure having you, and
thank you very much for having me, guys. It's been a pleasure.
Rest of the game, well, we'll see how it pans out. Hopefully the weather will not intervene. It can be a genuine contest. I think that's all we can say.
Yeah, it'd be a real shame if there's any interruptions, but yeah, it's all set up for an intriguing few days ahead. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Thanks for your time. Thanks very much. Nick Gubbins, pleasure to have him with us on the stream here this afternoon. Dave Bartlett as well has also been part of this first part of the afternoon. Are you going to head off?
No, I'm staying.
You're staying, are you?
Why would I ever want to leave my Gloucestershire golf partner, David Payne? I'm going to be delighted to be able to... I can talk all things with him. Me and David spend so much of the summer together, I just don't want to have another 20 minutes apart, because we're either with Gloucestershire in the physio room at the Welsh Fire, or... I'm actually I'm probably the only person that's distraught he went off with England, because it meant there were 3 games where I wasn't watching him play. I was very close to getting a flight over to Holland, but...
3:35 for 4. And
it's just what the fans want to hear, David.
Stretching forward. So he's been named. We may as well get him involved. David, how are you?
Very well, thank you. How are you?
I'm good. Yeah. Nothing that 4 extra wickets wouldn't put.
That'd be nice, wouldn't it?
It would, but this is, as Nick Gubbins has said, this is clearly a good batting pitch. So Gloucestershire will have to bat well when the time comes.
We will. My first question for you actually is: do you think they're going for the 400 or just the 350? With, was it 5.1? 6.1 left.
350, I would say. Nick Gubbins certainly seemed to think that was the realistic call. In fact, Dan Whiting, who normally shares the stream commentary with us, was even saying yesterday that 350 looked the pace at which they were travelling at their sort of target, but that the bigger picture was how many they might get in the innings rather than getting the 1 extra point.
400's my type of thinking. I turn up to every T20 game going, this is a 200 wicket, surely, and then I'm disappointed if we don't then knock off 200. So
easy from the sidelines, though, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easy.
No, I'm not sure. There was some intent from Vincey that I just thought looked a bit more than a 350 intent, looked a bit more like a 400 intent. But like you say, at the same time, he's going to want to make sure that he's still there at 110 overs, and they're going to be wanting to post a huge total. What I can't get my head around, still it feels very late in the day, and there's 59 overs remaining, and I'd almost be thinking if I was out there that they're going to be declaring soon, but they're going to be miles away from that.
So when do you think, if you work back from a 7 o'clock finish, as Tom Price is going to continue here, when do you think Gloucestershire might expect to be batting? I'll just come to that after this ball from Price, which is just dabbed by Vince out into the offside.
So let's say, normally, I'd be thinking as a bowler, when you've batted first, you look for declarations around tee, either side, just before tee if they're going quickly, or just after tee if they're a bit slower. So working that, I guess, maybe when there's somewhere between 20 and 30 overs left in the day today, depending, I guess, say on the run rate they go at. It might be that might have a little crack at our batters at the end of the day today.
Price in, or Vince has pulled that straight to the man at deep backward square. South Africa halves down there, and it's just 1 run, probably 10 yards either side of him, would have gone for 4.
You know Vince well, don't you, Pony?
I know Vincey pretty well. He same England under-19 side, and then obviously just from playing against him through the years, and then had the ODI series last summer with him.
You'll have to talk us through that 19 side. It's an impressive side, isn't it?
It's a very impressive side. It's a side that where those players have gone to now, you'd wonder how we didn't win it.
Price under quite grey skies, but the light is okay. Oh, that's kept low. Ben Brown's gone to try and work that into the leg side. I don't know whether you would say it had shot along the floor. Let's just see how low that bounce actually was. Brown's quite deep in his crease. Oh, it's actually more. So he got in the wrong place to play the shot, and it ended up being a rather ugly attempt to work it into the leg side. That's more orthodox, and he'll pick up a single. So the under-19s team would have included Chris Dent, wouldn't it?
It was. So the county stalwart Chris Dent at the top, along with James Vince. I think he opened. Joe Root, 3.
He's quite a good player.
Not bad player.
Yeah,
Ben Stokes at 4.
Decent top 4, that, I reckon.
Joss Butler at 5.
Yeah.
After that, and then there's a majority of kind of good county players, or a few that are not in the game anymore. But really, it's that top 5.
Price in once more, played into the ground by Vince. So name the others, if you can.
If I can name the Azim Rafiq was our captain then, captain and off spinner. So I think the other opening batter was Jack Manuel, who played for Worcester for a little bit and is not playing anymore. The bowlers were myself, Nathan Buck, Adam Ball, who was at Kent for a while, and Matthew Dunn, who's at Surrey.
Nathan Buck's at Northants?
Nathan Buck's at Northants.
Currently playing against our second 11 at Bristol Cricket Club.
Good info.
Yeah. I'll tell you his fitness in a minute.
So as I say, everything else was probably steady, and I thought we had a good steady bowling attack, but that top 5 were well beaters.
Vince, or right off the bottom of the bat, tries to clip it down the ground, taken by Price off his own bowling. Good stop.
Nathan Buck got 3 for 30 as Gloucestershire 2s were bowled out for 272, and they're now following on 12 for 1. They're still 288 runs behind Gloucestershire 2s.
There's the card on your screen. Wickets to fall today: Felix Organ, James Vince and Ben Brown together now after Liam Dawson's dismissal. That was a sharp chance. I know that David's not been on the ground all day. Did you see the Van Buren catch?
I did. I thought it was a very good catch. Like you say, very sharp. Looked like it probably stung the hands quite a bit.
Tom Price just puts his sleeveless sweater on the outside the playing area. He's come down again behind square. Let's look at the field here. So the short leg has gone for Brown. Just a slip now for Zafar Gahar. And what they've done instead is put Zach Chappell at short fine leg. Nick Gubbins was talking about
When did you lob that off?
Brown being a busy batsman, and certainly he's been that since he's come in. 25 from 38, and here is Zafar Gahar into bowl to him. Still, as David said, nearly 60 overs to be left in the day, and obviously we've got 4 overs after this for Hampshire to get to 350 if they can. Brown off the back foot out into the offside. Nick Gummins was quite effusive about Ben Brown. Is he well regarded on the county circuit, both in terms of his keeping and his batting?
Yeah, I certainly think so. I think in our dressing room we know how dangerous he can be. He's I always think what I like about him, he's different. You have a lot of smaller batters, keepers are generally quite small, but Brownie actually someone who really exaggeratedly uses his crease and gets really deep and makes you bowl really full at him, and actually almost a top of the stumps length to him.
Oh, he's gone. Bracey with the catch. That was a sharp one. In a sense, it was a caught and bowled.
It was a caught and bowled.
Caught bowled, leading edge. He's tried to work it, and it's just been clipped back, and Zafar Gohar's taken a return catch.
Let's have a look at this.
Just as I was bigging him up.
Because the ball was thrown in the air, and Bracey, I thought the ball had been thrown in the air by Bracey himself, but it is a caught and bowled to Zafar, and Ben Brown is on his way for 25.
I wonder if I'm going to see our old mate James Fuller walking out to bat now.
Nick Gubbins tells us he's going to be in at 9.
And Aaron Donald next.
He's their X-Factor player, and they just bring him in at 9.
I only say that because coming into the ground, I had a catch up with Hampshire's head coach, who was one of my under-19s head coach, and he left the conversation to go tell James Fuller to put his pads on.
Well, this is an Aaron Donald.
But this was a good hour ago, so I think they've probably changed their mind.
And that light is quite...
The new batter, an Aaron Donald.
quite dull now.
It's a little bit gloomy out there, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. That's
being at pitch level.
That's a decent word. We can still see Cleve Hill, which we couldn't do at one point this morning before the drizzle arrived. But
a wonderful golf course on the top of Cleve Hill on the common.
There is a golf course up there.
Yeah, there's a wonderful one.
Have you played it?
I'm not. I'm waiting for an invite from you. I thought as an
I've never played it.
England international, you'd be able to get us free golf 2 times everywhere.
Well, if anyone's listening that plays
Yeah,
at
Clevehill, Bartlett and Payne would like to come and avoid the sheep on Clevehill Common.
So 3:37 for 5, and Aaron Donald.
What happens if someone takes a blow to the head right now while you're
No,
on it?
I was saying earlier, this is actually the greatest place because there's my bag. I'm ready for a run on. I've got instant access. It's actually much better than Cardiff. Terrible. I'm about 3 hours from the pitch if I watch from Cardiff. Lord's dreadful. I've got to make my way through the pavilion, past all the members.
Harry actually wants you right now. He might be on the wind-up.
He's definitely on the wind-up. Marcus Harris is the lowest maintenance cricketer in world cricket, and I think he's
spotted you, hasn't he?
he's spotted me, and he's trying to get me to flap, but I'm an unflappable person.
So after that, caught and bowled for Zafar, his first wicket of the match. Donald is away straight away.
I thought you'd be fascinated to hear my grounds in county cricket with dreadful pitch access, except Lords and Cardiff.
So,
well, Cardiff's got to be the worst, isn't it?
Cardiff is a long way, I reckon, a long way from that balcony down to the pitch.
I guess it coincides. When you think of it like that, I think of it as the worst 12th man in grounds because it's the same problem,
Yeah.
isn't it?
So there was the short form details now available at the bottom of the screen. Full card will come up again at the end of the over. 3:38 for 5. Four overs to go for Hampshire to try and get to 350. Gloucestershire would need another wicket to get another bowling point. And the man they want to get rid of is James Vince. Zafar at the moment, 1 for 66 from 22 overs, so some scoreboard control from him.
Remember my first year at Gloucestershire, Ryan Higgins injured his shoulder at third man at Cardiff, and I was on the balcony. Third man, it's a big pitch as well, and I think we were on a far wicket. I reckon it took me 3 hours to get to him at third man. By the time I got to him, he'd got up and walked off the pitch, created his own sling in a shirt, and got halfway off the pitch. It's so far from the Cardiff balcony all the way to third man. It's a hell of a trek.
I think it's probably tougher to say at best access, isn't it? Because you get a few grounds like this.
Here, this is brilliant. If I was to go on, it would be my fastest ever run on.
Tom Price in from the College Lawn end, and Vince and Donald are going to quite busily try and push this Hampshire scoring rate along. David, you were discussed a lot yesterday in terms of fitness and whether you could or should be playing in this match or indeed the Northouts game next week, and Dave made a very good case for kind of why. This hip problem, is that something you want to have to sort of cope with for the rest of your career, do you think?
Yeah, definitely. My understanding is, in an ideal world, if it was a bit simpler, I'd probably have a hip replacement and just get it sorted, and then I could probably play with a little less discomfort for the rest of my career. Whereas at the moment, yeah, I'm having to do hip mobility work most days. Say now it's got to the point where this year we injected it in pre-season, and then we're looking to inject it again now, just all to do with maintenance and to help me get through the summers. It's just unfortunately something that I'm going to have to live with for the rest of my career, and between me and Dave find out the best way to manage it, and that's also always an ongoing development. Like I say, the injections are new this year, but the first one really helped, so that looks like that's a winner going forward. And hip mobility circuit isn't something I've had before. It's something new again for this year, just because it's noticeably getting more uncomfortable for me in day-to-day life. Unfortunately, I don't know, I guess it's part and parcel of being a bowler, and especially as you get older and the wear and tear, it's just something, like I say, I'm going to have to deal with now.
3:41 for 5. Price in, and Vince has
Dismissed that down to fine leg.
Yes, dismissed is exactly the right word.
I think we've been speaking a few times over the last couple of days about, Hampshire particularly. You look at their fast bowlers and they're completely different red ball attack to a white ball attack, and I've made a case a couple of times. We're the opposite. We've got a number of players that play all three formats, and there's so much cricket, and for you as well, adding in your international stuff and your trip to the West Indies, and it's just more and more cricket, and you've obviously got the 100 coming up as well, and trying to manage you as a fast bowler is a challenging job.
Price in again. Vince defends this time. He's got 72 of 130 balls now, James Vince. So Dave, just roll that forward. In day-to-day life, once you stop playing cricket, at some point that will come. Do you think that hit will cause you any trouble?
I guess obviously the hope is that I hope not. I almost hope that once I stop playing, maybe it'll settle down to a point that I can live with it, and obviously I'm not pounding away on it day to day and bowling on it anymore. That it might become manageable through day to day life. It's obviously something that's come through bowling and through cricket. So
and I say that because I think in a very broad sense the perception is if you have a hip replacement it probably lasts 20 years. Well, you don't want to have the concept of having to have 2 hip replacements in your life would be hardly ideal, would it?
No, I don't know enough about it. That all I know is it's a really bad hip that it just causes me discomfort. So I don't know enough about hip replacements. So I didn't know that. So obviously as well, no one wants to go through.
That's a very broad comment.
No, I think you're spot on. Bone cement, when they do a hip replacement, lasts about 15 to 20 years.
Well, there we go.
So they're almost once the bone cement starts to break away, which naturally it does in the body.
Zafar round the wicket. I played.
The replacement itself can become loose, and you can have to have it redone essentially. So they do try and limit the amount you do, or don't put the bone cement in. But we're talking orthopaedic surgery now rather than cricket.
Zafar getting into
so
his
ideally
work
I don't want to go through that again.
As much as bone cement sounds like a pleasant sort of.
Because there is obviously. Usually there's the winters and the off periods that you can sort these things and things settle down, you work on them, and it's just year on year of my playing career it's just got a little bit tougher to deal with that. I think the difficulty for us going forward as well now is actually not just the scheduling of our summer, almost the way it's going. I'm almost hoping that actually I'm going to be playing even more in the winters and getting overseas gigs and playing in these franchise leagues, which is going to be great for me, but is going to make Dave's job a lot harder.
3:49 for 5 after Donald, who's come in with a bit of intent here. That is only water, by the way. If you did just hear what sounded like the top of a can being opened. Some of the Gloucestershire boys have H2O, as Dave calls it, which of course is exactly what it is, but it's in a can, and they're both being replenished with those at the moment. 3:49 for 5.
What would be your ideal franchise to go, and what would you really like to go and have a crack at?
So it's a good question and a timely question, because it's one that after the Lions week last week, Mo Bobat posed me the same question, basically, that have a think about what you want to achieve from your winter and get out of your cricket going forward. So what would I look in an ideal world to do over the winter? I think there's a couple of Lions trips going on, but in terms of franchise leagues, I've not really done any of them yet, so it's I feel from a perspective of benefiting my cricket, almost any of them will benefit me because I've not played really abroad anywhere. I think the Big Bash has obviously been one over the years that's quite appealing. Also being in Australia, being in the warm.
Donald. Well, there was an enthusiastic appeal from Zafar, who can't believe it hasn't been given. James Bracey, gloves on head, as you can see there. Here's a second look at this. Zaffa bowling from the College Chapel. Hits him pretty full, but Graham Lloyd not interested. There was a feather of a nick on that, hard to tell. Umpire's going to have to look at the light here after that Zaffa over.
How many times in a game of cricket, in the history of cricket, have people been off for rain, light and heat?
Well, all in the same match?
Yeah. Have we got our own statistician?
Are they going off, are they?
Did we go off for heat?
We are going off.
I suppose it would. Technically we're off for heat.
There's the reading, and the players are going off for bad light because Graham Lloyd has put that light meter on top of the...
Not sure Vince is particularly happy with this decision, is he?
And James Vince looking a bit quizzical at umpire Lloyd, with Zavagahar just having finished his 23rd over. And it goes back to what Nick Gubbins actually said in his spell with us, was that because the reading was taken at a point just before the players came off for rain, as opposed to coming off for rain, then that is the meter reading by which the rest of the match is judged. If you'd have come off for rain and no meter reading had been taken, then everything would have been on the umpire's judgment.
Yeah, I think that's correct. So like you say, now they have to almost stick to that law. They've taken a reading and that's going to be the baseline for what they have to go by now.
So 353 for 5. 55 overs remain in the day, but having now gone off, they will be at the point of losing overs. It was 3:30, and there'll be a few members out there who will be giving Mr. Lloyd the benefit of their opinion, I suspect. Not unusual in that.
I think there's a slow clap starting from the...
And I think you're quite right to say that I don't think James Vince would have been very happy to be going off.
You wouldn't be if you were Vincey. They need to get this game moving, really.
He's got 72. He's looked increasingly assured. 131 balls he's faced, and of those 35 were last night. So he's really scored at a very good rate today.
Did we lose much time for rain? Did we lose many overs today?
13 because of the rain. So, and that now will be added to. The umpires could, I suppose, make some kind of judgment over the tea interval, but it must be a very, very fine judgment at the moment. It must have been very close, and they're deliberately staying out in the middle in case the dark cloud should lift reasonably quickly and they can get straight back on. The view to Cleve Hill is relatively clear. There is no real low cloud over the hill at the moment. So let's just assess the game a minute here. Hampshire started the day 203 for 2, and they now have 353 for 5. The men out today, Felix Organ caught by Bracey off Chapel for 18. Liam Dawson caught by Van Buren off Shaw for 18. So Felix Organ 118, my apologies. And Ben Brown caught and bowled by Zavagahar for 25. The Gloucestershire bowling figures at the moment: Higgins 0 for 67 from 24, Tom Price 0 for 70 from 21, Josh Shaw 1 for 54 from 16, Zach Chappell 2 for 57 from 18, Zaffa 1 for 74 from 23, and we haven't seen Miles Hammond, Graham Van Buren or Ollie Price today. David, what's Zach Chappell added to the dressing room? And Loneys can if they come in with the right attitude, they can add, rather than think that I'm just being farmed out. So has he come in and added from your perspective?
I definitely think so, on both on and off the field, in terms of attributes as a bowler, and himself as a bowler has been brilliant from what I've seen, and then his character off the field fits in the dressing room perfectly. Just a lovely guy, brings a great energy to the team, to the dressing room. And it is exciting because we are aware that he's in his last year and potentially looking to move. So it isn't just, someone potentially who's here just for the summer, that somewhere I think will definitely look to try and acquire for the long term going forward.
Does that say to him that he doesn't think he will be at Notts next year?
From what I've heard, I'd have to say, is potentially through his own accord. Like I don't know if Notts have offered him something, but like I said, I think it's more speaking to him. That's a very difficult side for him to get into at the moment, and whether the best thing for his career right now is to go somewhere where he'll be playing a lot more and definitely be on that starting 11 team sheet, which I guess for us, we feel like he would be for us. But that's not to say, he's a bowler like that is probably going to have several other counties trying to get him as well. And
interesting that it seems to be Gloucestershire loanees who may have come to the club from Notts before, and whether kind of what do you sense he has an attitude that is driven by what he's experienced at Notts, because they're in the second division at the moment, but that kind of was an anomaly, and they've been a very, very successful club.
Definitely, I think that sort of winning attitude can be bred in a side like that, and you come from a place like Notts, who are, like you say, one of the best teams in the country at all formats really, and he would have learnt a lot with his experience there. I think, as like I say, I think for him, his main thing at the moment, his main message to us, is he just wants to come in and play and take wickets and do as well as he can, and he's, like I say, he's been fantastic for our change with that. And I think the nice thing then going forward, if he was fully embedded into our change room and became part of the Gloucestershire squad, I think some of the younger guys could learn a lot from a guy like that, who's been in a dressing room like Nottinghamshire's, has played Lions cricket, and is still a very young guy. But I think he could offer a lot to our young bowlers, not just always listening to me or Mark Thorburn, to have another voice in there, like I said, who's come from a very successful side.
Just as you can see, we've had the temporary suspension of play for bad light, but umpires Cook and Lloyd are staying out in the middle, so they're clearly maybe there is a cloud that we cannot see from our vantage point that is behind the gymnasium, that they're just looking to see if it will pass round the ground. Christian Brain, the groundsman, is out there in the middle. Looks like he may have got his phone out looking at the rain radars and the various apps that are available. Gloucestershire are well up on the scheduled run over rate. They're +2, but now the umpires are walking off. In terms of the day as a whole, the tea interval was scheduled to be at 10 minutes past 4. I wonder if the umpires might consider bringing that forward in the hope that, again, it will minimise the overs lost. Now, Hampshire are being a bit frustrated here by the weather. They lost. We lost 13 overs so far on the day. But whatever Hampshire get, David, Gloucestershire have to just go out there and at least match it, don't they? Because in the game here last year, Hampshire batted second, but Gloucestershire won. I think from memory won the toss, but only got 229 batting first, which didn't feel enough.
Yeah, I think the nice thing about Red Bull cricket in general, but in this scenario, is it's very simple. What you have to do, if you're Gloucester now, you do your best to take these 5 wickets as quickly as you can. But if Hampshire do go on and post upwards of 400, 500, then we know, like you say, you've just got to match that as best you can. Even if you fall 50 runs short, you've kept them out there for a long period of time, and you're not a million miles away. So it's a simple equation. Which to say, it should be a nice thing for the batters. It's just a simple thing of go out there and bat for as long as you can.
Now, I would say, I haven't had an announcement as such, but the fact that the ground staff are coming out to remark the wicket ends would suggest to me that the umpires have decided that they're going to take tea.
it seems the logical thing. I feel for the lads a little bit, because I'm staring at that 55 overs remaining, which actually would have probably come down 1 or 2, but with the tea interval, that's still going to read 52, 53 overs remaining in this final session. If it doesn't, that's going to be a long session for them in the field.
It will be, but again, that may also be governed by available light. So play has been suspended for bad light here, but say the markings being done by the ground staff suggests to us that the tea interval is now being taken. That is not as yet confirmed. I'll just see if the social media channels have actually done that for us, but I'll give you the full card because the graphics is only in the short form on your screen. James Vince is 72 not out at the moment, coming from 131 balls with 10 fours and a 6, and Donald obviously has just joined him, and T is in fact being taken now
340
at 3:40, so they will resume at 4 o'clock. So in effect, T will be taken and play will resume at 4 o'clock. There is the detail on your screen. 3:53 for 5. In theory, 2 overs left of the period to get bonus points, but Hampshire won't get any further than the 4 they already have. It's been quite a long shift for the Gloucestershire bowlers, albeit it's been a fragmented one, and now it will come down to a combination, I think, of weather, time and runs, and how Hampshire see this game unravelling. From a bounce point of view, David, just a last point, have you seen enough trust in the bounce that you think Gloucestershire can at least match this total? There's just been the odd one that's misbehaved.
Yeah, like you said, from what I've seen today, it almost looks a little bit too paced. Like the odd one goes through nicely to the keeper and the odd one stays a bit low. Or I think the main thing is it's probably looked a touch slower than I would say of Cheltenham in the past, which is probably allowing the batters to just watch the ball a little bit easier. Certainly, yeah, from what I've seen, there's nothing to suggest that there should be any sort of concerns for our batters going into the innings.
For the moment then, we're going to take our leave of you. If you're going to put the kettle on, you've got a quarter of an hour or so to do it. They've taken an early tea because of bad light, and play will resume, weather permitting, at 4 o'clock. Just as a precaution, the ground staff are wheeling on the covers here at Cheltenham. But so an early tea has been taken. Hampshire 3:53 for 5, certainly in the driving seat. How much they're in the driving seat will be unravelling from hopefully 4 o'clock onwards, when 55 overs still are scheduled to be bowled in the day. Join us if you can in about 15 minutes or so's time. So players back on their way after a slightly longer than expected break for tea. We've had some bad light here at Cheltenham, and we're now down to 48 overs remaining in the day. Still a long spell for these Gloucestershire fielders, potentially. And 353 for 5 is the Hampshire score. And James Vince has 72, and Naren Donald has 10. And there's only just 1 over left for the... Well, there are 2 overs left, in theory, for Gloucestershire to take the 1 wicket that would give them a second bowling point. And Hampshire, it's about them tactically driving this session. That's what they'll want to do. They've still got Barker and James Fuller to come, both of whom will put bat to ball, or are perfectly capable of putting bat to ball. And we've got another member of the Gloucestershire playing squad with us after tea. I'll introduce who that is in a moment. Here's Zach Chappell to start the post-tea session, and that's forced away off the back foot. There is a man at backward point, and Ollie Price comes round and does the fielding, and they'll just pick up 2. Jared Warner, welcome to the stream. I think
Thanks very much.
Is this your debut on the stream?
Yeah, it is for debut on the Gloucestershire streams. Yeah, happy to be here.
So have you done a little bit on your streams at Yorkshire when you?
Yeah, a little bit before. I've done bits and bobs. So yeah, looking forward to it.
Well, the good news for you is that you're here, and that's great. The bad news is that my computer's frozen. So we'll have to go off the scoreboard and just see how Hampshire try and dictate this final session of the day. What's been sort of the steer from the squad today? I don't know how much you've been in and around the dressing room in terms of how they think. I mean, obviously, clearly, you ideally want to take 8 wickets today, but so far it's been hard to get the 3 you've got. There's still 5 in the hutch as far as Hampshire are concerned. What's the kind of? Are you bracing yourselves for a declaration and some kind of a bat later in the day, do you think, this squad?
I think obviously you always go into the day trying to be positive and trying to bowl the other team out. Zach ball here.
Chappell in and defended by Donald.
So I think it's very dangerous if you wait for a declaration, I think, in your mind. So the chat's very much been we can bowl these guys out and try to be positive, and hopefully from here, obviously the dream's to bowl them out for under 400, but it's obviously a very good pitch against a very good team, so I think we've bowled quite tight, sort of kept the rate fairly well, so we've just got to keep being disciplined and hopefully take a couple quick here.
Tall figure of Zach Chappell. Just a bit of a yelp as he followed through there, but still worked away by Donald for a single down to Zavagahar at the deep square leg boundary. Yeah, Hampshire have not. I mean, I suppose you could say they've been just very sensible about their batting. If they've needed to just consolidate a position, if Gloucestershire have tried to drive the runs up, which is what Nick Gubbins said on commentary earlier, from a Hampshire perspective, that's what he could see Gloucestershire trying to do. Chappell in once more. If the ball hasn't been there to hit, they've defended, they've been patient, and if there has been a bit of width or the length hasn't been quite right, then they've punished the bad ball, because it's a very fast outfield here.
That's it, and I think yesterday especially we bowled very well, and it's tough mentally at this point, because usually this sort of time on the second day you'd be expecting them to declare, but looking at still 47 overs left in the day, they could well bat for another 2 hours. So I think we've still got to be positive and try to take these 5 wickets as quickly as possible, otherwise it becomes a long day.
Chaplin again worked away in that consistent area by Vince. 75 he's got And I mean, when he came in last night, I think he had about half an hour, and there was nothing to be gained at that point when he came in. It was too early for a night watchman. He only had 6 at the close, but it didn't matter.
Yeah.
And Nick Evans was talking about the fact that he had a net this morning, which is most unusual, which kind of said he thought that there was a big innings for him out there on a good pitch. And he has looked, that experience, sort of Chris Dent type figure, batting in different places in the order, I know, but you've got north of 10,000 runs in first class cricket. Vince has got now north of 11,000 during this innings. They get into a frame of mind, and they're hard to dislodge.
Yeah, and I think that's what we've found in pretty much every game this year, that in the first division teams are relentless in terms of the batting order.
Zafar then to resume after tea from the College Chapel end, and Vince.
And that's been the issue this year. We've come up against a lot of good players and a lot of good pitchers with the issues with the ball and stuff, and it's felt like we've fielded a hell of a lot this year, but it's been a good learning experience for the whole squad.
And when you say issues with the ball, you mean the ball going soft?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, soft and flatter seam, I reckon, this year, so not as much movement off the pitch, and I think it's been felt across the whole country really.
Zafar round the wicket to Donald, who tries to force that past the short extra. Marcus Harris down in front of us. I think he accused Jared of having a face for radio there. There could be more than one person in this box who's had that levelled at them. 3:59 for 5.
I'm not sure Marcus can say that with that haircut really, but yeah, typical Aussie.
It's clearly, we're now into a position where he wants a sleeveless sweater as well after yesterday. It's quite a surprise, that. Donald uses his feet to Zafar, tries to beat the dive of Ollie Price, which he does, and forces that up towards the boundary at long off for 4. I mean, Donald batting at 7.
Yeah, I think it
shows the quality in the Hampshire team.
Yeah, it's a great bonus. Someone like him batting at 7 could easily bat in the top 4 or 5, and his aggressive nature now is a nightmare to bowl. Like we saw it at the Aegeus in the reverse fixture early on in the year. When he gets going with a soft ball, flat pitch, tired bodies, it's very hard to contain.
Zafar around the wicket. Donald slipped and he's just about got away with that. Lost his balance. James Bracey had the bails off in a flash, but he just about he was dragging his foot, it seemed, his back foot out of the crease, but just about did enough. This is the last ball of the 110 overs, and that's cut away by Donald, and it's again beaten the dive of the fielder at backward point, getting slowly to his feet. And 4 more to the Hampshire total. 367 for 5. We've not seen a lot of you in Red Bull cricket this year. I think only 2 games, the one at Old Trafford and the one at the Aegeus, is that right?
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah, it's been probably a disappointing year for myself so far. Performances probably haven't been as good as I've liked personally, but I guess that's the way the game goes. Trying to turn it around and feeling a bit back to myself now, and with the 50 over competition just around the corner, hopefully getting the team for that and play some good cricket going forward. And
obviously there are half a dozen away, so every chance of that. Chapel to continue.
Yeah, exactly, and I think it was really good experience last year, playing I think 6 games, been around the lads day in, day out. It was great fun, and we had a fairly successful tournament, so I know the lads who are staying and not involved with 100, it's a competition and a couple of weeks that everyone's really looking forward to, and hopefully a trophy is there up for grabs, and it's something we're very much looking at and winning.
Chapel's got this straight and very smooth rhythmical approach,
Yeah, I think probably the pick of the balls this innings. Chappie, he's bowled very well, hit good lengths, and I think he's caused the most problems out there.
Just to go back to that Royal London tournament last year, I think was it at Hove where you got 3 wickets? Is that right?
Yeah, it was at Hove. Yeah, somewhere I like bowling, having been there on loan in 2019. Really enjoyed it. So yeah, that was a nice sort of starting point, and one of my first games for the club as well, which was nice.
Chappell staying over the wicket, a waft from James Vince outside the off stump.
Yeah, I think we've got a few long journeys this year again. Been at Hove, been one of them, and then up to Durham as well.
Yeah,
so
Chester Street away definitely is a bit of a trek.
But no, it's a couple of road trips as well, Middlesex and Surrey in quick succession. So as I say, it's been around the lads for a couple of weeks. It's really good in what it's all about, really.
I'll just update scores elsewhere, conscious that we've had a bit of a fragmented day here. That's again crunched off the back foot out to the point boundary. Ollie Price is out there. Can you see, just with both the Prices in the team now, can you see, Tom developing in a way that envy is the wrong word, but can you, from a fellow professional's point of view, can you see, his progress and saying that that's something you want to emulate or get to where he is?
Yeah, 100%.
Chappell in, and Donald's he's gone to pull that. It's got a top edge. It's gone very, very fine, and it's gone all the way down to the boundary in front of the Chappell end of the ground for 4.
Yeah, I think you're dead right, and Tom's a great guy first and foremost, but his talent with both ball and bat is a great all-rounder, genuine all-rounder, and I've said to many people that I think he can go all the way and play for England one day, because what I've seen over the last 12 months is something I wish I could do with the ball, but it's something I'm trying to learn. We're trying to learn off each other all the time, and it's great to have someone like him in the team who can sort of balance the team so well.
I might come back to what that is in a moment. Here's Chappell in, and Donald's got to 23 pretty quickly, 23 off 60. So is it his ability to move the ball, what he has been able to develop in terms of movement of the ball, that has effectively got him into the team ahead of others?
Yeah, I think he's a bit like Ryan Higgins in terms of how he moves the ball to seam quite late, probably with a bit more pace as well, it's fair to say. It's probably his biggest strength, his consistency to hit that full knee roll length with that movement, and even including last year, we've seen his performances have been brilliant. He's took wickets consistently on good pitches, and he's also contributed with a bat. Probably is not as many runs as he'd like at this level yet, but I'm very confident that over time he'll turn into a very fine all-rounder, especially at this level, and probably be in the top 6 as Higo has been for the last couple of years of his career. I think I see him as that type of cricketer.
Right. Okay. Well, his batting at the moment is handy. We've not seen that weight of runs that Jared speaks of. Josh Shaw's back into the attack, and James Vince picks up one more run out again to the point boundary. So elsewhere at Taunton, Somerset 424 all out against Yorkshire, who are 32 for 1 in reply. At the Oval, Essex 271, Surrey 193 for 8. The game moving on rapidly at Edgbaston. Kent 165 and 99 for 3 in reply to Warwickshire's 225. Here is Shaw in once more. Donald plays that almost dead weight out onto the offside. So the Kent lead is 39 with 7 wickets in hand. And I'm missing one game in the First Division, which is the game at Northampton. Where's the card for that? That is here. It's 235 Northants and Lancashire 132 all out. So they trail by 103. and 5 wickets there for Jack White. Donald again out onto the offside.
It just looks like we're trying to squeeze Donald here. Give Vince one, trying to dry him up, get him frustrated, hopefully play a false shot and trying to attack Donald at this end. Likes to play his shots, so hopefully we can break an end and take a couple quick here, which is very much needed at this stage.
Yeah, the ball is 32nd over, so it's some of the hardness and the shine will have been reduced. Donald then into the ground once more. Would you have bowled against him in other formats, second 11 perhaps?
Yeah, well, I've played quite a lot of cricket with him at England under 17 level, England 19 level, so I've played more with him than against him. Obviously played against him at the GS early on in the year, and a couple of second team games, so now destructive he can be. When he scores his runs, he usually scores them quickly, so obviously a nightmare for a bowler, and especially at this stage it's sort of looking away from the captain when he gives you eye contact to come on to bowl. Really, it's not a great time.
Josh Shaw still striving in. That's a nice looking shot from Donald. We'll pick up one. Graham Van Buren's at mid-off. And the challenges for a bowler at Cheltenham, you say if it is a good wicket and a fast outfield, then your batsman knows they'll get full value for their shots, and suddenly the analysis doesn't look very clever.
That's it. I think that's the danger at this stage. 5 down, a lot of runs on the board, tired bodies. It can escalate quite quickly, so we've just got to be smart here and try to stay as disciplined as possible. I think my first time at the festival, but I played a couple of second team T20s this season on the other square, and that was just as tough for the bowlers. 200 plus winning games, so sort of knew what to expect, and I think it's just as the lad said, it's been a very good batting track. Probably with the weather we've had, not much rain, it was always going to be that way, but it's probably a big toss as well, which unfortunately went the other way from us. But let's judge it when we've had a bat, and hopefully we can do just the same when we get our chance.
Yeah, I mean, there have been other games this season where the opposition has got big scores and Gloucestershire have responded with big scores. Definitely,
and I think we've got more than enough ability in this team to get a big score and compete and give ourselves a chance here, for sure. There's no doubt about it with the batters we've got at our disposal.
So Chris Dent's being brought out of the cordon and into a short straight mid-off, really, just to try and stop Donald forcing through that gap. Interesting that obviously it's always a big moment for a young bowler. I mean, Ollie Price has not bowled a great deal in sort of little fits and starts, and he had 4 overs yesterday, but just to get that monkey off your back of a first class wicket is something I'm sure that he'll be pleased about.
Yeah, and I think it's something I didn't really have on my radar, because I just sort of presumed that he'd had a first class wicket already, knowing how good a bowler he is and his potential. So when I heard about it yesterday, I was like, surely that's not right. But now I guess he's not bowled a great deal of overs, as you say, at this level. But he's another one, just like his brother. He's got the potential to be a genuine all-rounder at this level and contribute with both bat and ball for the club.
Zach Chappell continuing from the college lawn end and almost
spin
dragged on.
I think with
Donald,
it's probably a good opportunity. Obviously, we've got Zaf as our main spinner at the moment, but with Graham, with Miles and Ollie, it's probably a good opportunity for one of them to stamp down as that second spinner, and with the pitches drier now next week, maybe to contribute with a 5 for and stamp their authority as a spinner. It's probably something we've been looking for a couple of years since I've been at the club, really.
Here's Chappell in that forced pot past, winning past Miles Hammond. A very good stop on the bounce. Hammond's been very involved in the fielding today.
Yeah,
he's had some chases and some good stops, and
yeah, I think he's been the pick of the fielders. Not that I'd say that to his face, but he's been very athletic in the field today, and he's saved 5 or 10 runs for sure.
We were talking earlier on about the proximity of the ground to the hospital. I've had an email from Jerry Wolstenholme, who said he remembers the game here against Surrey in 1988, when Sylvester Clark, who was pretty sharp, let's say, Chapel in, and again that goes straight to Hammond, no run, hit Bill Athey on the hand in the Gloucestershire first innings. Athey had to go to the hospital, which of course is across the road. Gloucestershire were left to chase 265 and were 8 down before Kevin Curran and Terry Alderman got them to within 22 runs of victory. Bill had gone to the hospital for a checkup and would have batted if Gloucestershire got close. We could see the entrance to the hospital from our vantage point, but as Bill was coming out from the first ball of what would have been the last over before tea, you know what's coming next. Chapel in, and edged through the slip cordon, and it's not really a cordon, it's only really a slip on the gully, and it's run away to the boundary at third man for 4. Unlucky Zach Chapel. Here's the second look at it. There's Chris Dent at first slip, but it's gone well wide of him, and there's a biggish gap there, to be fair.
Yeah.
And away for 4. So to complete that story, Bill Athey coming out of the hospital from the first ball of what would have been the last over before tea. Clark had Kevin Curran caught for 101, and with Bill not on the ground, Surrey were declared winners by 21 runs. And it said on the card, Athey absent hurt. Best wishes, Jerry. Good story. Here's Chapel once more, worked away this time by Donald. There's ground being made right round the boundary by Zafar on the leg side, and they'll pick up a couple. Sylvester Clark is probably before your time, Jared, but
I've heard a lot of stories.
Yes, I'm sure you have.
Definitely, I've heard how quick he was. Yeah,
he was lively, to say the least, and that goes back obviously into the days of 3-day cricket here at Cheltenham. Here we're on day 2 of 4, and Chapel completing a 21st over, which he does with one that James Vince can't lay bat on.
Yeah, we were talking last week, I think, in Essex at the second team game about sort of the days of 3-day cricket with a Sunday League game in between, and just could be driving to the other end of the country and back, and then to complete the game. I think probably glad that that's gone out of the game, because it wouldn't be great, especially for fast bowlers.
So does your interest come through your family originally?
My brother mainly. My mum and dad never played the game, never had any interest in it till me and my brother started playing on the back garden, weirdly enough. So yeah, through my brother and our battles on the back garden, then joined the club, and ever since I've been hooked, really. So yeah, it just means when I don't have a good game, my dad can't really say anything in the car because he doesn't know what he's talking about, which is quite nice to say to.
And when you say the club, which was your club?
So it was Wakefield Thorns originally. Funnily enough, same as Josh. So me and Josh Shaw grew up together, played through the age groups. So I've known him since we were 6. So it's quite strange how we've both ended up now at Gloucestershire playing first team cricket together.
And talking of Josh Shaw, here he is, coming in over the wicket to Donald. It's an appeal for an LBW, and up goes the finger. So Donald has to go. I wonder whether there was a nick on that.
Yeah,
to James Bracey, actually. There was the appeal. Let's just see this on the replay. Yeah, I think there was a nick, not the LBW as originally thought. So
he doesn't look too happy about that, an iron, but
no, he's dragging the bat off. But certainly Chris Dent was pretty clear. It was there was a nick, and now possibly with Donald going, you're into the aggressors in the Hampshire order. So how many do they want? How long a bowl do they want tonight? Well, I think James Vince would like 100 first of all, and the man to try and help him get there is Keith Barker.
Yeah, I think that was interesting before, certainly before we went off for bad light earlier. I think there were talks that they might try go for 400 and 110 to get that extra point, being sort of second and behind Surrey. But they've not gone for that plan. It's interesting that Barker's come out instead of Fuller. Fuller normally being the aggressor, so potentially back for a little while longer before the declaration.
Ambulance coming up towards the ground, turning right, as you probably hear on the siren. That may have come, in fact, out of the hospital rather than anything else. But Barker's come in, and what a season he is having. Keith Barker, 38 wickets at 19.
Yeah, I think the beauty of the Hampshire attack, having him, Abbott and Abbas for most of the season, I think, and with Dawson being the all-rounder, it's just they keep coming. And as I say, with the batting lineup, it's the same with the bowling. It's relentless. As we saw at the Ageas Bowl, if Barker's not getting them, Abbott's getting them. If Abbott's not getting them, Abbas is getting them. So it's tough, but that's the level we're at. That's the level we want to play at, and it's just about learning quickly.
So Barker's a left-hander, and here is Joshua round the wicket to bowl to him. He's away straight away with a little clip, very, very fine for 4. It was far enough down the leg side for Keith Barker to step across and flick it away. Here's a second look at this.
Yeah, sure, just getting a bit straight there, maybe hunting the pads first ball after a wicket.
I don't know what weight of bat Keith Barker uses, but he's a very strong, sturdily built, I think you'd say. Obviously used to play professional football before really turning his thoughts to cricket. Was at Warwickshire and then made the move to Hampshire. This is another. Well, this is a 6th session in the field.
Yeah,
Jared, isn't it? So it comes back to, I think, something that either Steve Snell or Dale Bankenstein said after that block of 6 championship matches at the start of the season. Short in around the wicket once more. Barker again off his pads. There's a gap at backward square. There's a chase round for Zafar. Has he got hold of that in? He has. He's done really well there. They come back for 2. But he's a terrier in the field, Zafar. He never gives anything up, does he?
That's it. He's a great competitor. Wants to win. Wants to do well for the team all the time. And not the greatest fielder, but gets his body behind the ball, which is the most important thing.
I just about that sort of Steve Snell and Dale Bankenstein comment that 150 overs in the field, if 140 overs in the field, is a long time.
Yeah,
it is sapping, and somewhere along the line, then your opening batsmen have got to have enough concentration to go out and face bowlers at 90 miles an hour.
Yeah, I think it's tough physically being a bowler, but probably mentally as a batter, fielding 150 plus overs, and then if you get a duck or a good ball early, it can be a long 4 days. So I don't envy the batters, but I think speaking to guys across all the counties this year, first and second team, everyone feels like they've fielded a lot this year. So I don't think it's just us, but it's certainly been tough grind for especially the bowlers, but also the batters as well, having to field that long.
Might come back to that in a moment. Barker, all from the crease, plays Josh Shaw up to long on, so Shaw has 2 for 62. And is that because some of the fielding sessions have been really long, like 5 fielding periods have been long, like 5 sessions, rather than if you'd fielded for 2.5, and then 2.5 and 2.5 in regular matches, doesn't seem quite so bad. But because they've been, as you say, 130 overs plus often.
That's it. And I think it's just the mental grind of knowing you've got to come back and back and back for 5-6 sessions in a row, and not just for one game, but for 3, 4, 5 games in a row.
More light trouble here, I suspect. There's another reading being taken, and are they coming off again? Well, they are. Graham Lloyd and Nick Cook have again read their light meters. Play only restarted at 4:15, and here we are at 4:45, and once again James Vince has got to have the disappointment of having time taken out of the game. And again, Graham Lloyd just explaining the position. The stumps are taken out, so the covers will come back on, Is there a little bit of drizzle in the air as well? So it's partly light and partly rain, and you can't see Cleve Hill now either. And that's probably not a good sign at this stage in the day. Hampshire's hand may be forced here, Jared, by the weather to some degree, mightn't it?
I think that's the interesting point. I keep looking at those remaining overs and 42 overs left, and it feels like it's been a long 2 days, but I don't think there's actually been that much cricket played, so it'll be an interesting point when what their thoughts are. Only 385 on the board. It's a decent total, but if it is a good pitch, we can't forget that the next 2 days are extended as well. And if we lose overs again today, I presume we'll be able to extend again. So there's a lot of cricket still to be played. But as I say, if we do get back out there, I'm sure their opening bowlers will want a bit of time at our batters tonight to try and get a few early poles and make inroads. So if depending on the weather, it looks a bit bleak at the minute. But if we get back out there, I think probably see a declaration sooner rather than later.
Jared, thanks for your time. Thanks for joining us in what has been, well, a shortened spell here after tea. If we don't see you with us again in this week, maybe you could be in the side, obviously, for the Northants game, but certainly in the Royal London. Best of luck for that.
Thanks very much.
And for the moment, it's another question of us showing you the picture of what is obviously the Players' Pavilion, but the gymnasium in Cheltenham College terms, here at the Cheltenham College ground, with the covers coming back on and this very light drizzle in the air, albeit there's Cleve Hill now almost shrouded in this thick drizzle. So there's the short form details. 385.46 Hampshire. They started the day on 203.42. The men out today. Felix Organ, the Centurion, went on to make 118. He was caught by Bracey off Chappell. First man to go today, though. Liam Dawson caught by Van Buren at mid-wicket off Josh Shaw for 18. Ben Brown, a leading edge to Zafar Kahar, return catch for 25. And then Anaran Donald with a finish edge to James Bracey off Josh Shaw. Therefore, the bowling figures for Gloucestershire: 385.46 Hampshire off 114 overs. So for them, 3 batting points. Gloucestershire's 6th wicket. In terms of when it arrived, came after the 110 overs were up, so that means it's just 1 bowling point. The successful wicket takers: Shaw 2 for 62, Chappell 2 for 72, Zafar 1 for 83, and Ollie Price's wicket yesterday 1 for 14. He hasn't bowled today. So with drizzle falling, we'll have news of a resumption hopefully shortly, but we have 2 issues to cope with here at the moment, and that is both drizzle and bad light. So for the moment, from Cheltenham, we'll be back with you as soon as there is any news of a resumption of play. But still, as things stand, there's a potential 42 overs left in the day that is being eaten into by this latest disruption. Further news from here shortly. Well, welcome back to Cheltenham, where we've had 3 stoppages today for bad light. And James Vince, the Hampshire captain, has had to walk off on each of those 3 occasions. And I'm not sure in either of the last 2 he's been particularly happy about being asked to go to the pavilion. But here he is, 79 not out from 143 balls. He's got Keith Barker with him. Still James Fuller to come, and the play in what should be this final phase of the day still has 33 overs to go. Now, we're not going to get all those, I don't think. The light may not allow us to get them all, but Hampshire have to decide here how far into this session they want to bat, because I feel sure that they would like a bowl at Gloucestershire tonight. James Vince has 79. He'd like 100 too, but whether all that can work for the visitors here remains to be seen. Zach Chappell's going to bowl. He's taken 2 for 72 for 21 overs. And overall, you'd have to say the Gloucestershire bowlers have stuck at their task pretty well here. Chappell then in, and that's hit very high on the bat. It was a short ball, and Vince plays it in a rather unconventional fashion down to deep square for a single. That was not the most orthodox shot, but he kept it down enough. Chappell's not walking very smoothly back to his mark. That may just because of some degree of stiffness. Certainly when he walked off at the last stoppage, he was not moving that easily, but it's been a stop-start kind of day. And we've only had 42 overs cricket, surprisingly. We may get got a bit more than that now, and Barker pushes at that outside the off stump, and it's taken by James Bracey. So if we do end up getting almost all of the overs in, we're probably going to be to about 140 overs or so. So both the days will have had about the same amount of play in them, but it's been a curious one today, and so different to the heat of yesterday, almost back to what you might expect in England in July. Chappell past Cook, and Barker works that round on the leg side. Is there a man at deep square? There isn't, and he will pick up 4 runs. Barker's no mug with the bat. In fact, not inconceivable that by the end of the season, if he has a reasonable finish, this is round 10 of the season, he will be closing in on 5,000 first-class runs in his career, and that's not bad for somebody who's batting here at number 8. Chappell to bowl to him again. That was a bit of a jab out on the offside, fielded by Zafar Gahar. Interesting to hear Jared Warner talk about him as perhaps being not the most classical fielder, shall we say, but he's an enthusiastic fielder, and if you stop the ball, ultimately, that's the important thing. Perhaps the classical or cleanest fielder perhaps would be a better description. Chappell's got 2 slips on a gully here to Barker, who pushes at that, and James Bracey takes, but there was no nick. If you haven't been with us for most of the day, Gloucestershire obviously only had 2 successes yesterday. Holland and Gubbins, the men out yesterday. Nick was with us today on commentary too, which was a unexpected surprise. So the men out today: Felix Organ caught by Bracey off Chappell for 118. Here is Chappell in once more. Barker goes down the ground. That's a lovely shot. Straight down the ground for 4. It was well pitched up, but it was in the slot for Barker, and it was one that the left-hander took full advantage of. It's right up and almost under his toes, but he hit it straight and got full value for it. So the men out today: Felix Organ, as we said, 118. Liam Dawson caught by Van Buren at mid-wicket offshore, 418. Ben Brown, a leading edge to Zafaka half at 25. And then Anaran Donald caught by Bracey offshore just before the last interruption for bad light, 429. That's brought Barker out to the crease, and Josh Shaw's going to restart this last phase of the day from the Chappell end. Hampshire 6 short of 400, and Vince trying to work that comfortably down to Chappell, who'll get up, get 1. James Vince this season actually scored more runs in the T20 than he has in the Championship, but he's still averaging 33. Only the 100 so far, so he'd certainly want this other one if he can. But there's kind of, it's a multi-layered situation this for Hampshire. They don't want to take up too much time in the game, but they want to get to a total that gives them a bit of slack with regards to the follow-on. Barker's pulled that away. It was a bit short, and it's despite the dive at mid-wicket, nothing that the fielder there could do about that. I think that's Hammond again, who's flung himself to all parts today, and he's gets slowly to his feet. It's 4 more. That was quite short though. It's a real lot of bottom hand in that from Keith Barker, pulling it away. And this is Hampshire now trying to press the accelerator pedal in this final session. Shaw at the end of his run. And Barker off his toes this time. Almost a full ball. And Zavagar's down on the boundary at deep backward square, and Hampshire's 400 is up. 116th over, so they haven't got the 5th batting point. We're going to have Tom Smith joining us shortly, which will be a pleasure on this second evening. Tom's got the headphones on.
Yeah.
TMJ, how are you?
Thank you very much for having me. Yeah, really good.
Vince fires that out onto the offside. This is a testing session for a fielding team, isn't it? You know, this is the sixth session of the match in theory, and Gloucestershire is still in the field.
Yeah, it's been a real challenge, sort of going on and off with bad light and rain around. Sometimes it can bring a bit of opportunity as well to take some wickets, and that's the way Gloucester will look to just try and dry up the run rate and try and use this time to take a few wickets.
Shaw back at the end of his run. Almost Yorks, James Vince. The ball stopped dead short of the stumps, as you can see, but Josh Shaw almost firing it through the defences of the Hampshire captain. Here's a second look at it on the replay. Smith coming toward, Shaw coming towards us, and you could see Chris Dent's reaction too. This was something that we actually talked about this morning, and it is a relevant point, of course. When the umpires take a light reading, that's the reading for the game, and because the first stoppage today, here's Shaw coming into Vince once more, he got a single out on the offside. Because the first stoppage, ultimately it did rain, but because the first stoppage was a bad light stoppage, we've had to go by that light reading all day, and it hasn't seemed at the points at which you've come off that it's been that bad. I mean, as somebody who's played in all sorts of light, Did you feel it was particularly gloomy when they came off this morning?
No, I mean, I was surprised. I said it did actually look quite tricky out in the field. We had Zafar Gohar out there, didn't pick one up off a short ball of Vince, and then it looked fine to bat in, but actually it was the fielders picking it up in the deep who were finding it tricky. And that's just the rules that you've got. The reading is appropriate to the bowler that's bowling.
Here is Zach Chappell continuing his spell from the college lawn end, and one more. I think there was an inside edge there, so one more to the Hampshire skipper, who's creeping up towards what would be a second championship 100 of the season. But in a sense, you can't blame the umpires. All they're trying to do is officiate the match in as safe as way possible. But it is, I think you can understand the frustration amongst the spectators when it didn't appear dangerous out there, certainly from a batting perspective. Chappell in, dabbed out by Barker.
It is really tricky trying to manage that light, because you got a crowd in that want to see some cricket. You know, batters, Hampshire, are out there trying to set a game up and try and get into a position where they might be able to declare. Sometimes that reading can be appropriate to the bowler that is bowling. So obviously a Ryan Higgins will have a different reading to a Zach Chappell possibly, and that's the hard thing, that it can be quite subjective at times, and actually using a piece of machinery takes that judgment away, which they're trying to make it as consistent as possible. But sometimes at different grounds with different scenery, it can seem brighter than what the reading is. I mean,
there's no doubt it is much lighter now than it was when they came off. Keith Barker's going for the ramp and doesn't make it, and it's taken by James Bracey. You said about the declaration, Tom. Do you think? I mean, Hampshire are trying to press the accelerator now, aren't they? Yeah,
I mean, I was quite surprised they didn't go for it slightly earlier, trying to get that extra batting point. And I sort of saw James Fuller putting his pads on and off on the sideline. It looked like they might going to use a sort of pinch hitter at the time when Ben Brown went out there. But now really they need to set this up to have a bowl tonight.
Chappell in once more. Barker goes for the pull. Has he got hold of that? He has. That's gone all the way down by the tree that's just to the left of the pavilion. If the spectators there were watching the ball, we will say that you must do that at a cricket match. And here is Barker really swinging hard at that. And he's pulled that way down. There were two trees, as you can see, just to the left of the pavilion, one of which is the top has been lopped off it. And Barker's aimed that away. And if he times it, he's a powerfully built man.
This is a tricky thing with the bad light as well, because if the conditions were fine, they'd be setting it up to declare and then have a bowl, but they've got to assess whether they'll actually be able to bowl because of the light.
Barker with a little dab out on the offside, fielded by Marcus Harris. Yeah, I suppose Mohammed Abbas is somebody who tends to bowl a very full length and doesn't bowl an awful lot that's short, but you know, Abbott is an aggressive bowler. James Fuller's quite an aggressive bowler as well. I
think they're going to have to just sort of take a bit of guidance from the umpires and sort of get to the point where, like, look, if we declare, are we going to be able to bowl? And
they might say, well, if you can bowl Dawson and Organ, that's fine, but they're not going to do that with a new ball. They may as well stay out there and bat and just get as many runs as they can in that instance. All of this. I mean, every run from here obviously makes Gloucestershire's first target the follow-on target, doesn't it?
Here. I think Gloucester, obviously, it's every game's a must-win now with the position in the table. So Gloucestershire have got to try and. It's going to be difficult to try and win this one, but certainly looking at that, getting a high-value draw if we can, and trying to get that maximum batting points. So I mean, it's all going to be a challenge against one of the finer attacks in Division 1, but they'll be positive, I think, in this one. It's a good wicket and the ball's coming onto the bat, so they'll be positive of trying to draw up somewhere close to them.
as somebody who's been in and around the dressing room all season, how challenging has it been for Graham with injuries and a side that's been, I'll just come back to that in a moment. Here's Josh Shaw continuing his spell in a side that's been adjusting to the higher level. He's had his own problems with his own form, with the bat has been a bit sketchy. He's had his shoulder problem, so he can't be involved. Has it been a learning curve for him, do you sense?
It's been a learning curve for everyone. The injuries have been a real shame, to be honest. I think with our full fit side, with a full fit Naseem Shah at the start of the year, would have been a very different picture.
Shaw in, Vince off the back foot, crunches that on the bounce, but running round, Hammond once more does the fielding.
David Payne obviously has been unavailable for large chunks of time, and you look at the squad that got us up to Division 1, and the point was based around sort of Higgins and Payne, and we just haven't had those combinations really, and Graham obviously taking the job on, as like you said, struggled a little bit with the bat and just hasn't had the players at times to perform with one thing or another, which has been a tough year for us all, but we've certainly taken a lot of learnings from this jump up in class in this Division 1, and I definitely feel we'll be a stronger side from it.
Here is Shaw staying over the wicket. Vince very fine off his pads once more down to Sack Chapel, and the one thing that you don't know, I don't believe anybody does, is about the structure of the season for next year. Is that lack of clarity something that the players want, like yesterday? Really?
Yeah, I think it's hard. Like obviously now I don't play red ball, so I mean I'm looking at the white ball setup and thinking it'll be great for me to play 50 over cricket against all the best players. At the moment in the RL 50, with all the 100 ball players aren't there, the international guys aren't there, and so for me, with my sort of white ball cap on, is I want to see 50 over cricket back in and playing against the best players, much like in the Blast when we get the opportunity to play against the best players. So a lot of the instability and uncertainty of what's going on is I guess really challenging for the coaches and the directors of cricket, because contracts and whatever else.
Barker, almost a Yorker again from Josh Shaw. He just dragged the back down onto it. I think that uncertainty is felt by everyone, and that was clear because Will Brown and David Jones and Steve Snells did a members forum this morning, and I think David was very clear. We'd love to tell you, but we don't know. And the Red Bull review is in September, and he also made actually quite a good point, which I'll come back to after this ball from Shaw, which Barker steers away past Marcus Harris, past Ollie Price, and it's going to go run all the way to the rope. That was nothing more than a dab really, but at Cheltenham on a fast outfield it can be a fruitless pursuit. And in fact, I often quote you, Mr. Smith, in terms of you saying that there are pockets of ground at Cheltenham where you can run a 3, and they are generally on the gymnasium side up towards the trees where Barker hit that last 6, and also just down to our right hand side, because it is like a bit of a squashed circle. It's not a completely round playing area. Barker again off his pads down to long leg for 1, but to pick on something that David said earlier, the fixture list is not just a domestic problem, because it's kind of a global problem, and there is a series of tiers where you have to try and sort out the domino effect of all of it. And if the IPL is widened further, what does that mean we want to do with the calendar in England? Alan Fordham, who sorts out all the fixtures for all the domestic competitions, he's got a real thorny problem.
Yeah, I mean it's just been so apparent with the England team this year, hasn't it? With the 50 over against India, and then followed by South Africa a few days later. I mean, it's been jam-packed. I mean, such a shame to see that Stokes felt that he needed to retire from a format of cricket because it was just too jam-packed. And I think probably at times that can happen with domestic players moving more to white ball contracts because they're trying to get more longevity in the game, because just the schedule of all the 4-day cricket is too tough for players. So I think there does need to be a shift.
Here is Tom Price into the attack to bowl to Keith Barker. Do you think that the day of the multi-format player, we're heading to a point where the multi-format player won't exist?
Well, I hope that doesn't happen, because there are still
or certainly more than 2 anyway. Somebody can play 20, 50 and red ball, and you probably need to be a batsman, don't you, to do that?
Yeah, well, Hampshire have actually got a few, haven't they, in their side, which are still sort of playing.
I mean, Vince is one.
Yeah, Vince, Dawson, James Fuller this year.
Those are the only 3, really, I think.
Yeah, and it is becoming less. Obviously, Ryan Higgins does it for us, and Chris Dent. But I think some sides now are just sort of having purists, which then makes it slightly easier in terms of keeping everyone fit. You know, with Hampshire, with Keith Barker just being red ball, and Ross Whiteley and just being white ball, and you just sort of see, and Chris Wood's another one for them on a white ball deal. You see people just coming in and out for their certain formats.
Here is Price in again to Barker, who forces that away. Good stop from Zafar Gohar, and Barker would have been miles out if he'd have hit there. Barker halfway down the pitch. It was his call, and the attempt from Zafar didn't hit.
Zafar was moving to his left-hand side, his stronger side there. I don't think Barker had thought about that, so it came right into his strong hand.
Yeah, that's going back into the days of Matt Windows, and obviously now part of the sort of the cricket committee at Gloucestershire. Very much known as a left-handed fielder, although he was a right-handed bat. Barker once more tries to swing it away on the leg side. Zafar appeals for LBW from backward point. Nothing if not enthusiastic. Barker's got 30 off 24, so the intent is very clear.
I guess the concern will be with the change of structure if it does go to 10 championship games, where how Cheltenham Festival exists.
And again, that was a question that was asked this morning, and there was no answer. But I think the one thing that David Jones did say, and I come back to that after this delivery from Price to Barker, who steered on the bounce to Marcus Harris at point, is that the club cannot ignore the commercial success of Cheltenham, and therefore his line was very clear. If the fixture list allows it, they would like to keep it in the format that it currently is. Now, the hand that they are going to be dealt, we don't know what that is, will be in terms of how the schedule looks. Price in once more again. Barker on the pull. That ball didn't get up as much as the previous one. They'll only take one. Throw back on its way into James Bracey. So I'm just making this up as a hypothetical example. Let's say that all the white ball cricket was played in the second half of the season. All the red ball cricket was said to be over by the end of June. That would create a problem for the college. Obviously, it's hoped that there is the time to make the festival stand as it currently does as the centrepiece of the season. And just to that end too, we had Nick Gubbins with us earlier on, who was talking very much about favouring the cricket being in blocks. Are you a fan of the blocks of the format, so that you're not switching from one to the other all the time?
Well, I guess just as a purely a white ball player now, I did find the break for the 4-dayer. It wasn't really a challenge, but it was frustrating because you just get used to playing every other day and you just want to be out there, and then having to we were down at Canterbury, weren't we, for that 4-dayer?
Yeah, sure to continue. Barker, who's certainly favouring the leg side at the moment.
So I was down in
Picks up one
Canterbury sort of more as in a coaching capacity, but having to practice with no one because everyone's playing a Red Bull game. So I think certainly for that, the few players that went from 2020 to 4-day, it was a real challenge, but also some of the white ball players just sort of thinking, you know, you just want to crack on and keep playing, and that's a nice thing with a 50 over comp as it is, because it's sort of a lot of cricket condensed over a short period of time where you're not flittering between formats.
Well, I think it's about 3 weeks for all the group matches. So, and just on your coaching sort of level, I really don't know this. There are other sports where you can have measurable levels of coaching. Is that the case for you as well? Do you have Shaw into Barker again? Tries almost the Yorker. Can't. Sorry, that's not Barker. That's Vince. Can't actually. Again, break the defences of the Hampshire captain. So, are there measurable levels that you're going through?
Yeah. So, I think sort of globally, it's level 1 to 4. 4 being the highest, and I'm on my level 4 at the moment. So I've just completed the first year. It's a 2-year course, and I'll start up again in October when the season finishes. So I should be qualified.
Pulled by Vince out to deep mid wicket. There is a man there, and once again Ollie Price gets his throw in quickly. One more to the total.
Yeah, so I should be qualified hopefully by October next year. It's been a really good course actually. I've learned a hell of a lot. I think with my role as a sort of a player in white ball and sort of transitioning into coaching in the red ball and working with the second team and doing a little bit with the first team, it's been nice to have the sort of theory but then also get the practical sides in the summer with the Gloucestershire team.
Shaw in, tries to bounce Keith Barker. I think he knows Barker's going to take him on at the moment if there's anything short out there.
There certainly has been a bit of a short ball plan to Barker. They've got 3 out on the hook now, and he's looked fairly competent at it, so I think it's one of those that they're just hoping for a bit of a miss hit out into those deeper fielders on the leg side.
Deep mid wicket, deep backward square. Oh, that's off the bottom edge, and the long leg as well for him. But if he wants it, there's kind of a single anywhere you like on the leg side with those 3 men back, but Barker's prepared to take it on. See, if you are sort of coming to us, what time is it now? It's 20 minutes to 6, so if you've been at work today and joined the stream late thinking, oh, what have I missed? Well, you've missed 3 breaks for bad light and in some cases rain, although it was light rain for that matter. And Hampshire have so far added 215 runs today. Vince has pulled that, and that will be 1 bounce 4. That's gone well to the left of Zach Chappell, and Josh Shaw looked a bit skywards there as if he knew that was dragged down. No, it was, and James Vince, when well set, will be quickly onto that and dispatched it away.
Oh no, the dreaded light meters coming back out then.
Off again. So another reading and another discussion between the umpires has seen again the players walk off the field. So 4:22 for 6. Despite Vince plundering that last ball from Josh Shaw to the boundary, it's all governed now by what you might call is the dreaded light meter.
I mean, that's the shame there. I mean, people watching that have just seen James Vince pull a 80-mile-an-hour ball out to the boundary for 4 and going, well, what on earth's going on? The light can't be that bad. And I think certainly in the middle, the light between batsman and bowler with white screens isn't too bad, but it will be the fielders looking out into the sort of greenery and the dark patches that will be the challenge. But I must admit, I am sat here thinking that they should be on there. It doesn't look as bad as what we've had in parts today, and just such a shame really when you've got a crowd in. You just want to see some cricket.
And just kind of throw this at you. It's not meant to be a curveball, but would the umpires not say, right? I suppose if the meter reading is below the reading they took earlier, then they have to go off. But if it's kind of borderline, would the umpires say to the fielding captain, look, if you want to stay out here, then you've got to have your spinners on?
Yeah, I think
to be proactive and try and keep the game moving.
Yeah, so Graham would have that option to bowl spin at both ends. But depending on how much it's dropped, I guess if it's dropped a lot, then they might say, well, this reading's not appropriate even to bowl spin. But I mean, looking at it and the conditions out there, I think it is appropriate to be bowling spin, or even certainly Ryan Higgins. I guess Gloucestershire have that debate now of whether, if they went to double spin and Barker and Vince whacked it everywhere, do they lose a little bit of an advantage, or does it sit with them a bit easier that they can leave the field? I guess it's all sort of tactics and where you see the game in its current state.
And I can certainly see the argument that you wouldn't want Hampshire to get another 50 cheap runs against the spinners, which makes it harder to save the follow-on and save the game later on, because that's probably where Gloucestershire are looking at the moment. 422. It would be hard to win the game from here, you'd have thought.
I think also the ridiculous things with these rules, and we experienced it in a T20 last year against Middlesex, where the fielding side have all the cards. They can decide what they want to do with the light. And so potentially Graham could go, OK, well, Zaf will bowl. And then if Zaf got hit for 20 runs, they bowl the seamer the next end, then they go off. And we had it in the T20, it was at Radlett, where
I was there that night. It was very dark.
Owen Morgan was just sort of bowling spin until they got the DL rate close to winning, and then he brought Stephen Finn back, so the umpires would say, right, you've got to come off now. And in fact, the umpires kept us on there in substandard lighting, really, because it was so unfair that Morgan could just decide what style of bowling he'd bowl till the light and the game was at a position where they could get off the field. And there's no solution to that. That's what the game is. But yeah, certainly in this scenario we could have had some spin bowled. If it had gone wrong, Graham would have had the option then to bowl a seamer, which we then would have walked off.
Well, the umpires are staying out there in the middle just to see if it's going to lift. Christian Brain, the head groundsman, is the gentleman you can see in the sun hat out there with them. But I say this is the fourth time today that play has gone off. Players have gone off for bad light. And if you introduce anybody to the game of cricket, particularly the long form game, this is the stuff that they find particularly difficult.
Yeah, and like I said before, it's such a shame. You've got people here who come after work, they want to get the sort of final hour in, and we're all sort of staring into a pitch that it's not raining, it's not overly dark, and there's no cricket being played. It's such a shame. And my only assumption was that obviously the light has gone lower, but the fielders maybe weren't picking the ball up, and that it's in some way dangerous. But I mean, watching that passage of play, that they just looked pretty free flowing, and everyone was seeing it pretty well. So that's the shame with not having any wriggle room on the numbers on that on the light meter, which is a shame for this game.
While we've got the opportunity, and while you have you here briefly, your thoughts on the chances in the Royal London, given everybody, I think, other than maybe Leicestershire, who are going to be affected by people away with the 100. Arguably, you look at Gloucestershire's potential batting lineup, even with the absentees, it's pretty strong.
It's an exciting time. Obviously, we lose the 6 for the 100. I think it was 5 last year. Graham Van Buren's the extra one this year. But then we add Marcus Harris, who's available. And, it's an exciting time. I think also adding 5 or 6 different players into the group and gaining a bit more experience in the white ball format would be great.
when Dave Bartlett said yesterday that Ben Charlesworth, liable, we haven't really seen this season, liable to be in contention to play as well. So there's another batter who did well last year in the competition.
Yeah, he's got a fantastic record, and obviously James Bracey's brilliant in that format as well. So we've got with Chris Dent and Harris in that sort of top four left-handers. Would be really exciting. I think it's a format that we all really enjoy and look forward to, and I think we do have the skill set to give it a good go. I think this year will be a different challenge. It looks like a lot of clubs have added overseas players this year. Felt like last year it was seen as more of a development competition and people maybe didn't invest in their squad for it, whereas certainly this year seeing some of the Indian boys turning up for the RL50 is exciting. Like I said earlier, we want to be playing against the best players, and it will be a really good tournament for us. I think we definitely have a good chance of qualifying like we did last year, and then it's just how you go in those knockout fixtures. We ran into Tim David last year, which was rather unfortunate.
Is there any expectation that Zafar will play as well as you?
I think so. I mean, I don't know his availability. There hasn't been a whole lot of discussion around that. But certainly if there's an option for him to play, I think it's one that we should explore. He's been batting really well as his bowling in the championship stuff. And I think with such an intense period of time where you said the group games are over 3 weeks, we're going to need bodies available.
So umpires stayed out there whilst that reading clearly was not allowing us to continue, and now players making their way back out again to the middle. But I think, Tom, your point is well made about James Vince's worry about whether he can bowl the bowls he wants to bowl tonight.
And that's the shame with the situation we're in. Probably if it was a clear day and there's 25 overs left in the day, he might be looking at just getting over 450 and having a 20 over bowl at us, but that's not going to be the case with the light, and they might end up batting slightly longer than what they thought, because they may as well try and get the runs rather than have the period of time where they could be spent on the side watching the light meter again. So it's a difficult balancing act for James Vince, and one that he's probably going to have to be talking to the umpires a lot to find out what he's going to be able or not able to do.
Well, here we are, Vincent Barker back to the middle. And it will be Tom Price to bowl from the college lawn end. I mean, it's been a day of multiple bowling changes and short spells in the main for the bowlers, but it was certainly the case yesterday with the heat. Today it's been because of the stop-start nature of affairs. Barker's got that first ball away past Safakahar's right hand, and that's going to run away down through sort of a wide gully area in front of that black and red striped marquee 4-4. Tom Price hasn't got a wicket in this innings yet, but he's
just wonder if we need to
worked as hard as anyone to try and break this 7th wicket stand.
Just wonder whether we need to change the pace a little bit. We haven't seen a lot of spin. We've gone with the 2 seamers, and just wonder, it might be slightly higher risk with a few boundaries, but it might just break the partnership.
Barker once more. That's partially stopped, I think, by Tom Price, but certainly Ryan Higgins was covering at mid-off. The field is reasonably well spread now for this pair. Chris Dent is still at slip. There's a gully, but man out at backward point. Man out, I think, at deep backward squared, out of our direct sight line. Barker going at faster than a runner ball at the moment. That's in the air. That's over our marquee. In fact, he's onto the roof of our marquee. That's a big hit from Keith Barker. He got one on the back of that, and these two have put on 53 together now in just over half an hour's playing time.
Again, it's that short ball ploy to Barker, which he's hitting it really well. I'm not sure quite that's the right plan at the moment for him. I think they need to be staying on top of the stumps, bringing him forward, because he's been sharp onto that short ball.
Played 1 or 2 down the ground, but certainly that looks his more comfortable position. Back foot, and he's seeing it well enough. Now Graham's going to say that the ball's got some damage. I'm not surprised. That was a pretty lusty blow.
I think I was saying earlier to a few of the lads how in previous years, with the captains only having 2 ball challenges to check if it's out of shape or not, and often you get them wrong a lot of the time, but this year the captains have been masters of the ball challenge. I think Graham's done it 3 times this innings, and each time he's had it spot on. I think they've got so used to seeing out of shape cricket balls this year that they've become real gurus of understanding whether they're going to fit through the hoop, and that will be the 3rd ball change for Gloucestershire.
And just, we were talking about the Royal London. George Scott has brought that box of balls out. There's somebody else who would be keen to play in the Royal London.
Yeah, George had a good tournament last year. He got some runs in that quarter final. I think he got a couple of 50s in the group stage. He'll be definitely someone that will be in contention to play. And
you would say, what, batting in the middle order probably?
Yeah, I think that top 4 of all those left-handers is going to be the way that they'll go, and then the sort of middle order will then be, you know, a mix of George and Jack Taylor and, you know, Tom Lace, and trying to think who we got.
Well, I suppose Zafar might bat as high as 7 perhaps.
Yeah, I think it's going to be. Well, there's quite a lot of all-rounders as well with the Price brothers, so there's going to be competition for places, which is brilliant, because last year at times we probably just travelled with the 13 that were left back at base, and that's all we had, whereas this year we probably have a good group of bowlers. Obviously Paul van Meekeren as well, coming back from Holland. That's another bowler that will be in the mix.
4:32 for 6, Hampshire. Barker gets it off the bottom, well, not quite the toe end of the bat, but he didn't really time it as he did the ball before. And one more to him. For Barker's last shot, we were at effectively deep extra cover, but he hit it over, and we're almost right on the rope at ground level. So as soon as we could see that going up, it was aware it was going to either go over the marquee and onto the gymnasium wall behind, or as it did, I think it just dropped onto the roof. Vince on 89. Tom Price to bowl to him. He tries to whip that away on the leg side, but doesn't time his attempted pull successfully.
Of course, the Royal London Cup starts here against Warwickshire. Which will be an exciting start to the tournament, playing at Cheltenham, which probably have a few younger faces in that, possibly in that side, that might be making their 50 over debuts.
Into the ground from James Vince. Actually, I asked this question to Dave Bartlett yesterday, and he didn't know very much. You may know a little more. Joe Phillips, the young Cornish boy who got a double hundred in the seconds. Have you seen much of him, or to know how much potential he's got?
Yeah, I was very fortunate to be coaching at Colchester last week, so I saw it firsthand. His 250 odd not out. Yeah, he's a really exciting talent. He's obviously gone up from Cornwall. He's at Clifton College. He's on our academy. I think it's only his 2nd ever 4-day game, actually. He played a 4-day game early on in the year for the 2nd team versus Yorkshire, I think it was. So it was at the county ground, whoever we played there. It was against Sussex, that's who it was.
Sure, going around the wicket to Barker. That's further pitched up and just dabbed out to Marcus Harris in the gully.
And I think the thing that stood out was just his understanding of his game plan and his patience. You know, most people you see, once they've gone past those milestones of 50 to 100, then to 150, that they can try and raise the tempo too quick and find themselves getting out, but actually just kept batting, just kept it really simple, just kept going at his pace, picked off the bad ball, kept out the good one, and it was just real simple batsmanship.
Short to Barker, who really winds himself up, and he's launched that down the ground. It's not gone for 6, but it has gone for 4 down in front of that camel coloured marquee. And here is Barker batting with real intent here. He's really launched the kitchen sink into that.
I did notice that poor old Joe did get a first baller in this week's in second team game, so he's come back down with a bang, but there'll be plenty more runs for him in the future, I'm sure.
Barker needs 2 for a 50, and he might get one of them there down to deep backward square. So just to put that in context, what was the Essex? Can you remember what the Essex attack was made up of? Was there much experience in the attack he was facing? Because that adds more credibility to the runs, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean we were probably fairly similar experience-wise attacks. They had a few professionals. They had a young guy with the surname Richards who bowled nicely. He's on their professional staff. They had Dale Benkenstein's son, Luke Benkenstein, bowling.
Sure, over the wicket to James Vince.
So, it was a youngish attack, but in the same game we had George Scott and Jack Taylor who didn't get 250. So, it was a lovely partnership actually between him and Tommy Borman, another guy who's on the academy. He's only, I think, 17 or 18 years of age, and he played brilliantly. He got out for 80, but it was just so nice to see that younger generation flowering in the second team.
Vince waits for Shaw once more. Thought about a single. I think once a single. He thought about it, but then spotted it had gone to the right hand of Ryan Higgins and changed his mind. Still 23 overs in theory to be bowled tonight, even though we're at 6 o'clock. Thank you, Tom, for being with us this afternoon. Tom Smith, the Gloucestershire white ball spinner, and as he says himself now, really concentrating on playing white ball and developing his coaching. Doesn't play red ball anymore really, and there's 2 more to James Vince off the last ball of that Josh Shaw over. So we've been a variety of guests and voices for you today. Nick Gubbins, Jared Warner, Tom Smith, and still quite a bit of potentially important cricket to go on this second day, largely because of the stoppages. But Graham Van Buren's having to do a lot of thinking out there, with Hampshire really trying to put the pedal down. These two came together at 379 for 6. It's now 440 for 6, and Barker's going to get to his 50 with a little squeeze off his pads. 50 for Keith Barker off only 37 balls.
7
4s and 2 6s, as Ben Veazey tells us on the PA system. I think we debated that perhaps the ideal for Hampshire would be to get to 450 and leave themselves somewhere between 16 and 20 overs to bowl at Gloucestershire tonight. Well, they might just about make that equation, but they've got to judge whether the light is going to be an issue. I think Vince might want his 100 too, and there's 4 more of them, 91 to 95, as he works Tom Price away down to that leg side boundary on the Sanford Road side of the ground. Yesterday, spectators in that stand would have needed factor 50 and an umbrella probably to really protect themselves. today, well, it's not quite jacket weather, but certainly much more comfortable to watch from a spectator point of view. Price in, and Vince is bowled. He's played that on, I think, off an inside edge, and Vince goes for 95. So was there an inside edge on this? Tom Smith spoke about the short ball perhaps not being the right prospect for Barker, but that may have come back actually. And well, it's hit middle stump just 3 parts of the way up, and Vince walks off. Is he going to raise his bat? No, I don't think he is. He's disappointed to miss out there. And end of a day where a penny for the thoughts of James Vince. 4 different spells which have forced Hampshire to come off for bad light. And James Fuller, former Gloucestershire all-rounder, in at number 9 with a pretty free licence, you would have think, at this stage. Just Kyle Abbott and Mohammed Abbas to come. Neither of those two necessarily you would expect to add too many to the total, but these two could still, in half an hour, cause quite a bit of trouble to Gloucestershire if Fuller is in the mood to put bat to ball as he can. So Price's first wicket coming in his 24th over. And Fuller now waits for him. And that's firmly up to Zach Chappell at mid-off. It's been another long term in the field for Gloucestershire. Not obviously quite as intense because of the stoppages, but in terms of concentration time, it's probably the equivalent of into a 5th session, even without the breaks. Fuller, or the good stop again by Ollie Price. He and Miles Hammond have been the fielders chiefly with the duties square of the wicket, and in Hammond's case some of the day in the covers, and they've had quite a bit of work to do. Christian hasn't seen much come his way in the slips, that's for sure. And Fuller plays out a successful over from Tom Price. He had to work hard for that wicket. 1 for 87 he's got from 24 overs. And just to give you some context of what's going on elsewhere, there's the full detail of the Hampshire card. And James Bracey will be very pleased to have been out there for 123 overs, not conceded a bye so far. Ollie Price just asking where Graham Van Buren wants him for this next over, which will be Ryan Higgins' first for quite a while. He's not been seen, certainly from the end away to our left for a bit. He's going to have an instant impact because he's got a wicket first ball, and Barker is out, caught by Tom Price. And Hampshire are not going to declare. They're going to say to Gloucester, you've got to bowl us out here. Barker trudges off. He got that far too high on the bat, but it's been quite an explosive 50 for Keith Barker. 50 off only 37 balls. And the 38th was his downfall. He walks off, and Kyle Abbott's going to come out and replace him, but he's provided just the injection of pace that Hampshire would have wanted and 4:45 for 8.
New batter, Kyle Abbott.
You can see on the board, so you've got 2 men both on naught. And a little flurry of wickets here.
Barker caught by Tom Price off the bowling of Higgins for 50.
With Vince and Barker both going quickly. So Mohammed Abbas, we can't see in the pavilion whether he's got his pads on or not. I suspect that Hampshire will effectively say to Gloucestershire, you've got to bowl us out. I don't see there being perhaps what you might term an attacking declaration here. Maybe they think that the number of overs they want tonight is less than we anticipated. The tall figure Abbott wears 87 and plays defensively back to bowler Higgins, but certainly the Gloucestershire openers, Chris Dent and Marcus Harris, you would think are going to be now getting into the mindset of batting pretty soon. Higgins past umpire Graham Lloyd. That's pushed by Abbott up to mid-off. I was conscious I was going to give you the scores from elsewhere around the country. 10 minutes past 6, so in theory we're into added time on the day, with 6 o'clock being the close, albeit it looks as though just about all the other matches are still in play. Here is Higgins into Abbott, who won't get off the mark there. That's pushed out to Hammond at cover at Taunton. Yorkshire 134 for 4, still trail Somerset by 290. Somerset 424 all out. They're into the 3rd innings of the match at the Oval. Surrey a small lead over Essex. They were 319 all out. Abbott's worked that with no bat on the leg side. It's rebounded out to subfielder Dominic Goodman, who's just come onto the field. And one more to the total. That was a leg by. So, sorry, 319 in reply to Essex's 271. Essex are 12 for 1 in their 2nd innings, so they're still trailed by 36. At Edgbaston, it's Warwickshire against Kent. And, that's a very, very thin nick. It's gone down the leg side. James Bracey hasn't been able to lay a glove on it. I'm not sure it would have been a catch anyway, and Hampshire's 450 is up. I wonder if you might be able to see a replay of that last delivery. Bracey was going to his leg side, so it wasn't an orthodox nick at all from James Fuller, but he'll save 4 on the scorecard and in the scorer's book of Adrian Bull and of Sue Drinkwater, who are doing the books here for the 2 counties at this match. So at Edgbaston, Kent 165 and 193 for 4. They lead Warwickshire by 133. Approaching the end of this 2nd day. Calabar hasn't scored yet, and he won't do that. Won't break the duck either there. Good stop from Ollie Price at point. And there's bad light at Northampton in the other match, where Northampton's bowled out Lancashire for 132, giving them a lead of 103, and they're 25 for 1 2nd time round. So those are all the matches in the 1st division. Graham Van Buren wants a field change here. Tom Price just with the 1 slip in, and Abbott plays one might argue, a shot that reflects his position in the batting order. That was a bit of a tentative prod. course, we're adding on overs from the adjustment from yesterday. I'm not going to get all those additional overs in today because of the bad light issues. Abbott's away. Oh, I say he's away. It's a good stop from Miles Hammond. If he direct hit and Abbott would have been run out. He went to push for the single. Hammond made the stop, threw the stomps down at the bowler's end, but didn't hit. Abbott would have been out. And Josh Shaw was a long way back. Abbott got the single he went for initially. But even at the end of a long day, Hammond has excelled himself in the field today. And he's added a bit to the cleaning bill as well, because his trousers are covered. You know, the grass stains or dust from fielding on those old wicket ends. Fuller waits for Tom Price. Tried to force it away through the offside, got it off the inside half of the bat. And it's gone up to Zach Chappell. Quite a few people have stayed. There might have been a temptation when the players went off. For the last break for bad light, some people may have left, but a lot of them have said, looking around the marquees, maybe they took the opportunity to have a scone and a cup of tea at that point and thought, oh well, may as well stick around. There's still quite a bit of cricket to be played. It wasn't as if there was only half a dozen overs left. One more to Fuller. Hampshire have scored a lot of runs today. It certainly felt that way. You know, he's square of the wicket, which perhaps indicates that they've been prepared to wait for the ball that's just been dragged down. Knowing that there is full value here at Cheltenham, particularly square of the wicket. Higgins gets a kind bounce from Abbott as he fires that up to mid-off. End of Price's over, and the Gloucestershire bowling analysis now shows a lot of work for the main 5 bowlers. 25 overs for Ryan Higgins, 25 for Tom Price, 24 for Zafar Kahar, 23 for Zach Chappell, and 22 for Josh Shaw. Perhaps a little bit surprising Zafar hasn't bowled a bit more actually today. In fact, he's only bowled 7 overs today, and that part of that, of course, has been driven by the stoppages, which has meant that Graham Van Buren's been able to keep the quicker bowlers on without draining their energy too much. Ollie Price gets his throw back in as Ryan Higgins starts a new over. Turned away for a single by James Fuller. And Keith Barker's approach was very much to try and accelerate things, and Aaron Donald too earlier. But with these two tail unders, it isn't a question of a hopeful swing of the bat. They're trying to play it properly. Higgins trap, I always say that. That's a good take from James Bracey. That was an agricultural heave from Abbott. Bracey's taking this down the leg side though. Good take from the keeper. Higgins with that headband, keeping his long shock of hair out of the way, and Bracey asking about an edge to Chris Dent, but it came off the pad of the tall South African, and it fell short anyway. Dent's beard's got a good growth on it, it must be said. It doesn't go to the same barber as James Healy, I don't think. James looks after all our camera work here on the stream, and I think he was yeah, there's the band you can see keeping Higgins' long hair out of the way. Abbott, he tried to pull that It's a deep square, didn't get really anything on it at all. It's dropped to the ground off a bottom edge. I think James's work immortalised on social media last night by Dan Whiting with a photograph at the end of yesterday's play. Abbott tries a slice down the leg side, and he's caught off the edge by James Bracey. He tried to swing that away down to long leg, and James Fuller's asking, is he asking about the declaration or is he asking for a drink out there in the middle? But Abbott goes, caught by Bracey off Ryan Higgins. It's successful, the all-rounder, late in the day, and Abbott's not in the team for what he does with the bat. Just the single to his name today, and here at the end of 125 overs is Hampshire's number 11. Higgins now 2 for 72. It's been a long effort in the field for these Gloucestershire bowlers, but in a sense they've done well from 292 for 293 for 3. Hampshire were at one stage. In fact, they were even 379 for 5. So they've not let the bottom part of this Hampshire order get too many. Overall, of course, Felix Organ and James Vince have held the innings together. There's a bit of plunder from Keith Barker, but now it's a question of, does Fuller chance his arm? And the answer is he probably will do. And there's four straight down the ground off Tom Price from the College Lawn end. It's the longer boundaries are the straight ones, but Fuller can very capably clear and indeed reach them with some ease if he really middles it. Still no man back straight for Fuller, who is bowled by Tom Price, and the Hampshire innings is over. Chris Dent sprints off, and it's 457 all out. Hampshire, they were 444 for 6 at one stage, so Gloucestershire have at least seen off the tail reasonably quickly. Obviously Barker and Vince were included in those wickets, but the 9, 10, 11 have not produced a lot. And now then, the umpires are going to, are they going to have a word with Christian Brain? No, they're going off, and the Gloucestershire bowlers just having a bit of a high five between themselves. They've shared the wickets out. 2 to Higgins, 2 to Price, 2 to Shaw, 2 to Chappell, and 1 each to the spin of Gohar and Ollie Price. 457 the Hampshire total from 126 overs and 2 balls. We will lose 2 overs between innings, but that will leave Gloucestershire an awkward little session tonight. There is the heavy roller being used, and the ground staff now remarking the creases they will remark the creases at the 2 ends whilst the 7 minutes of rolling is allowed. So I don't know whether James can put the graphic up of the batting side of the card just whilst the Gloucestershire players go in and the openers get ready to put their pads on. There it is, 126 overs and 2 balls it took Gloucestershire to dismiss Hampshire, once they won the toss yesterday, they started this morning 203-4-2 with Holland and Gubbins out yesterday. Felix Organ was the third man to go, caught by Bracey off Chappell, and then throughout the rest of the day James Vince was the glue for much of it. He got useful support from Dawson and Brown in the middle order. Donald came in and played some pleasant shots too to up the scoring rate, but it was Vince and Barker that really put together the acceleration for Hampshire. Both fell then quickly. In fact, the score was on the same tally for Hampshire, and they lost the last 2 wickets for the addition of only another 12 runs. So in the end, to go from 445 for 6 to 457 all out, a late clatter for Gloucestershire to at least stop Hampshire really demoralising them, you would say, by getting over 500. But as it is, the follow-on total is still over 300, and that will mean a good batting performance will be necessary for not only what remains of today but also for tomorrow as well, and they'll be well aware of that in the Gloucestershire dressing room. They've got probably one of the best balanced seam attacks in the County Championship Division 1 to cope with. Barker, Abbott, Mohammed Abbas and Fuller, plus the spin of Liam Dawson, the slow left armour, and the off spin of Felix Organ. Play will resume in a little over 5 minutes time. And a reminder, if you are coming to the game tomorrow, that it will be an extended day because of the time lost on days 1 and 2, but play will still start at 11 o'clock. Mohammed Abbas brought back into the Hampshire team after missing the game last week, or not selected for the game last week, which Hampshire won against Warwickshire by 8 wickets. His inclusion the only change. He was preferred to Brad Wheel in the Hampshire side. Not been an easy day for the ground staff, with dragging covers on and off repeatedly, albeit there's not been a lot of rain around at any stage. It's just been the irritant of, at times, bad light drizzle, and on occasions both. But as we've discussed quite a bit, the fact that the first point at which the players went off was because of bad light and not rain has influenced the rest of the day somewhat, and you do wonder whether Hampshire will have to change their tactical steer on the match because of the time that has been lost. If the bowlers bowl well, then it may be that that will become irrelevant, but this middle phase of the game is really about the challenge of Gloucestershire saving the follow-on. That really is the essence of the game from here. Hampshire have got to bowl them out for less than 307, and then it will depend on how they see the game tactically. But a lot of the time has been soaked up so far, so I think the Hampshire bowlers would probably expect now to have 2 days in the field, or certainly a good slice of that, in order to take 20 wickets 16 overs remain, so about an hour's cricket. And here are Nick Cook and Graham Lloyd, our umpires. Whether we get the full hour will depend to some degree on the light. And certainly Hampshire will hope that there isn't another interruption with the chance, with their bowlers fresh, to try and make some inroads into this Gloucestershire batting. Chris Denton and Marcus Harris coming out to open the innings, and Keith Barker, who obviously batted aggressively earlier on today, has come out with a pair of red socks on. His trousers aren't the longest, Keith Barker, and you can see they've all. My mother would say they've had an argument with his shoes. His trousers have had an argument with his shoes, and you can see the socks in between. But the difference is that the one isn't actually sort of tucked as it should be. That's why you can see it. So 3 slips for Hampshire here. Unsurprisingly, they're going to attack in this last hour of the day, and Keith Barker is going to open the bowling from the College Lawn end. In the match last year here, I recall he bowled a lot from the Chapel end, so this is an interesting choice. Barker left arm over the wicket, bowls, and it's let go by Marcus Harris, who is, well, they'll be down as number 1 on the card, taking the first ball. Chris Dent opening with him. So James Vince at first slip. I think that is Dawson at second. They've got 3 slips on a gully for Barker. Comes in again past umpire Cook. Quite a bit of motivational and encouragement coming from the Hampshire fielders, unsurprisingly, and from Ben Brown behind the stumps. Barker strides in again, and Harris just pushes that out to mid-off. James Fuller does the fielding. You can see that perhaps is as good an angle as anything to see the slope across the ground here at Cheltenham. Nick Gubbins was with us earlier just talking about the fact that it's not really pronounced, but it's just enough to make a difference. Harris waits again for Barker, and the sound there as that ball went past the outside edge. May have been bat clipping pad. Certainly Brown was interested in an appeal for a split second. If the ball is the one that leaves the left-hander, then the slope will help Barker in that regard. Harris is away. He's got his first run on the board. Down to long leg for a single, and that brings Chris Dent on to strike for the first time. Waits and watches Barker's first delivery, only the 1 ball he had to face in the over. And will it be Kyle Abbott from the Chapel end? Doesn't look as if they're going to use Mohammed Abbas first up here. Abbott is Just, oh, it is going to be Abbas actually. Abbott went to the crease at the bowler's end, and then as if to look at where the front foot marks would be, as if to start to pace out his run, and then walked away again, and Abbas was given the nod. So Ian Holland is at third slip. Sorry, Ian Holland at third slip, with Dawson at second. Vince alongside Ben Brown. Mohamed Abbas's run is quite long. He's not express pace, but when he's bowled here previously, he has been very accurate. Here he is, over the wicket, bowling to Harris. We said this last night when James Vince had half an hour to bat. There is very little to be gained here for Gloucestershire in the last hour of the day. 20 for no wicket at the close, absolutely fine. It's all about the wickets column. Abbas in and squeezed away by Marcus Harris for a single. Throw whipped in from almost deep backward square, really, more than a fine leg. Abbas has 30 wickets at 16. In the championship this season. Dent lets that go. Thank you to Mike on one of our social media channels, who says that Carl Abbott played some club cricket at Clevedon earlier in his career. He's done a very good job at the Ageas Bowl. Gloucestershire 2 without loss in reply to Hampshire's 457 all out. And there's a big appeal for an LBW, and Dent's got caught on the crease by Abbas, and he has to go. Up goes Graham Lloyd's finger. We're talking about Abbas's accuracy. Ball was very much wicket to wicket, and that was quite low. Dent done by the bounce, and Gloucestershire are 2 for 1. And Dent has to go back on the long walk relatively to the pavilion with a 0 against his name. Ollie Price is coming out to bat at number 3. So the team sheet we were shown yesterday had Ryan Higgins at number 3. Now, Higgins has clearly bowled 26 overs in the Hampshire innings, but that's been quite a fragmented period in the game, and maybe this may be with a view to what the side might be like in the Royal London Cup, perhaps, or longer term about whether Ollie Price can bat in this position in the order. But this has got a test for him. Abbas into bowl to him. That's pushed up to Barker. And what it does do, I mean, Gloucestershire do have a lot of left-handers in their top 4. So the concept of it potentially, well, it will include, I'm sure, Hammond and Bracey. There's 4 left-handers in the top 5. So the question is, who is the right-hander? Might have been Graham Van Buren, who batted there last year. It was Ryan Higgins for the last 2 games. It's Ollie Price in this one. And Price defends firmly the last ball of Abbas's opening over, but it's a successful one for the experienced Pakistan test player. And Hampshire have got one of the breakthroughs they wanted. Carl Abbott just having a chat with Nick Cook about something at the college lawn end. Unclear what exactly that was. It's almost like Hampshire have got 2 captains out there because Abbott is having a chat with the umpire, and obviously James Vince is standing at first slip. Barker to continue. This could be quite a tense period in the match. Gloucestershire really conscious that there is some scoreboard pressure here, and they have to, particularly with the experience of someone like Harris, try and manage it as best they can. Kind of 1 run from Harris as he finds a gap on the offside. It's quite a big gap there. If Barker should over pitch, that was just back of a length and steered into the offside by Harris, who has 3 singles now. And Barker is going to go round the wicket to the right-handed Ollie Price. So when you see Barker without a sweater on, you realise how really powerful he is from the waist up. That's around the wicket. Big appeal for an LBW. Everybody in the Hampshire field went up. It's not quite so easy to tell for us here at Cheltenham because the camera is not absolutely behind the bowler. I think the view from Nick Cook might have been going down the leg side, perhaps. Didn't appear to be 2 sounds. Price waits again for Barker. That's a better shot, and he's off the mark with a little push out into the offside. James Fuller comes round from mid-off. Fuller, of course, as we mentioned earlier in the day, Gloucestershire to Middlesex, Middlesex to Hampshire. But he's having a very good season. Part of the T20 winning team at the weekend. Oh, that's push and a prod by Harris. He's going to get 4 for that. I'm not sure he was. He certainly wasn't in control of it. And one of the players has got to go and retrieve the ball from this college end of the ground. That's gone through between James Vince and Ben Brown, almost too sharply for them. Ball's been retrieved, but Barker's had 2 moral successes in this over. LBW appeal not upheld, and then an edge. He'll try again against Harris, who gets that much more in the middle. Barker might think he's not had everything his way in his opening spell so far, but he's had a good day with the bat, and that's probably firing him up to some degree at this point. Now the umpires are taking another light reading, and he's asking James Vince, I think, what do they want to do? And what the suggestion here may be that Hampshire want to stay out there, and therefore they've got to change perhaps the mode of attack that they employ. And there would look to be a clear request there from Nick Cook. If you want to stay out here, you've got to get your spinners on. So Liam Dawson is to come on, even though Mohammed Abbas took a wicket in his only over so far. And out comes about a lorry load of protective kit. Lightweight pads for the short leg fielder, so Ian Holland is strapping those on. In fact, they're going to have two short legs by the looks of it, because Naren Donald is also getting strapped up here, putting the pads on under his trousers. So it may be that we're going to see Dawson and Organ bowling here for Hampshire, just to keep the players out on the field. And from their perspective, obviously it's in their interest to do so. They've got the 1 wicket already. If they could get another one, it would certainly top off what has been a day where they've had the balance of affairs, other than that last half an hour with the brief flurry of wickets, but the damage largely had been done by then. So Ollie Price to face his first ball, and indeed Dawson's first ball, from around the wicket, and Price goes back and pushes it out on the offside. There's not going to be a chance of a run there. Obviously this will improve the over rate in the remaining time in the day as well, with the two spinners on. Felix Organ already was doing some limbering up. Dawson left arm round the wicket into Price, who's got a man to contend with at short leg. Naren Donald. And Ian Holland is in very close at second slip. Dawson round the wicket. Price goes back. He'll pick up 1 run there. Kyle Abbott just ambles to his right hand side to pick up. I'm sure he'd have liked to bowl tonight, but he will have to wait. And now with a right and left hand combination, this is where Hampshire are really using those two fielders who have been padded up. So Holland was at second slip for Ollie Price, but he's come round to Silly Point for Marcus Harris. He's worked that up to Keith Barker, though at mid-on. That's a bit too short from Dawson. And Gloucestershire score advances by 1. Chris Dent, the man out. LBW to Mohammed Abbas in Abbas's first over. Dawson in once more. Not long stretch forward from Ollie Price. Of course, for the spinners to bowl with a ball that's only 4 overs old means they get the extra hardness and potentially the bounce as well. And Price has to go back and defend the last ball of Dawson's first over, so he will bowl from that end, and from the chapel end where the slope should assist the slow left armour, and Felix Organ is going to bowl from the College Lawn end, where again the orthodox off spinner should be able to use the slope to turn the ball in towards the batsman, or in Harris's case, as he's on strike, to try and spin it away from the left-hander. Organ's not bowled a great deal in the Championship this season. He's only got 8 wickets, but he's a handy operator. His overall career numbers are pretty tidy. And the average is 23. I mean, he's wicket average is only 23.09, so that's very respectable for an off spinner. So just a short leg and a slip for Organ. They probably like to bowl at Ollie Price, you might feel here. Organ wheels in off a very short run. Harris is waiting for him. It's only about 3 steps really once he gets going, and there's an appeal for a nick to Ben Brown. Not upheld by Nick Cook, who wasn't interested. Doing replays in Organ's overs might be difficult because he gets through them so quickly. Would have been a bottom edge, that, I think. Here's Organ again. Worked by Harris to the left of Keith Barker. He'll come round for just a single. So Mohamed Abbas has come in to cover point now for Ollie Price. Organ's going to go over the wicket to the right-hander. Oh, that's a badly skew ball down the leg side. That could be 4 byes. I don't think there was any touch on anything there from Ben Brown. And Gloucestershire benefit from a bit of a freebie there, free boundary. Ollie Price stepping inside the line. And Organ getting his line quite badly wrong there. It's gone quite cheaply down to the College Chapel end boundary, and that's the first byes of the match. Three close catches. Brown almost thought Organ had got that through there, but couldn't do so. And the Hampshire spinners, one would feel, are going to bowl the rest of the day here at Cheltenham. Second day of this County Championship Division 1 fixture. One team chasing points at the top in pursuit of leader Surrey. One team trying to cut the gap to Somerset at the bottom. Dawson over the wicket to the left-handed Harris, who's worked the other way on the offside, off the back foot. And Carl Abbott jogs round just to keep them down to a single. It is the close of play now at the Oval. Essex 19 for 2 in their second innings, still 29 behind. Price goes back. Fielded by Ian Holland. Close play 2 at Edgbaston. Give you the score there in a moment. Ollie Price waits with Ben Brown crouched low behind the stumps, and he's got that, squeeze that, I think, through the legs of Ian Holland, and out for a comfortable single out to Kyle Abbott. Kent 198 for 4 in the second innings, lead by 138, and they've also finished for the day at Northampton. Northampton's 25 for 1 in their second innings, lead Hampshire by 128. Dawson staying over the wicket to Harris, and he is out. Dawson celebrates the wicket as if Hampshire have won the World Cup, but Harris has to go. Here's a second look at it, and Ben Brown also knew the importance of that. Harris trapped on the crease. LBW to Dawson for 10. And what do Gloucestershire do now with still 10 overs and 2 balls to go? 2 wickets down. A relatively inexperienced batsman in Ollie Price. Logic would say that it would be Miles Hammond due out next, and indeed it is. I suggest he's also got a different pair of trousers on from the ones he was wearing earlier in the day. They've probably found their way to the washing machine by now.
New batter, Miles Hammond.
So it's still a right and left hand combination,
Miles Hammond,
but
sponsored by Empire
Hammond
Insurance.
probably as comfortable as anyone in the Gloucestershire top order in terms of playing spin, and he's going to get 10 overs of that as long as the light holds until the close. So 3 close catches for Dawson, and Hammond goes back, and he's trusting the bounce of this pitch by doing that. Dawson briskly in. Hammond's a cry of no from Ollie Price, but both the wickets that have fallen in this Gloucestershire innings have come from bowling at the College Chapel end. Mohammed Abbas trapping Kristen LBW in his first over, and then Harris LBW to Dawson in what was the 6th, or what was the 6th over of this Gloucestershire reply. Remember they're looking at a Hampshire score of 457. Therefore the first target is to get 307. That's not the target tonight. The target tonight though is to resist for a further 10 overs. Felix Organ in, and Ollie Price goes back. Seems content to, in the first instance, go back rather than forward. Organ bounces in, he tries to sweep. There's a big appeal for an LBW, but Nick Cook's not interested, and he was very slow in some of his decisions yesterday. But everybody up for Hampshire here, unsurprisingly. He was equally, that front leg was a long way forward. Not easy to tell whether the ball pitched in line or not from that camera angle. Organ in again. That occasion Ollie Price does come all the way forward. You can probably hear the oohs and ahs from the Hampshire fielders after almost every delivery at the moment. They're trying to create a mental picture for Ollie Price that the ball is probably doing more than it actually is. Organ going round the wicket now to the right-hander. Change of angle. him long to get through his overs, that's for sure. Price again, a long way forward. So the end of Felix Organ's over, and Hampshire have got through 7 overs in this final little phase of the day, and in those 7 overs they've taken 2 wickets already. And Gloucestershire are absolutely aware that these two have got to see out the remaining 9. At least they know that it would be radical to try and bring a seam bowler on in this position. I would say it would be farcical, because I think the first thing the umpires would do is say that we're going straight off. So slight change of field here for Hammond. Dawson into bowl to him. They've taken Ian Holland away from that position at Silly Point. He's kept the pads on under his trousers, but dispensed with the helmet, which is now behind Ben Brown. Still got a slip in though, and a short leg. Dawson, a bit too short that really, didn't draw Hammond forward. He could play it with some comfort going back. Dawson still looks as if he's sort of bowling T20 length there. He's sort of darting the ball in, and Hammond says, I've had enough of that, I'm going to use my feet. And he squeezed that away just in front of the umpire to the boundary at a squarish cover. 4-4. That won't deter Hampshire too much at all. Applause from those who've patiently stayed to the end. And quite a few have actually, especially in the Sanford Road stand. Dawson remaining over the wicket. Hammond on the bounce to Ian Holland in the covers. Slings the ball probably 100 yards to Keith Barker, as if it's one of those lightweight sort of children's tennis style balls almost. Hammond waits again for Dawson. Miles has got some starts this season in the championship. A couple of occasions where rain has perhaps thwarted him getting a bigger score. 5 50s he's got, but there isn't 100 in there. And at the moment, any thoughts of another big score here can be deferred until tomorrow. And Gloucestershire started their first innings. There were 16 overs remaining in the day, and they've negotiated 8 of them, but in doing so they've already lost both openers. Dent and Harris both back in the pavilion. And Felix Organ to continue through to the close, I'm sure, from this College lawn end. Hammond is certainly not allowing Organ to disrupt Ollie Price's concentration by going through his overs too quickly here. Price, oh, that's a forceful shot, played right from the crease. He's got that away past the right hand of Holland, and that will be 4 runs up again in front of that member stand. Obviously, he didn't see too much risk in playing that shot. Ollie Price has been largely on the defensive, but he goes to 7. And we have seen in a couple of knocks from him this season that there is definite potential in his batting. He even showed it last year to a certain extent in the Championship. Got 2 or 3 starts, only got a higher score of 33. He's had a couple of scores better than that this year. Here he comes forward again to Felix Organ. Just the 150 so far. I think he's got a 43, I think it was, against Kent, and then the 51 came in the match at Essex. Hampshire moving the short leg just a little bit straighter. Organ going round the wicket and forcing that out towards the boundary at square point. Dawson moves round and they'll just pick up 1 run. So now Hammond faces Organ for the first time and takes his guard as he looks towards the College Lawn end of the ground. There are still quite a few in the marquees up there. 4 marquees at that end of the ground. Quite a few spectators still in, and Hammond, well, he's survived a huge appeal. Let's see why Organ was so keen on this. They felt it should have been an upheld LBW appeal. Hammond looks certainly round anxiously, but umpire Cook ultimately walks away. And as a former Test spin bowler himself, he would have known plenty about the trajectory of that delivery, and in his judgment, Hammond could stay. This is not proving an easy little session for these 2 Gloucestershire batters. I wonder how much the bounce is just helping both Organ and Dawson here with the harder balls. Only its 10th over. Dawson in, Ollie Price stretching forward. There's a period you would think of minimal risk. For these 2. Price again stretching. Sets himself once more. And going back. Generally speaking, that's his way he's been playing Dawson. Slipping a short leg and a silly point. Price squeezes it past the man on the offside for a single. Bring Hammond back to face the former England Test man. Dawson played 3 Test matches, but it seems a long time ago. You get the impression that that ship has sailed in terms of his career. But here he's half of a spin combination that's not giving Gloucestershire an easy last 20 minutes or so to the day here. Ollie Price and Miles Hammond just having a word at the end of Dawson's over. Four overs, 1 for 9 he has, and Felix Organ into now his 4th over again. Price goes back, and there is a discernible difference in trajectory and pace of delivery, even with these two spinners. Dawson is firing the ball through quite quickly. It's much more of a floaty delivery for Organ. Again, that's played relatively comfortably by Ollie Price out to Mohammed Abbas for the single. He's had a quieter end of the day than you might have imagined. Ian Holland's just dropping back for Miles Hammond here, so they've got a slip and a short leg, but Holland is almost a short third man, maybe for that attempted shot on the offside, which is miscued by Hammond, and he hasn't miscued that. He's got that away wide of the man at cover point, just gets slowly to his feet. I think might be Nick Gubbins, and they'll just rotate the strike and take one more. 29 for 2. Organ springs in again. Ollie Price goes back. Defends, asks how many balls to go in the over. 2, says Nick Cook. Again forward. Hampshire, you feel, would be pretty confident of creating one more half chance tonight, with just men round the bat. Organ bounces in, and Price gets a long way forward and defends. They are driving the game at the moment, the visitors. 457, the Hampshire total, and the last wicket fell. They didn't declare, kept on going through the various stoppages for bad light and drizzle. James Vince, irritatingly for him, out to Tom Price for 95. Felix Organ had completed his 100 earlier in the day. There was a brisk 50 from Keith Barker. The wickets shared by the Gloucestershire seamers, 2 each. And Hammond will get a single here, out on the leg side. Donald does the fielding. There's 2 for 72 for Ryan Higgins, 2 for 93 Tom Price, 2 for 89 Josh Shaw, 2 for 88 Zach Chappell. Zafar Gohar only bowled 7 overs today, 1 for 83 in all. Ollie Price had his wicket last night. He's on strike again, taking most of the strike here. Clearly Miles Hammond is there to support both mentally and in terms of defending his share of the partnership. Four overs to go after the one we're in at the moment. Dawson to Price, whose first movement to the left arm spinner tends to be, well, the first thought I think is to go back, And then if he is going to go forward, he's a long stride forward. And there is that stride. He's taller than his brother, I think, Ollie Price. Taller than Tom. Well, there's a lot in it. That's forced away off the back foot. That was just short enough from Dawson that Price could get that away, and they'll get a comfortable 2 as the fielder away on the boundary in front of the Sanford Road stand makes a tumbling stop. Again, I think that's Fuller out there. He won't get a bowl tonight, not in this light anyway. So Gloucestershire 4 overs from safety this evening. They'd have probably hoped to get through unscathed. Might have accepted that the law of averages suggested that they might lose 1 wicket, but to lose 2, certainly not ideal. They would absolutely not want to see this partnership split up. Organ staying round the wicket to Hammond, who was quite late on that. And it's a sharpish single, albeit the throw from Nick Gubbins wasn't particularly accurate to the bowler's end. I just got the impression that Hammond might prefer to face Dawson and leave Ollie Price to face the off-spinner. He certainly got down the end pretty quickly. And now it is Price to face Felix Organ, and obviously it's a bit more orthodox, the ball being turned into the right-hander, he would feel, for Price to be able to defend. A bouncy approach from Organ, and again Price out on the leg side, and James Vince just says to Ian Holland once more, they're going to change the field again here. They're going to have 2 men on the leg side for the potential bat pad, one just behind square and one just in front. Organ again means he's got to just straighten that line a bit, you feel, and encourage Price to play into that area. Holland really crouched very low down, and as a result Ollie Price has got to play with a very bat with a very shallow angle in order to kill any bounce at all. Organ, last ball of this over, and Price forces that away past Keith Barker. He's not on the chase, and Mohamed Abbas is not showing a great deal of intensity to chase that either. They're prepared to give that up, those two. And 4 to Ollie Price. That was a bit of a bonus. I think it was a bit of after you, Claude, there. I don't think Abbas is probably in the team for his fielding. And both he and Barker are in the side for other skills. 3 overs to go. Dawson will bowl 2 of them. Well, I say they will. I can't, but yes, Barker's walking slowly up to mid-on, but he's not going to be pacing out any run anytime soon, because the umpires would certainly call a halt at that stage. But Dawson then to bowl his penultimate over of the day to Hammond, and Ben Brown's applauding his bowler after every delivery at the moment, just to try and keep their morale up. They haven't had a pretty good day anyway. try and get in the ear of the Gloucestershire batsman. Hammond waits for Dawson, again comes forward. Not looking at the board here at the moment. Well, the only thing that is important on that board is the number of deliveries remaining in the day. 16 it now is. Hammond's got a short leg to contend with. He uses his feet there to try and really kill any movement that Dawson might be trying to extract. Vince is still at slip. Dawson in busily once more. So far, not a single chance has gone to slip in this match. Hammond forward. In fact, I can't even remember so we've had no catches taken at slip. I can't even remember a drop actually at any point over the 2 days. So it really has been a question of that fielder, a bit like waiting for a bus, never arrives. Dawson in, and Hammond goes backward, plays that out with some comfort out on the offside. Dawson 6 overs, 1 for 12. The important wicket from a Hampshire perspective of Marcus Harris, LBW for 10, and that had followed the departure in the second over of Chris Dent, who was LBW to Mohammed Abbas, who I say has this reputation of not being express pace but being very accurate, and he has bowled here at Cheltenham before, so he will know about the conditions and the slope across the square. Felix Organ with his last over of the day. There will be one more after this, and he's really bowled in well, neither of the spinners have bowled in a situation where there's any scoreboard pressure on them at all. It's all about the wickets, and they have got one through Dawson. Will Organ be able to fashion another? That's down the leg side. He's got the line wrong there, really. Dragged it down a bit too far. Gone back to the 2 short legs again here. Have Hampshire. But that leaves the gap on the offside. That wasn't the best call for a single from Ollie Price, and good job Hammond answered it. They safely got through. There was a gap on there for the ball to be played into, but it was Dawson coming onto it. Unfortunately, Nick Gubbins was backing up. Hammond with Felix Organ switching again to around the wicket. And that's comfortably played out off. The ball was a bit too short really to be of any danger to Hammond, so he goes to 8. Ollie Price has soaked up nearly 50 balls here. Job not done yet though. He did. And our position is, say, at ground level, but it does look as if these two are trusting the bounce on this pitch by going back a great deal. They obviously, I think there isn't going to be much deviation, if any, and that they're not going to get caught by the one that keeps low, or potentially keeps low. Organ in, and again Price goes back, keeps out the last delivery that Organ will bowl today. He's one wicket for 15 are his figures. There's the card of the Gloucestershire reply to Hampshire's 457. So the wickets shared by the Gloucestershire bowlers, but Hampshire today adding 254 for their remaining 8 wickets. So William Dawson, he's got Barker at orthodox mid on, Abbott at mid off, but I don't think Gloucestershire will be doing anything else here than defending these last 6 deliveries. Hammond negotiates the first one. Donald is in short at short forward square leg. They've got no close catch on the offside though. Dawson to Hammond, who goes back, and it beats just about everything. Has it gone off the pad? They clearly think it has. It's gone all the way to the rope for 4, and in fact it didn't touch anything at all. So in Graham Lloyd's judgment there was no contact. So what the appeal was for, I don't know. It was, in the opinion of the umpire, that did not clip the pad, and he's given it as 4 byes. Certainly span a bit though from Dawson. Hammond's got 4 balls left to negotiate. And does the first one. That last one certainly would have been a worrying moment for those watching from the Gloucestershire dressing room about 50 yards to our left. Hammond on 12. Comes a long way forward, and that's perhaps what he should have done earlier. What was the famous Bill Shankly quote? If you put the ball in the net, we can later debate what else you might have done. Dawson into Hammond. That's a hard push at that, considering it's the second last ball of the day. Holland was in close there at Silly Point. And this is a no ball, will be the last one that Hammond has to deal with, and he does. And Gloucestershire get to the close a bit sketchily, but they've got there at 43 for 2. They're still 414 behind, but Ollie Price and Miles Hammond have negotiated that period up to stumps after the dismissal of Marcus Harris in the 6th over. So they've survived just over 10 overs together, not without the odd skirmish, but they will start again tomorrow against the Hampshire Seamers with a lot of work still to do. Gloucestershire certainly got at least 2 sessions batting, you would feel, in order to get to something like safety, but they close tonight on 43 for 2, a wicket each to Dawson and Mohammed Abbas. A strange old day in a way, a very late finish, and no fewer than 4 stoppages for bad light. But Hampshire driving the game from this position, and it's up to Gloucestershire to stop them. Here's one of the last replays of a nice shot from Ollie Price in that closing session. 457 all out, the Hampshire total. 8 wickets that fell today, including 4 for 12 runs at the end of their innings as they were chasing a flurry of runs which didn't really occur at the end of the innings. A couple of late wickets to Ryan Higgins, and Tom Price also adding to his earlier dismissal of James Vince for 95. The Gloucestershire bowlers sharing the success, but it took them a long time to bowl them out. 126 overs and 2 balls. Hampshire weren't giving anything to cheap away there, and then as they up the close, 43-4-2. Price will start tomorrow on 17 not out, Miles Hammond on 12, and the Gloucestershire middle order has got to give them some support against what will be a challenging session against a newish ball in the morning. Thanks to all our guests who've joined us today: Dave Bartlett, Jared Warner, Nick Gubbins from the Hampshire team, and also Tom Smith, and of course to James Healy for a long day on the cameras. Thanks to you too for your company if you've been with us all day. Thank you for your patience, and I hope you can join us tomorrow when we'll have another extended day with an 11 o'clock start, but from Cheltenham, where the ground staff are just putting the matters to bed, so to speak, for the evening, and where we hope we'll have another dry day tomorrow. We'll leave you with the familiar shot of the gymnasium here at the college ground. We'll see you tomorrow at 5 to 11 for day 3 here between Gloucestershire and Hampshire at the Cheltenham Festival.